Hello and welcome to the FIA Karting European Championship. It's the fourth and final round, and we are here at the circuit of Cremona, a beautiful circuit in the heart of the farmlands of northern Italy. Constructed in 2015, updated in 2019, this 1,210-metre circuit is going to provide some action-packed racing over the course of today. And don't forget, at the end of today, we will be crowning 3 new European champions in OK, OKJ, and of course the Academy Trophy. Myself, Anthony Jordan, Guillaume Alvarez in the commentary box for your listening delectation over the course of the 9 races we are going to have over the course of the day. It has certainly been an interesting one. Guillaume, yesterday was an action-packed day. We saw plenty of races. We saw drama in the races as well.
We did indeed, Anthony. Good morning to you all. Buongiorno a tutti and welcome to Italy. The sun is shining, the temperatures are getting hotter by the minute, and the Karting Cremona is gearing itself up for 9 last races. The mother day of them all. This is the final of this year's European season. Yesterday was packed, 24 races throughout all 3 classes. We have 2 more qualifying heats left for the Academy Trophy, and then we're gonna get ourselves into the superheat and final mode. The youngsters of the School of Karting, the Academy Trophy, are getting themselves ready as well. You can see them right now on the pre-grid, listening to the latest piece of advice and words from the race director for the picture of the end of the weekend, certainly as well. And this is such a fantastic scenery for the conclusion of this year's European season. Nothing is done yet in any of the 3 classes. We have 2 drivers still mathematically close, and each of them having a chance at the European title in the OK and the junior class, and the Academy Trophy crown in the first class that we're going to have on track with the C versus D and the A versus B. 2 more races to decide the starting order for the grid this afternoon. Everything done in the morning, then the final on the afternoon. Thank you once again for tuning in wherever you are in the world. We are live on FIAKarting.com, on Motorsport TV, and on multiple channels as well, all over the place on social media. Pasquale Lupoli, the FIA Karting race director, is ready as well, ready to unleash the young beast of the Academy Trophy for the penultimate qualifying race. 10 laps to go through, and you can see Gonzalo Planter, the Deputy Academy Race Director, giving his latest words and a piece of explanation to the youngsters, especially the pole sitter. He's the one who's going to have to pace everybody down in the warm-up lap on the way to the lights out.
Yeah, and that certainly was a talking point over the course of the weekend, wasn't it? With drivers going just that fraction too fast, too early. Remember, the acceleration point of the start-finish line is the yellow line, which is about on the 6th row of the grid. So it's actually really close to the start-finish line. Drivers accelerating very, very early. His job is to make sure they are nice and slow before they get to that mark. Drivers then getting themselves ready for the start of their 3rd qualifying heat over the course of the weekend. They had 2 yesterday, and that certainly was very interesting. Arthur Braun, who starts this one on pole position yesterday in his first heat, actually got a penalty, finishing in P12 at the end of that race. Race 2 was slightly better for the driver representing New Zealand. 6th place finish for him in that second one. Hopefully in this one he's got a much better start, because he starts this one on pole position, so he's got the best run in towards turn 1. Hopefully he can maintain that one. The same with Bennett Gasper as well. 4th place in his first, penalty in the second race, finishing P15. So all the drivers here, despite the fact that qualifying was good, have been struggling. There is our Deputy Race Director for this weekend, Nigel Edwards, who will be making his way out onto the circuit, watching from the vantage point at the exit of turn number 7 before they go onto the back straight, and of course, crucially, into turn number 3, the pinch point of the circuit, and the main place that we saw most of the action happening yesterday and here 2 weeks ago as well.
Action has been aplenty all throughout the races yesterday and on Friday, so there's more than one spot when the drivers choose to go for an attack. The first sector will be providing, of course, its fair part of action throughout the day as well. Here we go. The green flag is waving, the whistle has been blown, and here we go for the first of 9 races on schedule. The Academy to get us started, C versus D, as we're going to have the starting grid in full. Arthur Braun and Bennett Gaspar sharing the front row of the grid, followed by Romeo Hagd and Harry Bartle on round number 2. Round number 3, we'll see Christian Tonalini and Vasilios Apostolidis. Round number 4, Karel Staud and Alexander Sneem. Then we have round number 5, Gira Iupa and Benjamin Galmar. Row number 6, Radek Vavra and Zain Elmo Mossani.
Row 7 sees Alexander Deshkov and Kimi Ray go from row 7. Klara Kowalczyk and Laura Bubanova round out row number 8. Jan-Philipp Krul and Shane Chandira round out row number 9. And the 20 karts on row 10 are round out by Nicolas Raju and Antonio Tiziano, rounding out that final row. 20 drivers about to do battle then. The last time they have got to earn qualifying intermediate points to determine where they will start for their finals later on today. Remember, the Academy class does not have a superheat. We will lose a fair few drivers in this one, and then we, of course, go through to the final one with only 36 drivers. So I think we lose 4 drivers in total after these 2 races. And it's never a nice feeling to be one of those 4 drivers, but it certainly shows how competitive the Academy is.
It is certainly everybody with the same tires, chassis, material. You can see it's partially cloudy, even though very much blue skies above our heads here in Cremona. 2 kilometers of wind, no rain probability whatsoever. It has been sunny, it's been hot ever since the drivers came here for the final round of the European Championship. Let's get started with the Academy trophies. A rolling start as always. And the driver in front, Arthur Brohan and Ben Gaspar, having to pace everybody down. And I think we're going to be good to go.
I think we are indeed into the tram lines. Lights go out, and the first race of the day is go. Down in towards turn number 1. Great start this time from Braun. He holds on to the race lead on this one, as sweeping to the outside there. Bartlett's tucked into 4th place now. 3 wide as they concertina in towards turn number 3. 1 car going off wide there. That looked like someone, it could have been Alexander Uznim, who'd gone off there, the 504, as he tries to rejoin. Now back through turns number 6 and 7. Onto the back straight they go. And the 529 going very slowly. That is Laura Bubanova, the driver from just trying to get back onto the circuit, but now certainly not having a good run. But clearly a very good start from the front row. Look how close they are going into the Snell section.
Yeah, it's getting heated already in lap number 1. I think the driver that went out a little bit might have been Zain Elmo Mossani, to be confirmed, as indeed Laura Bubanova had a couple of trouble as well coming into the first sector. Driver from Slovakia. Let's try to see if she's going to be able to recover into that pack. Lap 1 completed, 10 in total, and Arthur Brohan didn't let himself be impressed into that opening lap. He kept it steady in the lead from Bennett Gaspar, Romeo Haag. The top 3 is unchanged. Tonalini is behind, climbing 1 place up to 4th. Watch out for any move coming up. In the lead already with Gaspar, diving himself through into 6 and 7, the chicane in the middle of the track. Beautifully made for the driver with the right crash helmet. He's going defensive already on the way to turn number 8. Around the outside goes, and the contact already for the 513. This is Ari Bartel, unfortunately, who was trying to go the long way around. That was a smart attempt, but there's been contact, and Bartel, who was starting from 4th on the grid, is tumbling down the order.
Yeah, he's had an up and down weekend so far as Bartel. 11th place in his first race, 2nd place in his second yesterday as well. He'll have to fight back with this one as back down the inside there. Karol Strout gaining another position. Across the line they go. Braun still leads from Tonalini. Apostolidis now back up into 3rd place from Stout. Romeo Haag from Radek Vavra there, the top 6. Neem is there. Kowalczyk is there in 8th place as well from Deshkov. And Crul de Rio is there in the top 10. But eyes on these top 2 here, because Tonalini is all over the rear bumper here of Arthur Braun, as Braun will defend to see if he can come away with his first qualifying heat win after starting on pole in all of them. He is there struggling at the moment, but it's certainly been a good start to his race. Can he maintain this momentum?
That's a big question with 0.2 of a second between Bohan and Tonalini. Now the Italian driver is putting the leader under the pressure. And there goes for the move. Beautifully made around the inside over there into the last sector, just before making their way back onto the fast line on the start-finish straight. Tonalini in the lead, Brohan in 2nd. Watch out for the comeback, the chargeback of the New Zealand driver. Is under the pressure of Apostolidis, and there's a switch back in turn number 3 and 4, and this is open door for Apostolidis as well for Karel Stout, who makes his way up into P3. That's going to be a close call, and I think there's been momentum lost for the 514. Karel Stout, again, like Ari Bartel, tried his way around on the outside. It didn't pay off.
No, it didn't indeed. And now Braun retakes the lead of this one. Apostolidis as well, now with the fastest lap of the race. Certainly is looking like he is feeling much stronger in the second day of racing for the Academy class. Yesterday, a DNF in his first race after not even starting the race, and then a 5th place finish in his second. Right now he's there in P2 and he's looking very, very strong here, but Tonalini is right on his rear bumper again as they go down the start-finish straight. The slipstream effect kicks in. It's not a big one, but it certainly will help as they now sweep through turns 1 and 2 into the braking zone now of turn 3. Light tap of the brakes as they sweep it through the double apex of 3 and 4 in towards now turn number 5. Very, very fast through here, but again, you don't want to run out too wide. That exit curb, very harsh. Through the chicane they go. Big curbs on the inside of both corners, avoiding both of them as they head down the back straight now into the pinnacle overtaking spot, and Tonalini uses that spot and gets past Apostolidis and now moves up into second place, but that's released after Braun. Now the gap is around half a second that they've got. These three need to work together to close that gap back up.
We're halfway through this first race of the day, and the youngsters of the Academy need that they don't have much time remaining to try to make the switch. It's good to see Apostolidis back in the charge, climbing 4 places up to P3 now. Christian Tonalini is next certainly on his list, but Apostolidis, the winner in round 2 of the Academy Trophy in Rugby, Denmark, after a very difficult start to his championship. This weekend didn't go according to plan, but he is back in contention, so watch out for the Greek driver. And as we said, one day to the other, things can be quite different when it comes to bringing out the performance. Brohan, the leader, is putting on the fastest lap out there, very much logical, as Harry Bartle, after his trouble in the opening lap, is picking up a warning flag, is at the back end of the start, the order, 16 at the moment, as we keep watching steady. And there goes a move from Romeo Haag on Apostolidis, well done into turn number 15, just before making their way back, out of 13 I think it was, into the hairpin in the last sector. And you could see actually Romeo Haag saying to Apostolidis, let's keep it together, let's keep it steady, work together as well to try to decrease the gap. Oh, and we have an off outside of your picture, the 529 just went sideways.
And another one here, two cars coming together, the 541 and the 532 off the circuit. That's not gone too well, and that, I believe, is at turn 12.
Yes, indeed, as we have lost Laura Bubenova on the last turn of the track. She went sideways into a spin and having to retire. And the 2 drivers involved might be indeed Benjamin Jalgar as well as Jan de Rio by the look of it.
I think it's Zain El Hamasani as well involved in that, in the 541, who's off the track.
Yes, indeed, as we've lost now 3 drivers out of this race, unfortunately, as the leaders come back across just in front of our position. 1 from second, 1.2 now for Arthur Brohan on Romeo Haag, leading the next 3 of drivers, trying to give the chase to the leader. Tonalini, Apostolidis in P4. Then we have unseen in P5, climbing 3 places from Radek Vavra, Klara Kowalczyk, Alexander Dechkov, Karel Stout, and Kutash Girayupa running out the top 10. Klara Kowalczyk from Poland doing a great job with the fastest lap, as she's sitting currently in P7, trying to give the chase to Radek Vavra. Watch out for the move potentially on the Czech Republic driver just in front of her.
Keep an eye on this one then. Only 3 laps left on the board as the drivers now start to sort themselves out. And this is Braun's best performance over the weekend. Look at that, over a second advantage now from Romeo Haag there in second place, who's now himself pulling away from Tonalini and Apostolidis. Those 2 still having a close battle. This battle here, though, further down the order with the 507, that is Radek Vavra and Klara Kowalczyk. We were talking about Klara Kowalczyk literally a couple of laps ago, fastest lap of the race, certainly showing she's got some pace. Zain Al Hasawi now under investigation. That's possibly for the coming together at turn number 12 involving himself and Jan-Philipp Krul. And hopefully those 2 are both okay. They are out the carts. They're in the marshal post watching the rest of the race, but certainly could be a post-race penalty coming his way.
Yeah, to be confirmed from the officials, as all the results available to you as always on FIAKarting.com. As we're going to see a couple of drivers getting involved into the later stages tussle. Brohan, 7/10 of a second clear from the rest. Romeo Haag just in front, a couple of tenths as well on Tonalini. Look at that train of drivers, and the gap are quite consequent entering the last lap. We might not see much change into the top 3. But it's still close, at least between Tonalini and Apostolidis, with Unseen and Kowalczyk on a close watch as well. But at this point, it's about bringing it home, collecting the points, and hopefully getting a good place on the grid for the final this afternoon. We're going to lose 4 drivers, 40 at the start, 36 on the left. This is the maximum allowed in the FIA Karting competition into the last race of the day. It's looking good for Arthur Brohan, winning this one. And he puts himself in 3rd overall in the classification with 1 race to go.
Yes, indeed. Current intermediate classifications at the moment, Christian Tonolini would be at the top of that one, but will he maintain that one because there is still a couple of races to go. Checker flag comes out though. Arthur Braun will take the win from New Zealand, his first win of the weekend. He will be delighted with that one. At the moment, he sits 3rd in the intermediate classifications, but don't forget there is 1 more qualifying heat to go for the Academy Trophy class, and of course that will have Wojciech Woda and Hugo Magdi starting on the front row, and they both have got maximum points at the moment, 100 points to their names after they're having both of them 2 qualifying heat wins. One of them is about to lose a qualifying heat and will determine who will start on pole position for the final later on today. But after 10 laps of racing, Arthur Braun will take the win from Romeo Hug, from Christian Tonolini. Vasilis Apostolidis then takes 4th place from Alexander Uznim. Klara Kowalczyk rounds out the top 6 after gaining 9 positions in that race. A solid drive for Klara Kowalczyk. Radek Vavra takes 7th place after gaining 4 positions from Alexander Deshkov, also gaining 5. Carlos Strout finishing that one in P9 from Kritas Diriupa, rounding out the top 10. Kimi Ray finishes in 11th from Harry Bartel. Unfortunately, an incident at the start of the race where he got squeezed onto the outside of turn number 8. Fortunately drops him all the way back to P12. Bennett Gasper and Nicolas Raju round out the top 14. Raju gaining 5 positions in that race from James Andero, also gaining 3, finishing in P15. Tiziana Antola rounding out the 16 karts that gained positions in that one, finishing in P16, 4 positions gained. Benjamin Jangard finishing in 17th place. 3 retirements: Jan-Philipp Krul, Zain Al-Homassani and Laura Bobanova, unfortunately not ending the race. All retirements out on circuit on the same lap. Clean-up operation then begins for the drivers as they make their way back to Parc Ferme. They'll console themselves and get ready for the finals later on today. The Academy final is the first final that we'll see. That will be 21 laps. That is due to start at around 2 o'clock, 1:30 sort of time, so stick around for that. Let's have a look at some of the highlights at the end of the first qualifying heat of the day, C and D for Academy Trophy. And again, it was a good start from Arthur Braun from the front of the grid. That was the moment that one of the drivers went tumbling down the order. I think Alexander Deshkov there may have been one involved in that one. A little bit of contact came through thick and fast, and then Bennett Gasper already starting to make the moves. He would later fall down the order, though. This was the moment where Harry Barter went off the track at turn number 8. Unfortunately, he would rejoin onto the circuit, but would only finish in P12 after losing several positions. Change for the lead happened thick and fast when Romeo Hug and Tonolini went together. Braun would instantly fight back and get through. Tonolini would drop down the order then to P number 4. He would fight back, though, to finish in P3. And again, it was just super close all the way throughout. That was the move where Tonolini came back into 2nd place. But Romeo Hug and Vasilis Apostolidis would not get involved in that one. That was the moment that Jan-Philipp Krul and Zain El-Homassani got tangled up together. And again, nothing could beat this man here. Arthur Braun, his first win of the weekend in the qualifying heats. Certainly helps his fight out now with a P12, P6, and now a race win. They'll be back in Parc Ferme. We are down in Parc Ferme with Guillaume Alvarez, who is with our race winner.
Yes, indeed, Anthony. Welcome to the Parc Ferme for the first time. This morning, you guys were going to give you as many interviews as possible with the insiders, the actors, the young heroes on track. I'm here with Arthur Braun, the first young man of the day to win. Congratulations to you, Arthur. You did the job. First win for you this weekend. And it's looking pretty good for the final this afternoon, won't you think?
Yeah, I think the pace was really good. But just, yeah, I much else to say.
Pace was really good. You had a penalty to start your weekend with, a P12, then you improved a P6. So the trend is positive. You seem to be able to have been working well with your mechanic to improve that performance, and it's paying off.
Yeah, I sort of, in that race where I got 6th, I sort of struggled with the engine in the end. But yeah, that win there helps with the points, and hopefully we can get a bit further up on the grid.
Yeah, hopefully, fingers crossed for this afternoon. You're currently sitting in P3 in the classification. We have one more race to go, but whatever happens, that will give you certainly a good starting position with full confidence for the last race.
Yeah, I'm sort of expecting to be sort of around position 10, so we just have to work forward and aim for the podium and see how we go.
Yeah, a bit of work to do certainly, but the pace is there, so it's looking pretty good for you. Thank you very much, Artie Brohan, and we'll see you this afternoon. Thank you, Hatter. Thank you, Anthony. We have one more race to go in the Academy Trophy in a couple of minutes. Let's see if I do have someone else with me. Actually, they were busy in the background in the scale, so everybody left the Parc Fermé. In the meantime, as we're talking to Artie Brohan, things go certainly fast in that part of the track, and the paddock is freezing with activity. Just in front of me, you cannot see them, but once again, the drivers had the last word from Gonzalo Plante before making their way onto the track. One more race for the Academy Trophy, and then the starting order for the final will be decided.
Thanks very much there, Guillaume Alvarez down in Parc Fermé doing all the legwork this weekend, which I'm very thankful for because it's very, very warm out there. Here we go then, the final qualifying heat for the Academy Trophy about to get underway. Qualifying heat A versus B. The fastest drivers from qualifying now coming forward to race in this one. And this is going to be an interesting story because one of the two drivers starting this one on the front row will start on pole position. But we will wait to see that one. A look at what's coming up for the rest of the day. The final of the qualifying heats taking place next. That is due to start in 3 minutes' time. Then we go on to the super heats. Junior Super Heat Hay will start the day with OK Super Heat A then coming up next at 11:10. Then we go to Super Heat Bs for both Junior and OK. They're kicking off at 11:30 and 12 o'clock today. Then we go on to the finals at the end of the day. We kickstart with the Academy final, then immediately on to their podium, the Junior final, and then the OK final to round out the day, starting at 20 to 4 local time. So make sure you set your alarms for each and every one of those finals because no championship right now has been settled. There is still a chance that one or two different drivers could be European champion this weekend. And for this driver here, it's certainly been a good weekend. Wojciech Woda, the driver from Poland, after taking 2 qualifying heat wins out of 2 so far, he battles now Hugo Marti, who starts alongside, who has also got 2 qualifying heat wins. One of these 2 is about to lose their first qualifying heat of the weekend, but who will it be? Will it be Wojciech Woda or will it be Hugo Marti? That is the question we are going to find out. Rocco Coronel starts on the second row with Marcus Shilkunas alongside as well. Shilkunas also having a good weekend. He has certainly had 2 second-place finishes. There, though, is Hugo Marti, the driver representing Spain, starting on the front row. And again, a tense time for the front row because one of these 2 will be starting on pole for the final. And no more than Hugo Marti because, of course, he is in the fight for the championship on this one. He is battling with Max Walton, and, well, the story of Max Walton is that he starts this one on the 5th row of the grid. Qualifying did not go his way. Max Walton starting this one in P9, the Australian who does have a point advantage of 15, but certainly in these qualifying heats, he has tumbled down the order, and at the moment he is not within the top 10. So this could go the way of Hugo Marti, but we'll have to find out what happens with the points system. There is Rocco Coronel, the driver representing the Netherlands, 6th place and a 3rd over the course of yesterday. Today, a different story, certainly looking very quick out on track. Keep a very close eye on him as he is a driver with a lot of pedigree in the family, and of course he will certainly want to make sure he performs well this weekend. There you can see the everyone getting ready to watch this one. The sun's shining. Broly's not out for wet conditions. Broly's out because it is very sunny out there as the driver's getting ready there. Again, another look at the grandstand of the car and bike circuit here at Cremona, facing the other way. And, of course, the grandstand's facing this way for the karting track. Certainly everyone primed and ready to get going for the final qualifying heat of the day for the Academy Trophy. Yellow lights flashing, indicating we've got around 30 seconds until the karts make their way out on track. 10:25 local time this is supposed to start, which is in 15 seconds from now. So good to see that we are bang on schedule and ready to go racing for this one. Like we were saying, Wojciech Woda and Hugo Marti joint with 2 qualifying heat wins apiece. They both have 100 intermediate classification points. One of them is going to win this race. One of them is going to lose it. Who will it be? Or both of them could lose it here. Marcus Schilkunas or Rocco Coronel could come through the grid as well. Here we go then. Next race, it is Academy Trophy. The qualifying heat A versus B. Let's take you through the full starting lineup. Wojciech Roda and Hugo Marti start this one on the front row. Rocco Coronel and Marcus Schilkunas round out row number 2. Simon Mayer and Lorenzo Campos, they go from row 3. Campos with a penalty in his first race, dropping to 7th and a 4th place finish as well. Both of them joint with Simon Mayer. Santana Panetta and Lisa Billard, who was fastest in some of the free practice earlier on in the weekend, is starting on the 4th row with Max Walton, current championship leader, on that 5th row with Appo Timonen alongside.
Row number 6, we'll see Victor Alexander Rad and Marius Barryberg. And row number 7, we have as well Daniel Boconsei and Andre Adekin. Mitizio Mabunda and Thomas Gomez, row number 8. And row number 9, Joris Sprudi and Kaide Mikalev, followed by Georgi Tomaslashvili, as well as Kwache Kranham. 10 rows, 20 drivers on the grid with us. And a couple of the protagonists, speaking of Marius Barryberg, who came to this event as the 3rd driver involved into the battle for the title. He was 3rd in the overall classification before that, having taken a win in Czech Republic for the start of this year's FIA Karting Academy Trophy. But his next round, and especially this one, didn't go particularly according to plan. And Marius Barryberg, after difficult qualifying, having to start from only 12 on the grid. Watch out as well for the recovery expected based on the previous results, P3 and P5 from Lisa Billard, who was only P8 on the grid, but it didn't prevent her to really fight her way through, as she did recently in the French Championship, on the podium overall in the classification. Lisa Billard from further back, one of the protagonists that we do expect as well to fight at the forefront in the final, just the like of Rocco Coronel, Marcus Schilkunas behind the 2 front starters. Wojciech Roda, your pole sitter on the inside, coming to turn number 1.
Here we go then, into the tram lines. Drivers nice and slow, wait for the line, build up the revs, lights go out, and here we go. Great start from the inside row, and the top 3 go through. Vota, Coronel and Mayer sweep to the inside. On the outside there, Hugo Marti trying to do what he can, and I think he can go around the outside there through turn 3 and 4 to try and take the lead, but he can't. He has to concede and go in. One of the carts going off onto the dirt on the outside there. Couldn't quite see the number as they make their way through. Coronel looking to the inside for 2nd place, can't quite do it through the chicane. Down and towards turn number 8 they go, defensive, and down the inside there, Wojciech Roda holding on to the race lead, but only just. Look at the pack closing in.
And I think the 2 drivers involved were Grashi Cranham and the 512 of Appo Timonen into that little bit of an incident into the first sector. We'll get back to that. But Rocco Coronel making his way up to P3. There's a switch for the lead, beautifully made between Hugo Marti and Wojciech Roda. Let's try to see if there's going to be a response from the pole sitter, as Rocco Coronel is being a little bit pushed on the rear bumper as they come across for the first lap of 10. Hugo Marti, Wojciech Roda, the battle is on for the victory as well as for the overall lead. Hugo Marti, the Spaniard, with 2 wins already, on his way to potentially make it a 3rd, but he's going to have stronger position behind. Roda in 2nd, Coronel, who lost a place to Schilkunas in the process, even more so by the look of it. No, he's still in P3, my apologies, as further back. Watch out on the inside goes Mayer on Panetta, and it was a good move put together by the 5 or 8 of Mayer. Panetta switching position for P4.
Yes, indeed. Very close here, but eyes on these top 2 here. Hugo Marti and Wojciech Roda. Remember, this will determine who starts on pole position for the final later on today. Right now, Hugo Marti leads that one with the 150 intermediate classification points from Wojciech Roda's 144. Remember, both of them had a race win in both of their qualifying heats yesterday. One of them is about to lose this race, one of them is about to win it, but who will it be? Because right now, Hugo Marti looks like he's starting to break away here from Wojciech Roda, and Rocco Coronel could certainly make this very interesting for the 2 of them, because he is right on their rear bumper, the same as Panetta. Santana Panetta right there in P4. Look a little further back, though, because it's still kicking off there. Marius Barryberg and Lorenzo Campos, you can see there just on the inside, as Lisa Billard dives down the inside in towards turn number 8 and gains another position up into P7.
Yeah, well done to the young French driver up into P7, as we're going to have a 4-way battle for the lead coming up. Watch out, Rocco Coronel under pressure, going defensive, and takes P2 in the same time. Coronel up into P2, Wojciech Roda going to have to respond, and he lost a place to Panetta. Santino Panetta from Argentina taking advantage of the open door just in front of him, and he dived around the inside. So it is the starting the leading order being turned on its head, but it goes the way of Ugo Marti as well, the young Spaniard. Takes advantage of that situation to increase his gap just a tiny bit. It was a 5/10 of a second now. Rocco Coronel is the second man on your picture. Then we have Panetta, Woda, your top four, followed by Barry Berg. On the inside goes Woda. That's a response from the pole sitter. Darwin through turn number 8, up close from the inside of the track. And there he goes, making his way up to P3. And it's about time, because we're about to conclude lap number 4. And if he wants to prevent both Rocco Coronel and Ugo Marti to get away just too much, it's about time for him to launch his attack. Keep in mind that we still have 2 drivers close on points for the championship, and 1 driver out of this race by the look of it, or unless he can get it started again. This 5:45 we're talking about, and this is
Andrea,
Andrea taking rumble down the order, unfortunately, and hopefully we'll be back with us. As in the meantime, the 5:30 of Barry Berg is getting ahead of Santino Panetta for P4.
Yeah, Marius Barryberg has certainly turned up the gas here in the final of the qualifying heats. Fastest lap of the race on the last 2 laps. He's now up into a good position here. He's up to P4 now, looking very, very quick. That, I think, would be his best result of the weekend so far. Certainly has been struggling. And remember, he is technically in the championship fight as well. He is 3rd in the point standings, only 1 point further down, as it's starting to kick off a little bit here now between our top 4-5 drivers. Martin still leads. He's got a bit of an advantage here, but your man, Wojciech Woda, back up into 2nd place, needs to try and latch onto the rear of the race leader. Max Walton getting a move there up in towards turn 1, getting past Simon Mayer up into P7, chopping and changing all the way throughout the field. But again, eyes are going to be focused on the front of this grid as Rocco Coronel under pressure here. Again, he's dropping down a couple more positions as Lisa Billard now goes for an attack down the inside. No, can't quite do it. Both of them going defensive, 3 wide in the background, as again, Max Walton is starting to make moves. He himself is under investigation, the same as Marius Barryberg, also under investigation.
And that might have been Silkunas indeed getting ahead of Seb Meyer, losing 2 positions after Walton. Silkunas now in P8. Max Walton needs to recover as high as possible. He is one of the 2 championship contenders, and his close rival. Watch out for the move on the inside for Marius Barryberg. Ooh, that was a bit short on the way to turn number 1. The door was shut by Ugo Marti. Wojciech Woda trying to increase his gap up to 0.3 of a second. We are lap number 7 out of 10. Time is starting to run out, and the door is open, unfortunately, for Ugo Marti. He's dropping 2 places to Barryberg and Santino Panetta up into P3. As Marti is your current leader of the classification in the championship. Woda is leading the points as Lisa Billard keeps on climbing as well, making her way past Rocco Coronel by the look of it. And Coronel doesn't seem to have the pace that he showed us yesterday. He lost another place to Silkunas, may potentially. We'll get back to that in a minute. But Rocco Coronel involved in all sorts of trouble into the mix of the field. As for the back, we see the 5:24 of Max Walton gaining another place on Lisa Billard. That's the Frenchman, the French driver, shall I say, who lost a place, now down in P7, Walton up into P6. He needs those points, of course, because Marti is just ahead of him in terms on not only on track performance, but on points in the championship. Marius Barryberg, you were saying about his performance, he has been unlucky so far. Fastest lap is back at his best to conclude his qualifying heats, but he had a P14 twice after picking up 2 penalties yesterday, so it didn't go his way this weekend. But he's demonstrating to all that he's not here to make up the numbers, and the final could be his.
It certainly could be. Here, eyes on these 2, though, Wojciech Woda and Marius Barryberg. Remember, Barryberg is under investigation in this race, the same as Max Walton. So they will have to be careful as they go through this race, because all eyes will be on them. Here we go, side by side across the line as we go onto the penultimate lap of the race. Down the inside, though, Marius Barryberg takes the lead of the race from Wojciech Woda. And now that will help out Hugo Marti just that little bit, because now Hugo Marti has got the opportunity to now gain another position here. Remember, both of them are still racing each other with 2 race wins, as Michael Silkunas now sets the fastest lap of the race. You know, we were talking about, you know, Hugo Marti and Wojciech Woda, that both of them might not lose the race. It might be the row behind them. I didn't expect it to be Marius Barryberg, who came from P12 on the grid. He has flown through this order.
Yeah, he needs to do, because this result will do him good. But as for now, despite winning, he won't even make it to the top 10 of the classification and on the grid. So this means that this recovery of his, he will need to do that again into the final. As Tio Mabunda is picking up a warning flag. Marius Berberg entering the last lap of this last qualifying heat for the Academy Trophy. After that, no more time for the final this afternoon. And Berberg keeping Woda just behind, Valentine third, Marty in fourth. And the rest of the field keeping a close watch and trying to maybe make a very late switch of positions. But by the look of it, Berberg, as you said, has been absolutely flamboyant on pace. With not the fastest lap going the way of Marcos Kunas, but certainly one of the fastest, and he's been absolutely nailing every single of his move up to P1. As we said, that will do him good after twice finishing P14 after picking up penalties, but he's going to have a lot of work as well to pull out for the last race this afternoon.
Yes, indeed. Then out of the final corner, Marius Berberg will take his first win of the weekend. But remember, he is under investigation throughout this race, so that result may not stick. Make sure you stay up to date with all of the official race results on the FIA Karting website. Make sure you do head to that so you can keep up to date with everything that happens. Wojciech Woda then finishing in second place. He secures his pole position start for the final later on today. And crucially, he comes away with 25 championship points. Wojciech Woda at the moment not in contention for the championship. He currently sits 13th in the point standings with only 17 points to his name. Adding that 25 points will certainly help him out, though, as he will jump up the order. But Santino Panetta and Hugo Marti running out the top four. Marti finishing second overall in the intermediate classifications, 138, receives the 22 championship points. And that, in my opinion, I think would put him leading the championship going into the final later on today. But it will be very close between Marti and Max Walton going into the final later on. Stay tuned for that one. The Academy Trophy is not over yet. Marius Berberg then takes the win from Wojciech Woda. Santino Panetta and Hugo Marti, Rocco Coronel and Lisa Billard rounded out the top 6 from Marcos Kunas. Max Walton and Simon Mayer round out the top 9 from Lorenzo Campos. Victor Rad and Apo Timonen round out the top 12 positions. Marius Boncasel and Atiza Mabunda round out the top 14, with Thomas Gomez from Portugal rounding out the 15th spot on the grid. Roland Sarud and Karl Makalef finish in 16th and 17th place from Grace Graham. Georgi Samalashvili in 19th place from Andrea Adekin, finishing in 20th place after retiring from the race. Certainly not been his weekend. But hopefully he'll be out a little bit stronger if he can make it into the final. That concludes the Academy Trophy qualifying heats. Again, make sure you stay up to date with all of the race results and the grids on the FIA Karting webpage. That's where you'll find it. Let's take a look at some of the highlights then from that race. Good start initially then from the front row, but Hugo Marti sweeping to the outside, trying to take the lead of the race, and he did take the lead going through turn number 13 on the first lap. Certainly is what he needed. Bit of contact there and jostling between Rocco Coronel. There were 3 wide as they were going over the start-finish line going into lap number 2, but Rocco Coronel would hold on to third place. He would fall down the order a little bit later on, though, finishing in the top 5. Every other driver, though, getting through the top section of the track pretty much unscathed. Simon Mayer, though, making good positions through that race. He would later drop back, though, as well, finishing in the top 9 as Lisa Billard coming through the field as well. Certainly had a good one. Santino Panetta in the 509, though, making the moves also. I was then very close, as now this was the moment where Rocco Coronel had to defend his position. Lisa Billard coming through the field and the 503 coming through the field as well. Wojciech Woda trying to get back into that top spot. That was the moment we lost. Andrea Adekin, his car would not fire back up after it stalling, and he unfortunately had to retire from the race. 7 laps down in the end of that race as well. Side by side across the line, very, very close between the 2 drivers here as Marius Berberg took the lead. He came through the field all the way throughout this. Under our radar, the driver from Norway started this race 12th on the 6th row. He came through to win the race. A absolutely fantastic result for the driver representing Norway. We're delighted with that one after a not very good day yesterday. But today, certainly much, much better. We are down in Parc Fermé with Guillaume Alvarez. Guillaume, over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. Welcome back live from Parc Fermé with the activity buzzing in my back. I'm here with Marius Barryberg. Marius, it's about time, isn't it? And you did a fantastic job recovering all the way to P1. Yesterday wasn't easy, a couple of penalties, 2 P14, but in the end, the pace has always been there, as you showed us today.
Yeah, it's been a difficult start of the weekend. Well, I thought we had some pace in the practice. We come to the qualifying, it wasn't so good. We do first heat, I crash with Bartel and I get a bump from fairing, so I dropped down to 16. Second heat was not so bad. I had some engine problems. I got a 5-second penalty for pushing one guy off the track. So yeah, and now we can finally have some pace again.
The pace is there. That's a fantastic performance for you. All you need to do, I guess, on paper, is to do all the same in the final this afternoon.
Yeah, I hope we can have the same pace in the final as we had now, because now the pace was really good. And I have to say thank you to my mechanic for working so hard, and so we can achieve this pace.
All right, fingers crossed for this afternoon. Apart from yesterday and a bit of a trouble, have you been enjoying your experience this year in the Academy Trophy?
Yeah, it's been really fun. Also, after I won in Trinek, I got really happy. So I think this experience has been wonderful.
That's a good word. Thank you very much for joining us, Marius Barryberg. And we'll see you this afternoon. Good luck. Thank you. And we're going to have, this is live, ladies and gents, we're going to have Wachi Woda, the leader, provisional leader, definitive leader now. You can come a little bit closer than me, of course, for the camera, everybody, to see your lovely face. Wachi Woda, congratulations. This wasn't the win for you in this last race, but you will be starting on pole position for the final this afternoon. How do you feel?
Yeah, it's a great feeling. When I saw Marius, he overtook me on the straight. I knew I didn't want to fight with him because I knew he's not, let's say, my biggest rival for the pole position. So I just wanted to stay P2 and to secure the pole in the final.
It has been a bit of an up and down first taste to the Academy Trophy this season for you, but the pace has been absolutely impressive all throughout the weekend. Ready to finish on a high?
I hope so. Before the races, before the finals, I had a lot of crashes or something like that. So yeah, I hope I can finally make it stick now.
Same question to finish then, Marius. This experience at the highest level of karting with everybody here representing all over the world in the School of Karting. What have you made up of that season, personally speaking as well?
A lot of experience, and yeah, I learned a lot.
Fantastic. We'll see you this afternoon. Good luck. Thank you very much, Wachi Woda, who is going to be starting the final this afternoon from pole position. Be there with us as we turn our attention to the OK and the Junior category for the Super Heats.
Thanks very much, Guillaume. Down there in Parc Fermé. Yes, indeed, we turn our attention now to the OK Junior category, Super Heat A, about to take to the circuit. We are very much looking forward to this one because it has been an up and down day for a lot of our drivers. But remember, the championship couldn't be closer. Alexander Bondarev leads the championship, 217 championship points from Thibaut Ramicker's 189. Ramicker's taking the maximum points after the qualifying heats yesterday, adding another 25 championship points to his tally. Alexander Bondarev only coming away with 11. So Ramicker's reeling that gap in. Only a handful of points separates the top two. And Ramicker's in this one starts it on pole position. The driver from Belgium yesterday with a third place and a second place with 3 race wins at the end of the day. He was certainly looking sharp in the second half of the weekend. He will have Christian Costoya starting alongside. Costoya himself is currently 5th in the points standings, 123, a driver not in contention for the European Championship title this weekend, but certainly is in contention for a final win this weekend. There he is on the front row of the grid, Christian Costoya for the Parallel Motorsport team. The driver from Spain certainly had a good weekend. 2 second places, a third, a race win, and a 6th place as well. So certainly an up and down weekend, but he ended his day on a high with the race win. Certainly a confidence booster going into today's Super Heat. Remember, there is another Junior Super Heat, Super Heat B, coming up later today. So we still yet are waiting to find out who will start on pole for that final later on today. The road just behind, though, this is where it starts to get a little bit interesting. Lewis Werrell starts on the second row in third place. Second, third, seventh, third, and a race win to end his day yesterday. The driver from the United Kingdom certainly having a good one at the end of the day. He will have Alexander Bondarev starting alongside. So that's first and second in the championship, starting first and fourth in this superheat. Remember, there are 25 championship points up for grabs at the end of the 2 superheats that you will see today. So we still will yet to find out who will get those. Karts fire up then. Let's take you through the starting lineup then for Superheat A for the OKJ category. Timo Ramekers and Christian Kostoya starting it on the front row with Lewis Werrell and Alexander Bondarev on row number 2. Artin Kraling and Vivek Kanthan, both of them yesterday had a very interesting day, but Kanthan getting a penalty in his last race of the day, finishing in P19. Andy Consani and Filippo Sala, they go from row 4 with Noah Montero and Nicholas Schaufler, who had several accidents over the course of yesterday. Thankfully, he is okay, and he starts on the 10th spot of the grid. Matez Orjuela and Tame Soleil, they go from row 6 with Kian Farden and Alexander Chartier on row 7. Kira Batik, who was fastest in morning warm-up today, starts this one on the 8th row with Yoel Apocola alongside. Kryl Titiev and Tiziano Monza, they round out row 9 with Roman Kamyav and Elliot Kaczynski on row 10. David Kozma and Zhang Jose going from row 11. Vladimir Ivanivkov and Mies Huben round out row number 12 with Louis Castellini and Daniel Kelleher on row 13. FM Duranov and Kosei Aguma on row 14 with Alpak Soy and Gabriel Kernikan on row 15 rounding out the top 20. Georgi Zazov and Jenic Peschel go from row 16 with Theodore Bergson, Kare Fairhand, Marie Barryberg and Meryl Peldis rounding out the 36 kart grid, the biggest grid that we've got so far this weekend. And of course, they will be whittled down to just one group of 36 drivers for the final. Plenty of action to come up. Guillaume Alvarez back in the commentary box. Looking forward to this one. Our top 2 in the championship are in this race.
It's going to be a fantastic one. The first of the 2 most decisive races of the season in the junior category. Can Timo Ramakers make it 2 in a row after the superheat lead, the victory in the superheat? And we go around one more time, an extra formation lap. So Timo Ramakers, the Belgian sensation, there was a P2 in the championship as it stands, close on points with Alexander Bondarev, who's starting just behind from the outside of row number 2. Lewis Werrell is the third man, no longer in contention in terms of points when it comes to the European Championship, unless a big disaster would happen twice for the superheat and the final. Let's see about that, but keep in mind that Timo Ramakers, after leading the qualifying heat, is picking up 25 championship points compared to Alexander Bondarev, which puts him, of course, in a strong second place in the overall classification in the junior category so far. But Bondarev is still very much your leader overall this season, but is going to do everything that he has in his pocket to protect what could be his first European Championship. When it comes to the classification of this weekend, Ramakers is very much in the lead for just 3 tiny points in front of Langendonk, Kostoya being the third man for Martinez, and Werrell in the top 5. This classification, of course, will be decisive after the 2 superheat for the starting grid order for the final. So stay with us. Sometimes it can be a little bit complicated to get all the information together, but that's what we're here for, to clear your mind. Here we go again, second attempt.
Into the tram lines, lights this time do go out. Great start from the inside row. Ramekers, Werrell and Kraling diving to the inside, but on the outside there, Christian Kostoya trying to hold on to it, and he does tuck into about 4th, 5th place. He'll have to be careful on the exit here. He doesn't get squeezed onto the grass. He's okay, and he slots in now to P5. 2 of the DPKs in the background there, Nicholas Schaufler being one of them, going wheel to wheel with their teammates as they go through. I think it was Chiara Batiga was going wheel to wheel with, but down in towards turn number 8 they go, and Ramekers has a commanding lead already as they go through turn number 8 in towards turn 9. Werrell there in second place, very, very close though as he's battling fiercely for that position. As down the inside, Alexander Bondarev gets that move done and goes up into 3rd place. He's closing in on his championship rival.
That's what they needed to do. The opening lap, of course, was decisive for Alexander Bondarev as just for the back of 253, making his move as well. Andy Kansani on the Vivek Kahan. Same chassis, different teams, running inside turn to turn number 1. That was a close call with the 243. Noah Montero trying to make his speed as well. Is forced just behind. We're back with the lead. 4P2. Bondarev keeps on going and takes Lewis Werrell in turn number 5. Battles happening plenty in the start of that superheat. This is on the last day of the European season for the junior competitors. And Bondarev, you could see him gesturing to Werrell, stay with me, let's not fight this one just yet, because Thibaut Ramakers is in the lead, extending up to 0.4 of a second. This is the Belgian driver's strongest asset, certainly. This is his skills. Once he's in the lead, and I was going to say that, but he actually sees the lead stolen from him, and the door is open, and he's losing not only the lead, but the top 3 result with Bondarev, Werrell, and Kraling making their way through.
This is exactly what Alexander Bondarev wanted to do in this superheat. He wanted to rattle Thibaut Ramakers. He wanted to push him down the order, and he's done just that. He leads the way now, and this will certainly help out his intermediate classifications, but Ramakers would still technically lead the intermediate classifications and would technically still get the 25 championship points at the end of the second superheat. Remember, that one determines who actually gets those 25 championship points. But for this one, Ramakers is doing what he needs to do. He just needs to get back up that top end, but Bondarev leading the way. He is hungry to defend his championship lead.
And this is already an appetizer. Very tasty one for the final to come this afternoon. These are the protagonists that we expect to do a battle as well. But as we've seen yesterday in his last qualifying heat, in the OK class, Ronnie Lammers, the championship leader, was a little bit in trouble, similar to Ramakers in the opening stages of a race, stumbled down the order to P5. He kept his head down and started his recovery. Ramakers needs to do that. And watch out for the move on the inside for Kansani. That was a close call, and Ramakers is losing another place to Andrea Kansani, making his way through. And I think that Christian Costoya was close to do the same. The Belgian driver now in a bit of a trouble as Lewis Werrell being chased by Kraling up into P3. The Car Republic machines are really back into contention as Bondarev is extending his lead. By the look of it, Kraling is being stuck a little bit behind Lewis Werrell on a different pace, the British driver. But the move might be coming up very soon onto the curb as further back Thibaut Ramakers is trying to stay within the contact of Andy Kansani. Here they come again, and the gap is extended to 0.7 of a second. Alexander Bondarev really on a good cushion of 0.1 of a second now. All he needs to do is to keep controlling that race and hoping for the battle to keep on playing out between Werrell and Kraling.
Let's see what happens now, because like we're saying, well, it's not going the way here of the man who was leading this one. I mean, Ramakers needs to sort this one out. He needs to gain back these positions.
And we've seen just Kian Fardin getting ahead of Matthias Orwella for P8. Sorry to cut you off there.
No, that's fine. That was the move there that really started the rattling of Thibaut Ramakers, dropping down to P4. Werrell getting through and Arjen Kraling getting through. There's the move again from another angle, and nothing more heartbreaking for the young Belgian driver, trying to close that gap again. There was the moves later down in the field as again, it's just losing more and more positions. Thibaut Ramakers certainly on the back foot in this one, currently sitting now in P5 behind Andy Kansani. There you can see them at the back of this train. They are starting to close in now once again on Lewis Werrell, who is losing touch with Alexander Bondarev. Werrell here, who wants a good one, is down the inside. There goes Andy Kansani. Ramakers goes through as well. Now Arjen Kraling dropping down 2 positions. This is what Ramakers needs to do now. He needs to claw back these positions, because remember, if Bondarev can jump him in the points, it would certainly help Bondarev out going into the final.
Yeah, they're currently split by 5 points in the overall intermediate classification. Still to the advantage of Thibaut Ramakers. Is going to increase that gap just a tiny bit as they come across. Now back to 9 points between Ramakers and Bondarev. So as for now, if Thibaut Ramakers stays where he is, well, he will be starting from pole position for this afternoon's final and get, as you said, the 25 points in the championship. Always easier said than done. But Bondarev is the man on a mission, taking the win with propels him on the front row of the grid alongside Thibaut Ramakers. Can you imagine that finale? As round the inside, the 2:49 of Kian Fardin by the look of it. Yes, indeed, Kian Fardin was making his way up to P7, getting ahead of Noah Montero, I think. Yes, indeed, confirmation on your screen. As we still have so many protagonists who can make the switch for position. Unlike Alexander Bondarev, 1 full second for the Ukrainian driver in the lead. Werrell, Kansani, Thibaut Ramakers, watch out for the Belgian driver. Is very fast at the end of that start-finish straight. Second trail of drivers, so many of them behind the young Belgian. As we have Costoya, Kraling, Fardin, Montero, Niklas Schaffler, Tim Saleh in the top 10. And there goes Thibaut Ramakers on the inside of Andy Kansani. on the curb of turn number 5. Well done by Ramakers up into P3. And the charge has certainly been launched. Roman Kaviab, in the meantime, the British driver, the fastest in this race, as he lost his climbing position, up to P13.
This is a driver dedicated to become the European champion in OKJ in 2023. He is fighting back through this field now. Werrell is his next target. If he can get back up into second place, it would certainly help out his chances of starting on pole for the final later on and going for the 25 championship points. And he drove past him like Werrell was standing still. Werrell, with no top-end speed down that start-finish straight, just got completely overtaken by Thibaut Ramakers without any competition whatsoever. And Werrell is under pressure now from Kansani. I think there might be an issue with that kart.
Yeah, it looks like Thibaut Ramakers activated the DRS on that one because he was so fast at the top end of that straight. As further back, Christian Costoya on Andy Kansani by the look of it. Or maybe was it Aaron Crowley, my apologies, on Christian Costoya, making his way up to P4 as the battle keeps on going up plenty. But Thibaut Ramakers, impressive pace by the young Belgian, who's been lapping 49.6 to a 49.9 for Lewis Werrell. And now you understand how he was able to launch that move even before the turn number 1. And yes,
look at that.
yeah,
he's got a problem.
There's
that kart's not got any top end speed whatsoever, and the whole field's just driving past him. This is a dangerous moment now for Werrell because he's going to have a whole pack backed up behind him, and he'll want to get this kart to the end because he's near the end of this race. Look at them. They're just bumping into the back of him. Kansani, Costoya wanting to get through, but just not able to do it. Krayling's there, and now they've gone through. They've just pushed him out of the way now because look at him. He's a rolling roadblock, and he pulls it into the pit lane. His race is over.
Oh, such a disaster for Lewis Werrell after such a strong season. He was P3 overall, and that would have been a perfect position start for Lewis Werrell back into the pit after what seems to be a mechanical trouble for young Lewis Werrell. Such a disappointing end to his race, premature end coming to the final. Of course, he will be eager to fight back into the last race of the weekend, but in the championship, of course, in that category, Lewis Werrell has been one of the top drivers out there fighting all throughout the season. It's been an absolute joy to see him fighting at the forefront, but this is certainly not what he had been expected. But let's see what he can achieve this afternoon.
Yes, indeed. Well, the race goes on. Bondarev leads now by 1.2 seconds as Zhang Jose sets the fastest lap of the race. The driver for Ricky Flynn, and off the track. Oh, and it's Nicholas Schaufler again and Kian Farden. Oh, no, they've collided again at the same corner they collided at only yesterday. Both of them off the track. I think Farden's out of the race. I think Nicholas Schaufler got to get going again, but both of them out of this race once more.
Incredible turn of event here as we have one of the protagonists having to back out of this race just after Lewis Werrell. Crowling and Niklas Schaufler, Crowling dropping a little bit, and Schaufler dropping out of this race. But this is a super heat pressure eating up. Lewis Werrell, who retired of this race, he took his best result, in the back in Czech Republic with a second place. He had been consistent all throughout the season. That's really going to hurt his ambitions for a podium result into the final. We're not there yet. Let's keep the fingers crossed. As in the meantime, let's see what happened back. This is on the inside. Niklas Schaufler clipping the curve. Oh, he just went onto the back, unfortunately, of the 249 of Vivek. It wasn't Vivek Kahan. It was indeed Aaron Crowling, wasn't it? Who was caught up in that incident.
Well, talk about redemption there for Nicholas Schaufler. Obviously non-intentional through there, just a mistake.
That was Kian Farden, wasn't it? Sorry,
yeah, it was Kian Farden.
Correction to myself, Kian Farden, apologies, who retired as well as a result of that contact because in the meantime, one of his teammates from Czech Republic, Aaron Crowling, is still very much in this race. In P6, you can see him.
Yes. Final lap board has been out then, and, well, first and second in the championship currently, first and second in this race. And Bondarev has done exactly what he needs to do to help defend his championship lead. It will go down to the final then for these two in the championship. But across the line, Bondarev will take the win from Thibaut Ramakers. Ramakers would take the 25 championship points if, of course, as well, the second B Superheat goes their way. They are looking good. But Thibaut Ramakers now leads the intermediate classifications from Alexander Bondarev from Christian Costoy and Konsani. But your race winner in this one, Alexander Bondarev, showing Ramakas that he has got the pace today and he is a force to be reckoned with. I'll see you in the final later on today. Ramakas finishes second from Konsani. Costoya finishes in P4 from Tame Soleil. Arjun Kraling finishes sixth from Noah Montero, Filippo Sala and Mateus Orjuela. Vivek Kantham rounds out the top 10 as the drivers make their way back into Parc Ferme. There is Alexander Bondarev on the scales, gets the thumbs up. You're all good. You've passed the first test of scrutineering. The second test comes up a bit later on. Remember, there has been a sea of nose cone penalties that have come in throughout the course of the day. The biggest, at least of that one, I've got to say, it probably went to Magic Gladys over the course of yesterday. He won on track, but unfortunately he got a nose cone at the end of that one. So again, it can plague the drivers, and as you can see, they're bumping and barging into towards the pit lane. They can get one before they've even after the race. Well, there's a look then at the provisional classifications at the end of Superheat A for OK Junior. Tiziano Monza then rounds out 11th place downwards from David Kozma. Chiara Batig finishing in 13th place from Vladimir Ivanikov, who gained 9 positions in that race, the same as David Kozma. Elliot Kaczynski running at the top 15 spots from Kamyab. Chartier Huben Schaufler did manage to keep going, but he finished in P19 with Gabriel Kerniken, who gained 10 positions, finishing in the top 20 from Efim Durinov. Gaining 6 positions, finishing in 21st place from Yoel Pokela from Genghis Peschel. Zhang Jose and Castellini, Aksoy, Aguma, Kelliot, Peldis and Bergesan. This a look at the highlights, and certainly an action-packed Superheat A for OK Junior. It was a championship fight between our two drivers, but all the way throughout this race there were overtakes left, right and centre as there Filippo Sala trying to get down the inside of Kian Fardin. That would end in tears later on. Bondarev would take the lead from Ramakas, and Ramakas would go all the way down into P4 as Werrell and Arjun Kraling would get through into second and third. It would be disaster later on for Werrell, though, as his kart would slowly start to fade away from underneath him, and he would have to retire and pull it into the pit lane. But between now and then, there was still action as, again, down the inside there, it was a shaky moment for Thibaut Ramakas in this race. He certainly had to fight his way back through the field to try and gain those positions. He certainly got help from Andy Konsani. This was the moment then where we saw the close battle between Noah Montero, Kieran Fardin and Nicholas Schaufler. That would later end in tears, as Ramakas would then get past Andy Konsani and would then get past Lewis Werrell on the straight, and there was the first time we saw that the pace had just absolutely fallen away from Lewis Werrell, and he would now pull into the pit lane as the rest of the field just tried to get past him through this race. It would certainly end in tears there for him. We'll see him back out later today in the final, but somewhat further down the field. This was the dramatic moment there where Schaufler just drives under the rear bumper of Kian Fardin. Fardin out of the race, Schaufler continuing, and you may think to yourself that was that a little bit of redemption of what happened yesterday when Fardin went down the inside of Schaufler and took each other out, but I'm sure the two will have a quick talk at the end of this race. Checker flag would go out though, and Alexander Bondarev would take the race win from Thibaut Ramakas. The two championship protagonists going into the final later on today. Make sure you do not miss that final, because we will crown a European champion. But between now and then, we still have the rest of the Superheats before we go to the finals. We are down in Parc Ferme. Guillaume Alvarez, over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. Live from Parc Ferme with Alexander Bondarev, the winner of the first of the 2 Superheat in the junior class. Alexander, well done to you. That was an impressive recovery and pace. The job is done, starting from a little bit further back onto the grid, second row up to the lead. The first part of the job is done.
Yeah, the race was nice. I managed to get into P1 from lap 2, I think, and then just had to control the pace. Thibaut tried to catch me a bit at the end, but I think we have a really good chance for the final, and yeah, I'll try to win.
So one more race to go, the most important of them all. In terms of points, you and Thibaut for the championship are still close, but what will be the strategy, you think? Pushing for the absolute lead or controlling like you did?
I think that we will try to win the final, but of course the most important thing in this point championship. So I'll not go for any crazy moves or anything. I'll just try to to stay up the front to get a title.
Fantastic words. Thank you very much, and good luck to you, Alexander Pandarev, this afternoon. Let's see if we can talk to the other protagonists in this final, Thibaut Ramakers. Let's see if Thibaut can join us quickly. We operating live, ladies and gents, from the Parc Fermé, but let's try to talk to the young Belgian driver who finished this race in P2 after dropping a couple of positions, but he will start from pole position for this afternoon's final. Thank you for joining us, Thibaut, by my side on camera. Yeah, you can come a little bit closer. Tu peux te rapprocher, Thibaut. Good job, strong job for you. P2 in this first superheat. And as it stands, you're the leader in the championship. I mean, in the classification when it stands. Championship is not quite done yet, but it's looking good for the final this afternoon, don't you think?
Yeah, it's good. I finished P2, so it's good. But when I start first, I hope finish first, but no, it's good.
Well, starting first and going for the lead and building the gap is certainly one of your strongest skills, but you've shown us in this race that even though dropping a couple of paces all the way down to P4, even more, you were able to keep your head down and find the pace back and the places after that. So, you know, another strong asset for you.
Yeah, it's a hard race, but I finish in good position. But yes, he is hard in super heat, and I think in the final.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Thibaut Ramakers. And thank you also for giving us very good answers. In English is a second language. Thank you very much, Thibaut Ramakers. Always nice to have those youngsters, of course, trying different languages as well for the sake of the live streaming and for you guys. But Thibaut Ramakers feeling very confident on the way to the big finale for this afternoon in the junior class. Alexander Bandarev and Thibaut Ramakers very close on points when it comes to the fight for the European title this year. Who will win? We'll have that answer in the afternoon, but one more superheat for the junior and two more to go for the OK class.
Thanks, Guillaume, down there in Parc Fermé. Good to see that the drivers there focusing on just getting involved in that final. Remember, that is going to be a very tense final, so make sure you stay tuned for that one. Now we turn our attention to the senior category, the OK Superheat A, about to take its way to the circuit. And this championship also itself couldn't be any closer. René Lammers and Gabriel Gomez, again, just a handful of points separate these two going into the superheats and the finals, but it is all going to be down to really what Lammers can do here. Can he hold off Gabriel Gomez in this title fight? Because at the moment, René Lammers leads the intermediate classifications after a absolutely fantastic day over the last few Friday and Saturday. 4 heat wins and 1 second place for René Lammers, the driver from the Netherlands representing Paralin. And he has certainly had a absolutely stellar weekend so far. He is joined on the front row, though, for this one by Kian Nakamura-Roberta, who himself has had a very good weekend. 4 second-place finishes and 1 heat win. That was the penultimate heat he had over the course of the weekend. Very nice result for him. Certainly has had the pace in that second half of the day, in fact, across the entire board, though. There is René Lammers on your screens. He leads the championship at the moment with 233 championship points from Gabriel Gomez's 206. There are 2 point-scoring opportunities remaining of this weekend, 25 points at the end of the superheats and 31 points up for grabs in the final. 30 points for the race win, and of course the extra point if you can come away with the fastest lap of the race as well. So drivers will certainly have that task. There is plenty of opportunities for them to get that done. There is Kian Nakamura-Roberta starting alongside on the front row, the driver for the Prema Racing team, the Japanese-British driver who has certainly had that good weekend. Like we were saying, 4 second-place finishes and a race win over the course of this weekend. Certainly a force to be reckoned with. Nakamura-Roberta fifth in the championship standings, not in contention to come away with the title this weekend, but certainly, again, could come away with that final win. Would certainly shake up the championship if he could get past René Lammers, who would certainly help out Gabriel Gomez going into this one. The second row, though, just behind them, Luigi Coluccio, again, a driver having a relatively decent weekend. His first race of the day didn't go all his way. At the end of it, actually finishing in P9 after a post-race penalty, would then come back stronger in the second part of the weekend with 2 qualifying heat wins, a third and then a second to round out the day. He starts this one on the second row of the grid in P3. He'll have Matteo Colnaghi starting alongside in this one as well, the all-Italian row 2. Here in Italy, certainly a good showing for the Italian crowds. The yellow light's flashing at the front, meaning we've got around 30 seconds before the green light goes out, and we will start the first of the senior superheat races. It is all going to be down to what René Lammers can do here. He needs to maintain his momentum over the course of this weekend and come away with that final win. Can he do it? Let's take you through then the starting lineup. It is OK Superheat A making its way out onto the circuit, and René Lammers and Kia Nakamura start this one on the front row. Luigi Coluccio and Matteo Colnaghi go from row 2, with Thomas Stolchemanis and Nicolo Kuman starting on row 3. Stolchemanis, who had a 12th place finish in his first heat, certainly came back stronger in the second. His best result, P2. Can he get a race win for the first time this weekend? The row behind them, they've got Alex Powell. Powell, who is third in the championship, not had a good weekend. He starts on the 4th row with Roland Cooklane, one of the wild cards going into this weekend. They start on the 4th row. Magic Gladys and Javier Abramides then round out row 5 from Lucas Amalisto and Nacho Tunion on row 6. Simona Bianco and Alexander Bogunovic go from row 7 from Sebastiana Pavan and Krill Kutzkoff from row 8. Simon Rakumarka and Joel Bergström go from row 9, with Jakub Kamenek and Lavoie Sambudla rounding out row number 10.
Row number 11, we'll see Gustav Wisniewski and Jan Berezowski, followed by Luca Flucha and Adrian Ferrer. Martin Ritonen and Guillaume Bouzard on row number 13. Then we have Ivo Vesterda and Matteo Giaccardi, row number 14. Row number 15, Ryan Vincent and Clément Outran, followed by Mark Kostelic, Mitrio Muravitsky, as well as Maxime Arutunian. A total of 34 drivers making their way onto the track here in the beautiful sun of Cremona. 17 laps this time around, not as long as the final, that will be 25 laps long, but certainly the second longest race this weekend for the competitors of the OK senior category. And in the championship, as you said, René Lammers has been absolutely imperial so far, with 4 wins and second place, enough to grab all the points for the championship, and is certainly the top favorite from pole position to grab another 25. But there's more than one protagonist in this race who has other ideas in mind.
Certainly does. Here we go then, as the smoke starts to clear. Lights at the ready. Lights do not go out. They go round again. It is a false start. And it looked like, again, the line's just not in order and a little bit too soon on that loud pedal. Remember, the acceleration line is the yellow line that they see at the 6th row of the grid. It's very close to the start-finish line. Again, a lot of drivers going very, very early on the throttle. But as long as the entire group goes with them, I'm sure it's okay and they get them going sooner rather than later. But certainly, if you go just that fraction too early, false start declared, and they go round again. There is Deputy Academy Race Director Gonzalo Planta, who is there to make sure the drivers do go nice and slow out of the final corner onto the start-finish late, of course into the tram lines as well. Certainly a brave job. I wouldn't want to stand in front of a grid of 36 angry OK karts.
Especially in the sun, that's why the Gonzalo is wearing a cap, and in the bright sun of Cremona, temperatures have been rising up to 26 degrees since we got going with the race. So ideal conditions, of course, for the drivers to maximize their performance. And let's see what's going to happen this time around. René Lammers, Kia Nakamura, Luigi Coluccio, Matteo Colnaghi, the rest of the field as well. Some of the best protagonists in this European season. A couple of them further back on the grid as well, willing to recover. And they're going to have 17 laps to do that.
Here we go then, back into the tram lines. Take 2 for Superheat A for the OK category. Lights go out, and there they go, down and towards turn number 1. Great start from Lammers, holds off any attack from Nakamura Berta, who actually gets switched. Thomas Stolchemanis sideways. and nearly losing it going in towards turn number 3, but he's okay as the rest of the field slots through. Powell's still there as well. He's gained a few positions. Dust kicks up in the background as 1 or 2 cuts go nice and wide, but the rest of the field slots through as they go into the chicane for the first time. It looks nice and good for the second place spot. It's down the inside there. That is a nice start from Coluccio, who goes defensive, but now Nacaroberta gets the run on the exit side by side between the two of them, but he can't quite do it. Now he tries to look to the inside, does Nacaroberta, and again has to concede. Stays there. Good start though from Solchimanos there in P4.
Yeah, great battle, plenty already between the protagonists trying to align themselves up in ideal position to launch an attack on lap number 2 possibly. And Nacaroberta is just doing that on the inside on the way to turn number 1. The pace of the car public machine has been absolutely crushing for the opposition so far, and Nacaroberta has used that to his advantage beautifully. Once again, Coluccio finds himself back in the close of Thomas Tolchimanis further back, who was actually coming close of enough into the opening lap. He had a bit of a moment coming to turn number 3, but he's back into pace around the inside of Coluccio. There's no waiting around whatsoever for Thomas Tolchimanis as well as for Alex Powell. Look at the Jamaican driver climbing 2 places up to P5. Coluccio might be next on his list, and look at him very, very close into the last sector. But it seems to me that Coluccio doesn't seem as comfortable as the opposition into those early stages. As further back, the Ricky Finn Motorsport. Oh, Marcel Clarice is pushed out.
Oh.
Clarice is furious. He's been pushed out all the way to turn number 6. I think there was an attack by Nicola Kuman that was trying to make his beat on the inside of the Ricky Finn Motorsport driver, and it was looking good. But Marcel Clarice was fighting, of course, to close that gap a little bit too close. Suddenly, we're gonna need to see that again. But as a result, he just lost a pile of positions. Way easy now, Marcel Clarice, all the way down to P8 still in this race.
Yeah, indeed. Powell dives down the inside there and goes through in towards P4 now, getting past Luigi Coluccio. So again, another change there. Powell up into P4 now. Coluccio just struggling with the outright pace going through this. Warning flag's gone out to Niccolo Coman. That would be for the contact then with Magic Gladys out of the final corner. That was right under the nose of Gonzalo Planta, who is based at that final corner, so he will have had perfect visual of that. Down the start-finish straight they go again. Line astern, and René Lammers here has driven away from the rest of the field now. 0.8 of a second is the gap from himself and Kian Nacaroberta, as Matteo Giaccardi now receives a warning flag as well.
Lap number 4 out of 17. Keen is the fastest on track, trying to push like never before to catch up with René Lammers. In the meantime, the Dutchman with not ask for a better situation to improve, and that gap lap after lap, 0.9 of a second now. Oh, and the world racing driver, the 429, one of the wild cards, and this is Dimitro Muravchik, unfortunately from Ukraine, and hopefully he will be able to get that engine going again. And this is happening just before turn number 6 and 7. Yes, he's back into this race. We're here with the leaders. You can see him now taking his car machine into that way to turn number 8.
I think there's been an issue with a couple of drivers. Nicola Coman and Nacho Tunion have just dropped down the order and have disappeared from the timing. Now I'm looking out on track and I don't see any. If I do see yellow flags, it's into the final corner. And well, they've just tumbled down the order, and Nicola Coman is out of this race, and I think so is Nacho Tunion.
Yeah, Nacho Tunion is still on track, but he's dropped the pace, and Nicola Coman has put his car just on the outside of another of the pit lane exits.
Mechanical flag for Nacho Tunion.
Mechanical problem for Nacho Tunion. Yeah, he's going to have to get back to the pits, and he's over there on the other side. You cannot see him now, but that's race over for both Nicola Coman and Nacho Tunion. You can see the cars on the right side by Nicola Coman, unfortunately, for the driver from Forza Racing, who joins his teammate Mark Kastelic, as well as Tunion and Dimitro Muravchik. And now you can feel the despair, frustration. And for Nacho Tunion, who was starting this race on the 12th row on the grid, doing a good job. What that means for him, certainly a lot of positions lost when it comes to the starting grid in the final.
Nacaroberta has set another fastest lap of the race. He is closing in on René Lammers. There they are on your screens, battling away. And at the moment, Nacaroberta is faster in both, well, actually, all of the sectors so far than René Lammers. So that is closing in rather quickly. They could have a fight here for the race lead, which would certainly help out Gomez in his fight. Here is a replay. This is the Yeah, Nicola Coman on Magic Gladys, and yeah, just squeezed out wide. And look how furious here Magic Gladys is. Absolutely livid, not happy whatsoever.
I have to say, watching those footage back, Nicola Coman took the inside as you do, but it was a little bit maybe too wide on the exit. There was no room whatsoever left for Magic Gladys, who actually went onto the curb, and after that it was pretty much game over for him. Still with us in P7, so the pace is back, and Nicola Coman is dropped out of this race for a different incident earlier. As we're back here with Alex Powell and the yellow crash helmet, young driver from Jamaica, struggling so far this weekend, trying to catch that little bit of missing speed since the start of the weekend, unlike his teammate Kinder Camarabetta, who was still 7/10 of a second behind René Lammers, despite winning fastest lap after fastest lap. But Lammers has just responded to him. You can see 47.9, and certainly a bit of a word from his mechanic on the sideline, telling him, don't just fall asleep just yet, because Kinder Camarabetta is pushing just behind you, and the response is there, 8/10 of a second now. So that's going to require more than that from the Car Republic driver to make the connection with the leader. Tommaso Semanis down in P3 still. Is keeping at bay Alex Powell. Just 4/10 though between the two. Alex Powell, who has been really struggling with pace, as we said, wasn't happy at all in qualifying, and it was about damage limitation towards his qualifying heats. Victory though at P5 and P7 as best results, but is still under the pressure from Luigi Coluccio, the Italian driver from Tony Kart. Matteo Carnaghi is just behind. Simone Bianco, Matthias Gladys, and Sebastian Pavan, as well as Kirill Kutskov in the top 10.
Nice running then from these drivers. René Lammers then responding with his fastest lap of the race now, 47.936, to try and reopen that gap, to which he has done. Now 8/10 of a second, fluctuating between the two of them still as we watch this battle for P3. Stochimanis versus Powell. Powell not going for the move, and down the inside goes Luigi Coluccio and tries to get the move done on Alex Powell and loses out now a position to Matteo Carnaghi, who sends it down the inside through turn 15. A last-ditch attempt there from Luigi Coluccio, who absolutely sent it in towards turn 13 on Powell. Powell not being shaken by that whatsoever and maintaining fourth place, but now losing time to Stolchimanis in that battle as Kian Roberta now responds with his fastest lap of the race. Once again, 47.852 on that charge for René Lammers, but a very close moment there. Now, Nacho Tunion's under investigation. May he have been the cause of the collision between himself and Nicolo Coman out of the final corner? We'll decide that one later on at the end of the race, but certainly action coming through thick and fast here, and Luigi Coluccio, I didn't expect to see that move come from such a long way back, and I don't think neither did Powell, but certainly he full send in towards turn 13 there. You can see the gap now that's formed between Nakamura Roberta and Thomas Stochimanis, absolutely driven down the road. There's about 1.9 seconds between these two and the third place battle onwards. Rest of the field though, as we watch our race leader make his way round on lap 11. Biggest movers at the moment, Jan Pestrovsky for the Tony Kart team, up 9 positions into P13. More moves big further down as well. Clement Outran up 8 positions into P22. One of the wild cards this weekend, the same as Matteo Giaccardi, also up 7 positions into P21. So big changes there. Maximum Haratunian as well, 24th position. He's gained 9 positions in this race. 3 retirements at the moment. Nacho Tunian, Nicola Coman and Mark Kastelich not finishing the race at the moment. So drama through this superheat, but right now René Lammers doing what he needs to be doing here, Guillaume. No stresses in the world for him. He is just driving his way to a championship win here.
That's an absolutely amazing performance from René Lammers, who's been untouchable throughout pretty much all of his qualifying heats. Remember that it took the win already in dominant fashion in Rugby, Denmark. He was second in the Czech Republic, took 4th place in Spain to get his championship going. So it has been a string of impressive results so far for René Lammers, one of the forces to be reckoned with this season in the Oke class. Last season, of course, René Lammers was in the junior category and did wonders out there as well. René Lammers in the junior class in 2022. He did a beautiful P5 in the World Championship in Sarno, climbing 25 places this time around in Italy. In the European Championship, he made it to P8 last season. collecting a couple of strong results in the early part of last year, but climbing to OK for the first time. René Lammers has been really maturing a lot, and you might have heard Marco Paulin, if you were with us yesterday, Marco Paulin, the head of the Paulin Racing Kart factory, telling us about how much progress, of course, René Lammers has made throughout the last few months, and his pace has been absolutely striking. Is pretty much nowhere to be seen in terms of pure pace compared one-to-one. And as you can see, with the gap extended to 1.4 seconds, the Paulin drivers and Paulin machine generally liking those hot conditions, even hotter conditions, of course, being used to compete in Italy for most of the season, here and there. But in the meantime, the focus switches to the battle for second, and for third, that is, because Cremona is up well on his own. Thomas Torsemanis, Alex Powell, and Matteo Colnaghi have still something to say into this race, as we're going to see certainly a battle happening in the later stages of that race. Thomas Torsemanis being the one under pressure from Powell. And watch out for the move coming up any second now.
There you can see a brief look there at the intermediate classifications as Powell sends it down the inside, nearly cuts across the front nose of Stolchemanis, and that's allowed Matteo Colnaghi to come through as well. And now Stolchemanis down 2 positions, Powell and Colnaghi on a charge here. And Stolchemanis will have to try and fight back, because he's going to fall into the clutches of Luigi Coluccio, who we know will go for a move if he sees an opportunity. He saw that earlier on when he tried to get it done on Powell, which it didn't go his way. But again, it's all starting to kick off now for P3. Powell, Colnaghi, Stolchemanis and Coluccio, the 4 drivers in that battle. But Lammers and Nakamura, who lead the way, still driving away from the rest of the field. Gladic is still there just behind as well. He's under pressure from Sebastiano Pavan. Pavan's also had a good run in this race. He's up into P8. He's gained 7 positions. He's got Kirill Kutkov from DPK Racing just behind him as well, also gaining 7 positions there. You can see that battle ensuing just behind this one. But eyes fixated on this group as they make their way round the last couple of laps in this race. A lot of tension starting to build now for the championship. Another look there at the intermediate classifications. Lammers with 319 from Nakamura-Berta's 295, from Coluccio's 261. Lammers certainly doing everything he needs to do here to come away with those extra 25 championship points. It just depends on where Gomez finishes. And remember, there is only 31 points available for the final win. And Lammers right now is 27 points ahead of Gabriel Gomez in the championship. It all falls down to really what Gomez can do. He needs to gain as many as he can. But am I thinking this could be done before they even get to the final?
We'll need to make the calculations in between. We'll do that for you, and we'll keep you up to date on the way to the final. Fun fact for this young man, René Lammers, in the lead on the way to what will be his first victory in the Superheat this season, believe it or not. He took the win in rugby. It was his first win. Didn't make it to the row this afternoon, but in the Superheat we had Gabriel Gomez twice, Alex Powell in Denmark. But for the first time, René Lammers will take the 25 points of the pre-final, so to speak, the Superheat, on the way to the final this afternoon.
Yes, indeed. Out of the final corner he goes then. One more flag to see, and it will be the checkered flag. René Lammers then wins for Paralin, and he will be absolutely delighted with that one. A dominant performance in the qualifying heats. 4 qualifying heat wins and a second over the course of Friday and Saturday, and the Superheat today comes away with the heat win. He leads the intermediate classifications with 319 points. And I think that'll be all she wrote, and I think that will be 25 championship points going to René Lammers. But we'll have to see what happens in Superheat B for the OK category. That is coming up later today. I'm sure Lammers and the team have done the points to make sure they know where they'll be finishing. But remember, Gabriel Gomez is out in the next senior race. He needs to gain some more intermediate classification points, as much as he possibly can. He's looking for that win that he has been chasing this weekend. But there, René Lammers, exactly what he needed to do there. Dominant performance as he comes into the weighbridge to make sure all is good. A very close race indeed. Nakamura-Berta, though, would take second place. Suprema 2-3. Alex Powell with a good result. Colnaghi. Thomas Stolchemanis then will take the top 5 spots from Luigi Coluccio. Magic Gladys after that coming together with Nicolas Coman still finishes in P7 from Sebastiano Pavan. Loveaway Sam Budlow, another good result, finishing in P9 from Phil Kutskov, who rounds out the top 10. Jan Piotrowski and Javier Avramidis rounding out the next two positions from Simona Bianco and Alexander Bogunovic, with Lucas Amalisto rounding out the top 15 spot. Joel Bergström and Gustav Vinevsky then go for the next two spots from Simon Reckenmacher, Jakob Kamenek from Matteo Giaccardi, Clement Outron from Lucas Flusha, Roland Kuklane and Guillaume Bouzard, Ivan Porstrada and Adrian Ferrier. Ryan Vincent finishing in 27th place from Maxim Haratunian, Matti Rittinen and Dmitro Marusacek for the Ward Racing team, finishing in 30th place. He still managed to finish that race despite that spin we saw earlier on. The three retirements, Nacho Tunion, Nicolas Coman and Mark Kastelich ran out of the 33 kart grid in that one. Here they go then for the highlights, and it was again a good start from Lammers, and he would control this race all the way to the flag. Again, a solid, dominant performance for René Lammers. Coluccio, though, with his good start, certainly had a good one as he made his way through into second place. He would lose that, though, promptly to Kian Nakamura Roberta and to Stoltemanis, who both got that position done later on in the lap. That was the moment between Nicolas Coman and Magic Gladys. Nicolas Coman looking over the other shoulder there to see who was coming through. Gladys fully focused on who took him off the track there, and down the inside went Alex Powell. He moved up. That was the moment that we lost Dmitro Marusacek, who tried to get it going and successfully, I think, managed to get it going because he still took the checker flag in that race. There again, the moment is down the inside. Icardi getting the move done on Nicolas Coman. Certainly is making his way up the order. That was the scary moment where we saw Luigi Coluccio try and send it down the inside of Alex Powell. It wouldn't go his way, though, because Matteo Colnaghi would then send it down the inside and gain the position. Then the change for third place. Powell on Stoltemanis, and again, Matteo Colnaghi coming through. Stoltemanis finishing that race in P5. But René Lammers, with another win, is one step closer to his FIA Karting European Championship title in the OK category. They'll be out later today, but between now and then, we've got two more superheats to go. We're down in Parc Ferme with Guillaume Alvarez. Over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. Live from Parc Ferme with René Lammers, the man of the hour. René, yesterday was already a fantastic set of performances for you. You won pretty much all of your qualifying heats. This time around, once again, you were uncatchable. So you've done enough to start on pole position for this afternoon. It's looking pretty good for the championship title, don't you think?
Yeah, it's looking very good, especially since Gomez is pretty far back. So yeah, championship hopes are looking very big. I think we just have to wait to see where he finishes in this superheat, and then I'll see if I'm the champion already or not.
So fingers crossed on that one. But you guys seem to have found the magic potion here in Cremona with Parolin. The setup has been absolutely fantastic. And you at the chassis, your skills, the material, everything has been spot on this weekend. So what have you done differently than the rest of the field?
Yeah, I don't know what they did, obviously, but I think we did an amazing job of setting up the chassis and the engine. And yeah, that proves by our pace.
Fantastic words. Thank you very much, René, and good luck, Kartag Proficiat. Good luck for this afternoon, René Lammers. And do we have a little bit of time? Yes, I think we do have time for maybe one more interview, and he's right with us, ladies and gentlemen, as we have Luigi Coluccio with us. Luigi, you can come a little bit closer to me. Yes, all right, like this. Luigi, we've not had the chance so far to talk to you this weekend, so now is the good time. You've been up there in the front, fighting your way through. As it stands, you are currently P3 overall, with one more superheat to go, obviously, but strong results all throughout the weekend. Feeling happy?
To be honest, no. I come from the RGMMC where I won all the heat and make pole. I was untouchable during the heat, so in this race we're a bit struggling more, and I don't know why I can't find a good pace. And if you see, I start with P3 and I finish P6, so I'm not quite happy.
What are you missing from one race to the other, do you think? The conditions seem pretty similar, everything is similar, so what is the missing ingredient?
It's more hot now, so maybe my driving style or the chassis setup is not correctly for this condition. So I don't know, let's see in the final with 4 new tires, and let's hope for the best.
Yeah, let's hope for the best in the final this afternoon. Good luck to you, Luigi Coluccio. Thank you for joining us and talking to us as we're waiting for the last few moments before the start of the next superheat for the junior category. We might have a little bit more time on our hands. Let's see if I can grab a third person maybe to come and talk to us. I'm gonna get close to any of the competitors left into the zone to see if we can talk to one of them maybe. I think we have Matteo Colnaghi. Matteo, can we have a quick word with you? That's the occasion. We still have a bit of time before the next race. Matteo Colnaghi, who made it to P4, as we have under 1 minute left, I'm being told. So it's going to be a bit close. Unfortunately, Matteo Colnaghi, we're going to actually have to run things up, or maybe a quick question with Matteo Colnaghi. Yeah, thank you for joining us, Matteo Colnaghi. All right, you can come by my side very quickly. Yeah, over here in front of the camera, of course, for everybody to see you. Matteo Colnaghi, P4 in this race. Overall, good feelings so far in this weekend in Cremona?
Yeah, start was a bit difficult in this one. Kept moving up the field, had to defend a little bit at the start, but opportunistic moves following Alex, and I was able to gain the positions I lost.
Fantastic. Sorry, we don't have any more time available, so hopefully we'll get back to talk to you this afternoon. Good luck for the final, Matteo Colnaghi. As we get back to the track, Anthony, here we go for the next superheat.
Thank you very much, Guillaume. Down there in Parc Fermé, yes indeed, OK Junior Superheat B about to get onto the circuit. There you can see the yellow lights flashing at the start of the dummy grid, meaning that there are 30 seconds remaining till the green flag goes out, and we get going for our second and final superheat for the junior category. And starting this one on the front row, Dries Van Langendonk and Jacopo Martinez, both of them having a good weekend, both of them with 2 race wins. Van Langendonk, the rest of them, all second places. Martinez, his worst result being a 7th, a 4th and a 2nd for the rest of his weekend out there. But certainly in the championship, these two not in contention. Jacopo Martinez, 4th in the championship standings. It is all going to be down to Ramikas and Bondarev in the junior category, but we'll find out who will finish where in the intermediate classifications at the end of this one as Superheat B gets underway. For OK Junior, let's take you through the starting lineup. Dries Van Langendonk and Jacopo Martinez go from row 1. Lewis Francis, the Australian driver who has had a brilliant weekend, starts this one on the second row. He's got Stepan Antonov alongside Sebastian Letamaki and Salim Hana, also who's had an up-and-down weekend, starts this one on the third row of the grid. Alfie Slater and Scott Lindblom, they go from row 4 with Zach Drummond and Jack Iliff going from row 5. Jensen Burnett and Maria Neto going from row 6 with Noah Wolf and Davide Vataro on row 7. Oliver Kinmark and Alphonse Mittenen go from row 8 with Travis Teo and Jarrett Clark rounding out row 9 with Oscar Repetto and Sun Zhao Yu rounding out the top 20 on row 10. Ludovico Busso and Tom Pappenberg then ran out row 11 from Kit Bolowski and Marilla de Rocha. Boris Lysen and Ethan Lennon go from row 13 from Henry Domain and Lev Krutalov on row 14. Javier Herrera and Sebastian Mins, they round out the top 30 on row 15 from Louis Cochet and Sasha Van Bad Bosch. Thomas Macedo and Luna Flusha round out row 17 with Amelia Vashimersa and Luca Horton rounding out the 36 kart grid in this one, and it's certainly going to be an interesting fight. Remember, at the moment, Dries Van Langendonk sits 6th in the intermediate classifications with 232 intermediate classification points. If he wins this one, he gains another 50 points on top of that one. It will not be enough to topple Thibaut Ramikas. It certainly might be enough to potentially topple Alexander Bondarev away from a 22-point finish. They are going round again. Formation not good. The race not starting this time around, which is good because it gives my commentary colleague a time to brace himself, get ready, and sort it out in the commentary box after his tiresome work heading down to Parc Fermé. I'm sure the electric scooter, his legs are doing him well walking up and down the paddock. Guillaume, it's relatively cool in the commentary box thanks to the circuit's facilities here with a nice bit of air conditioning. I won't rub it in too much for the rest of the paddock. But certainly for yourself, what is the temperature like out there? Because it's looking pretty hot.
And it is hot indeed, I can give you that. And you said you would not tell anybody about my electric scooter,
sorry.
But now the secret is out. But thankfully, we got provided with good material indeed here in Cremona. Grazie mille once again to everybody involved. Let's have a look back at the first attempt of a start, and you can see easily that the pole sitter in that one, Dries van Langenonk, was too far ahead. He just got too early on the throttle pedal and didn't allow all the other drivers behind to get close enough in formation on the way to the grid.
No, indeed. Well, hopefully this time around all is well as they head towards Gonzalo Planta, who will be in the middle of the track, slowing the drivers down as they get formed up again. It's a bit of a late formation at the back of the grid. They might be going round once more, but it looks okay at the front, and it is deemed okay, and lights go out, and away they go down in towards turn one, and Jacopo Martinez caught slightly sleeping there as he slots into third place. A little bit of tussling there as Alfie Slater goes down the inside, and a bit of contact there with one of the Paralins. I think that's Sebastian Lettermark, who nearly went off, who turned two, and there is an off, and round goes the 2-1-6 in the middle of the pack, and that is Jack Iliff, who has gone round, and there's several more karts involved. It looks like he's gone round with Maria Neto. Also, Jarrett Clark for Sodi had an issue. Sebastian Mins had an issue as well, out on track and off the track there and out of the race. Jack Iliff and Maria Neto, it looks like their race is over.
Yeah, quite an important ton of event already happening into that opening lap. 13 laps to go through once again. This is the second superheat for the junior category, the last one before the final this afternoon, and it's now or never for some of the drivers to make up ground lost during the heats yesterday. The 235, as you can see, making his way back to the pits, and this is why the drivers got involved. Yes, Jared Clark from the Saudi kart. This race is done and dusted already. In the lead, Dries van Langenonk trying to pull away already from Jacopo Martinez under the pressure for Lewis Francis and Alfie Slater. That's going to be an interesting one. You can see Alfie going from the inside on Lewis Francis, and he made that stick beautifully, the British driver, shutting the door on the exit, and he goes for the second move on the turn just next on Jacopo Martinez. The door is open, and it goes the way of Lewis Francis. Watch out for the fight back from the Italian into the chicane. Beautiful response from the Car Republic driver. Jacopo Martinez saves P3 for now, but Slater, what a momentum he had been carrying outside of the hairpin over there. 2 corners, 2 moves, and the British driver is happy to P2.
Yeah, nice little 1-2 there through the section of turn 8 and 9. There into P2, Van Langenonk the next target. Now that they've got it sorted out, I told a bit of a porky pie. Dries van Langenonk in this position would demote Thibaut Ramekers down into second in the intermediate classifications with 307 points. So Van Langenonk would actually come away with the 25 championship points. Doesn't mean anything for the championship for his point of view because he's not in contention for it, but it certainly shakes up what will happen between Thibaut Ramekers and Alexander Bondarev because now their points diminish that what they have, certainly making it just that fraction closer as well going into the final.
Well, there you go. Van Langenonk is going to need to do the job all throughout the rest of the race, staying ahead of Alfie Slater. Slater, who is currently in P7 in this weekend's overall classification. Remember that since the return, shall I say, of the superheat format into the FIA Karting calendar, the 25 results, 25 points, and the rest of the classification points are added to what we had in the superheat in the overall championship. And after that, a couple of more points to be picked up into the final. So as for now, Dries van Langenonk on your picture is the overall leader for 3 tiny points on Thibaut Ramekers, who did the job in the first superheat, winning by a short margin. That was enough for him to secure the front row start, depending on what happens here for the superheat number 2. But Van Langenonk, Slater, Martin Zidane in third with a bit of a gap, as you can see. But the Italian has taken the good wagon, is just down in P3 for 4/10 of a second, and he wants to join that party, observing what's happening between Slater and Van Langenonk. For the Rookie Film Motorsport driver in second place, now he's not about to rush into business. He wants to wait certainly a couple more laps to make the move, but he's going to have the pressure, the threat from Martinez just behind. So it's about the dilemma, isn't it, to not to rush into a move way too early into the race with the risk of being overtaken again, but at the same time you could be eaten alive as well by one of your pursuers. So Alfie Slater is going to have to make a decision, and here's the intermediate classification. As you can see, Van Langenonk, your leader, for 3 little points in front of his fellow countryman Thibaut Ramekers for the starting grid.
Oh, that's Scott Lindblom.
Oh, quite important.
Oh, and he kicks the barrier there. That may have hurt his foot quite substantially because those barriers are quite thick. But there you can see Lindblom absolutely devastated there. And he started this race P8 on the 4th row of the grid. He was certainly looking like a strong performer this weekend, and it all came tumbling down. I'm not sure if he got collided with anyone else or it was just a breakdown, but he's out of this race and absolutely devastated. Van Langendonk, though, leads the way from Alfie Slater. Jacopo Martinez is closing in and is ready to pick up any of the pieces here if Slater can go for the move. These guys here, I don't think they realise how much they're playing a part in this championship fight right now, because Van Langendonk's affecting it right now. Slater could also affect it. If he gets past Van Langendonk, it would certainly it would promote Ramika's back up another spot there, but I don't know if it would promote Bondarev. So that would certainly make it a little bit interesting there, wouldn't it? If he splits the two of them up, then that would certainly benefit Ramika's going into the final, because it would close the gap even more to Bondarev.
Yeah, and we're going to have to wait to have confirmation of that starting over, but it's looking very promising coming to the final with the two championship contenders side by side pretty much. Ramika's in front of Bondarev for now. As on the inside, we just missed on that one, but let's watch the replay of the contact of Scott Lindblom that was tangled over there, and he was stuck onto the curb, unable to get going again, and he had a good reflex to get out of the way, protect himself in the marshal spot, and quite an unfortunate finish for him, and a kick of rage easily understandable for young Scott Lindblom.
This has got a little bit interesting here, and it is a change. Alfie Slater now leads the race in this one, and look how close they've closed up. Now, what does that do to the intermediate classifications? It does affect it. Ramika's would now lead the intermediate classifications with 304 from Dorian Van Langendonk's 301. Bondarev would stay in third with 281. He would split them up and he would benefit here, but down the inside here comes Jacopo Martinez on Van Langendonk. That now helps out Bondarev just that fraction more. It still won't affect the positioning though, but it would certainly still help out, as now under pressure is Dries Van Langendonk here in third place, as through goes Martinez into second. Slater now leading. Slater is absolutely loving this one. Slater doesn't care about the championship. He's not in contention for it, but he will care about getting a final win in the FIA European Karting Championships. I can guarantee you that. And in this superheat, he is doing exactly what he needs to be doing. Where is Alfie Slater at the moment? He is 7th in the intermediate classifications, meaning he would be starting 7th place on the grid. So still a nice spot where he could do some damage in this championship. But right now, sitting there in the race lead, he is being hunted by the Italian, Jacopo Martinez, who dives it down under braking. Look at the front, just squirreling there under braking. This is very, very close and exciting.
And this is about lap number 9 to be completed here. And Alfie Slater leading the way. It's about to finish this race on a high and switch with Letty getting ahead of Van Langendonk. So the Belgian driver losing another place to the power lane machine. And that's no good news at all for Van Langendonk. Let's have a look at the classification as it evolves.
Yes.
It stays the same. Van Langendonk still second, but Martinez is promoted to the second row of the grid on P3, the inside, just behind the pole sitter. Still, Thibaut Ramika's as it stands. But Martinez could be the biggest winner of this race, considering that he might actually be able to take the toe of the pole sitter on the way to turn number 1. The second best place position on the grid, certainly behind the pole. But Van Langendonk is going to have to respond to that and maybe try to make the switch on Sebastian Lettimaki, who's been doing a great job climbing 2 places. But talking about great performance, Alfie Slater has had a sort of up and down first taste to the European Championship in the junior classes, first season for the younger brother of Freddie Slater. But on the year that his brother is crowned KZ2 European champion, that would be such a nice story for Alfie Slater to be able to shine in this conclusion of the European season. And his heats did go as well a little bit up and down, with a second place and 2 wins for him. But one of his races didn't go according to plan, so that means that he's having to climb back a little bit into the rankings. He's P8 at the moment, so that would mean a good starting position from the 4th row on the grid.
Oh, what a dive!
Yes, Martinez takes the lead away from him in turn number 8.
What a send down the inside through turn number 8. Jacopo Martinez with a huge lunge in towards turn 8, now takes the lead of this race, and Slater's under pressure here because down the inside goes Sebastian Lettimaki. Lettimaki now up into P2, but instantly fighting back comes Slater through the turn 15 corner, and now they've got a train starting to form because Van Langendonk's right there, and so is Stepan Antonov. Antonov right in the fray of this one as the 4 of them go through turns 1 and 2 into the braking zone of 3 and 4. No positions gained here. Is there going to be a lunge in towards turn 5? Yes, there is, and it's so close. close as Lehtomäki and Slater go wheel to wheel through turn number 5 into 6 and 7. Down in towards turn 8 now they'll go. We saw lunges here earlier go. Now are we going to see it again? We are, but it's going to be from Van Langendonk on Lehtomäki, but it's not going to work out. Lehtomäki has to defend slightly and lose his touch now with Slater, who goes back on the charge now towards Martinez, who has now got a 1.2 second lead. Antonov dives down the inside of Dries Van Langendonk and moves up now into P4. This is really shaking things up, and when they cross the line, I want to have a look at the intermediate classifications, because none of these drivers are in the fight for the championship win here, but they have no idea how much they're actually affecting it.
And here we go, final lap. Ramaker still very much your leader. Martinez now back into second place overall. Van Langendonk on third place for the grid this afternoon as it's dropping down to P5. The house was a little bit on fire for Harvey Slater, but he was able to get himself ahead of the rest of the pack. Look at Lehtomäki, still very much pressuring the British driver, accompanied by Stefan Antonov further back from 4th. Van Langendonk seems to be stuck from P5 in front of Sam Hanna, German, Francis Burnett and Kinmark. This will be a top 10 led by this young man, Jacopo Martinez, who's done the job brilliantly.
He has indeed. Out of the final corner then, he will take a superheat win for Jacopo Martinez. And what a drive that is from him. It will be his second superheat win. He won in Denmark. And will he get another one here? It's certainly a good chunk of points. But he finishes second overall in the intermediate classifications. Timo Ramekers would take then the 25 championship points, and he closes in the gap to Alexander Bondarev, who finishes 4th in the intermediate classifications. The gap closes in more. It all comes down to the final. Alexander Bondarev versus Timo Ramekers. The battle, the duel will take place later on today, but between now and then we still have one more superheat to go, the OK category, and nothing can be taken away from Jacopo Martinez in that one. A solid drive, putting himself second in the intermediate classifications. He starts on the front row alongside Timo Ramekers for the final here this weekend at Cremona for the 4th and final round of the FIA Karting European Championships for OK and OKJ. Alfie Slater finishing an impressive second place after gaining 5 positions. There's a look at the race results. Slater from Sebastian Lehtomäki, Stepan Antonov finishing in P4 from Dries Van Langendonk, Selim Hana from Zach Drummond, Lewis Francis and Jensen Burnett, Oliver Kinmark from Kit Bolowski, Noah Wolf from Ethan Lennon, Boris Lysin from Davide Botaro, running out the top 15 positions. Big moves happening throughout that one. Bolowski with 12 positions gained, Lennon with 13 positions gained, Boris Lysin with 11 positions gained as well. Oscar Repetto then finishes in P16 from Ludovico Busso, Louis Cochet from Travesteo, Sanjao Yu from Henry Domain, Alphonse Mittinen from Luna Flusha, Lev Krutelov from Sacha Van Pad Bosch, and Anthony Macedo from the rest of the grid as well. Alphonse Mittinen down there as well. It was a very close battle with Papenburg and Scott Lindblom. Scott Lindblom, the only retirement from that race. It's a complete lie because Jack Iliff, Maria Neto, Jarrett Clark and Sebastian Mins also failing to finish that race. And certainly that will make the final coming up later on today. Very, very interesting junior final around 2:30 this afternoon. Make sure you stay tuned for that one as we look at some of the highlights from that race. And an initially very good start there from Dries Van Langendonk. Martinez would be swamped into the pack in finishing in 3rd place. Very tense moment there for Sebastian Lehtomäki, who nearly got kicked off the track. And this moment here between Maria Neto, Jack Iliff, they would both end the race. Jarrett Clark would pull into the pit lane there with clear damage to the back end of his kart, and his race would also be over. Slater with the big move down the inside here to get past Lewis Francis, and then he would instantly then get the 2nd place spot as it go through Jacopo Martinez. Martinez would try and hold on to it, but to no avail, as Francis would also go through. He would fight back though, sending it back down the inside through turn number 12 and chopping and changing between the two of them. The Paralympians fighting in the background there as Selim Hana trying to make his way through the field as well. Certainly a very close battle throughout one. Selim Hana finishing that race in P6. That was the moment that Scott Lindblom was punted out of the grid. He quickly exits his kart and makes his way to the safety of the Marshall Hut, but evidently very, very frustrated. And an end to his superheat. Hopefully he starts in a good spot for the final later on today. This moment here down the inside, Jacopo Martinez to get back into 2nd place. getting the move done on Drisan Langendonk and on the charge now towards Alfie Slater. Down the inside, though, the Parolin would come through of Sebastian Lettermarchi, gaining those positions. There was the lunge for the race lead. Jacopo Martinez with a huge dive down the inside of turn number 8. I don't think Slater was ready for it. Slater would then have to defend from Sebastian Lettermarchi, and that would, of course, allow everyone to close back in. Stefan Antonov gaining a place, but your man here, Jacopo Martinez, who started on the front row of the grid in second place in this one, takes the race win and moves second in the intermediate classifications. He starts on the front row for the final later on today in the middle of a championship battle between Thibaut Ramekers and Alexander Bondarev. There's a look then at the rest of the timetable for the rest of the day. One more Superheat to go, Superheat B for the OK category before we then kickstart our finals. Kickstarting with the Academy final and then their podium. That kicks off at 10 to 2 local time here in Cremona. Junior final starting at 2:45 to 3 as well. That is going to be the one that you do not want to miss. Several points, or just a handful of points, separating Ramekers and Bondarev for the championship fight. Make sure you stay tuned for that one. But the final for OK will be the last race of the day, 20 to 4 local time, and the podium straight after that one. We are down in Parc Ferme with Guillaume Alvarez. Over to you.
And what a good performance that was from Jacopo Martinez. You did the job, Jacopo, the win in the Superheat. That means start on the front row of the grid for the final this afternoon.
Yeah, it was a really hard Superheat. Starting from P2, I didn't have the best start. I was P3, something like that at the first laps. Then I knew that I had to give everything. Just didn't.
We can hear that you're tired a little bit. It's been a long day, it's hot, but you can catch your breath a little bit. Yeah. But great performance overall. And now one more race to do, and just the same job all over again.
I hope. For sure, we know that we have the pace, so we can fight. I hope that we can fight for the win and getting a good position in the championship.
Fantastic, fingers crossed. Thank you very much, and we'll see you this afternoon, Jacopo Martinez. Thank you very much, and you can leave your place to Alfie Slater, who made it to P2. Alfie, good to have you and talk to you. What a weekend it has been for you. Fantastic pace. Yesterday, the wins as well in the qualifying heats. And second step here, and that means that you would get to start from 9th on the grid for this afternoon's final. So that's a good position for you, isn't it?
Yes. I mean, I'm happy. I had some good heats. That was good. I mean, I was behind Dries for the whole race, who was super fast, but I had to risk it to just do as best as I can. So I went for a lunge on him. I got it done, got the job done. And then, yeah, from there, I led the race. I think 3 laps to go. 3 laps ago, Martinez obviously had 2 new tyres, and with that advantage, you should catch me. So he caught up to me, did a pretty good overtake actually over there, and gave me a bit of a squeeze, but you know it's racing, so it was good.
Fantastic. So again, like the rest of your opponents from the 5th row of the grid, still a bit of work to be done this afternoon, but the confidence and the pace are both there. So, you know, on to a great results to finish your European Championship on a high.
Yes, of course. I mean, I'm trying to do the best I can to round off the championship. But yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, with 2 crashes, I think we'll do pretty good starting 9th in the final. So I hope we do the best. I hope we do good, but we'll see what happens.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for talking to us, Alfie Slater. Good luck as we're going to finish off with Sebastian Lettermarchi. Great job for Sebastian. You can join me here, P3 into the Superheat. The pace has been there all throughout the weekend. You kept fighting at the front. No pressure whatsoever for you this afternoon, so you can let it go and push at the front once again.
Yeah, well, in the final, I'm not sure what position I start. I think maybe 8, but I'll try my best. Outside is not the best in the starting, but I try to manage the start and after just gain some positions and look where I can go. And in the Superheat, actually, the pace was quite good. Yeah, I mean, I was catching the leaders. I tried to overtake a few times Alfie, but didn't work out. And yeah, P3.
And I have a good news for you. You P6 in the classification as it stands. So if it stays like that, this is third row on the grid for you.
Yes, that's very good. And even though it's outside, but almost in the front row, so fighting for the podium places, and yeah, just trying to do my best, no pressure, and yeah.
Fantastic, good words. Thank you for joining us, Sebastian, and good luck for this afternoon. Over to you, Anthony. One more race to go for the Oka class this time around to round things up this morning before we're making our way to the finals.
Thank you very much, Guillaume. Down there in Parc Ferme, yes, indeed, the finals are going to be the one to watch, and make sure you do not miss that junior final. Make sure you set your alarms 2:30 for that one. That is going to be an exciting one. But before that, we have got our last of the superheats, the OK category Superheat B, about to take to the circuit, and this has certainly been a shake-up. René Lammers has certainly, I think, done what he needs to do this weekend. He still has the final to go. There is a few points in it. I think that everyone's going to be working out now frantically to see whether or not he has already done enough here against Gomez. But it is going to be down to Gomez in this one to see what he can do. Both of them go into this weekend. They only had a handful of points at the moment, 27 points between the two of them. Certainly very, very close. But Gomez has not had a weekend to remember. He had a DNF in his heats with the kart not starting up. I think it was the reeds that had gone on the kart and it just didn't fire up out of the pit lane. So a big shame for him on that one. He would come back in the later half of the day, though, with his best result of the weekend, well, third and the second as well in the weekend. So certainly had a bit of a shake-up. 30-second board is up with the lights now flashing at the front. The front row in this one, though, it's certainly going to be interesting. Enzo Tarvanitschkel, who is at the moment not in the championship fight for this one, but certainly a driver to be keeping a close eye on. It could affect it. 3 qualifying heat wins, a second and a third over the course of this weekend. He's got Finn McLaughlin starting alongside. Engines fire up. OK, Superheat B now makes its way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through the full starting lineup. Enzo Tarvanitschkel and Finn McLaughlin go from row number 1. Ian Ekmans and Dmitry Matviev, who retired in his last race after a penalty as well with contact. He starts this one on the second row of the grid. Francisco Macedo and Gabriel Gomez then go from row 3. Gomez second of the championship. He needs a good result in this. Teresa Babichkova, who's had probably her best weekend so far of the year, starts on the fourth row with Louis Iglesias alongside the young Frenchman who put it on pole in qualifying, struggled in the superheats. David Walter and Otto Pulain go from row 5 and round out the top 10 from Martin Molnar and Miguel Costa. Anatoly Kavalkin and Emanuele Oliveri go from row 7 from Mark Dubnitsky and Michael Adair on row 8. Peter Agiv and Marcus Sater go from row 9 from Gazi Motlaka and Petra Babichkova, rounding out the top 20 on row 10 from Neil Nilsson and Kasper Henriksen on row 11. Nathan Tai and Alex Sawyer go from row 12. Andrea Dupe and Amelie Covisto round out row 13 from Maximilian Popov and Matilda Patz on row 14. Ziming Wang and Len Nige round out the top 30 on row number 15 from Zoe Florescu and Preston Lambert, rounding up the 32 kart grid. Remember, only 36 go through to the final. We will lose quite a few drivers from both the junior and OK categories going in to the finals later on today. This is the last time we have the superheats, and this is going to be a close one. Will it affect the point standings in the intermediate classifications at the end of this race? We are about to find out as the drivers line themselves up in towards the tram lines. Lights at the ready. It's a false start. They go round again. Drivers eager to get going at the front of the grid. One more lap to get everything reset and reordered to get going for this race. Like you say, tensions starting to build. This is the last opportunity these drivers have got to score intermediate classification points to determine where they will start for their final and if they even will make it to the final later on today. That is the biggest question that these drivers will have to face over the course of this next few laps of racing. The senior race is 17 laps in the superheats. Later on today, though, that will be increased to 25 laps, 30-kilometer race in the searing Italian heat now. Temperature up towards 30 degrees. It is very, very hot out there. The sun and humidity building up as well. It is a challenging set of conditions these drivers are facing. I'm sure little bit of snow wouldn't go amiss, actually, right about now. But that is not the case
say
at
that,
all.
Please. Have you ever heard about the commentator curse?
Yeah, that's not possible. If it suddenly started snowing there, that would be amazing.
We're in Italy, not in Belgium or Britain. You know, the weather doesn't change that quickly.
We've had 3 seasons in 1 weekend, 1 time in Belgium. Here we go then into the tram lines. Lights do go out. Here we go down into towards turn 1. Lightning start from Tavanechko then, who sweeps into the lead. McLaughlin trying to find his way back into the fray now, and it swoops down into about P4, but he's under pressure though as Dmitry Matviev dives to the inside as well. 1 cut off in the background there. It looks like it's a Ward Racing driver who has come off the track. We'll find out who that is.
That's Leo Nilsson.
Leo Nilsson off the track. There was a side pod as well that's gone up. Oh dear, and a Parolin and a CRG mounting each other going through turn 6, and that is not what you want to see.
And we have Miguel Costa, unfortunately, involved with Emmanuel. No, it was actually one of CRG, Mark Nubinski. Could it be him who was involved there into that bizarre incident where they kept running outside of the picture, the one wheel being up the other one? So very strange sort of incident, but both drivers are still very much on track. We'll get back to that as we conclude lap number 1 under the leadership from Enzo Tavanechko. Yannick Mans climbing up a place under the pressure of Francisco Macedo from CRG.
Francisco Macedo all over the rear bumper now of Eichmanns, who is still wanting his first race win this weekend. His best result has been a 2nd place in his first qualifying heat of the weekend. He is chasing that first win, but Tavanechko, who has been a dominant force over the course of this one, Gazi Motlaka with a mechanical problem, technical flag going out. He's probably our driver who is missing that side pod that we saw stricken on the side of the circuit, so we'll keep an eye on that one as he makes his way around the lap.
And I was watching along Miguel Costa, the back end of the grid, one of the 2 drivers involved in that incident, and he seemed to be meeting some trouble. Yes, indeed, he's back in the pit, Miguel Costa. I could see that certainly his rear axle was certainly a little bit twisted. Here's a replay of the racing start. Perfect getaway from Enzo Tavanechko, taking Yannick Mans on the inside, side by side with the rest of the field, and Phil McLaughlin as well, lost a couple of positions. And you could see what happened further back and the drop of the side pods over there. And this is the incident we were just talking about between Mark Dubinski and Miguel Costa. And they kept on going with Mark Dubinski, the first one trying to get away from Miguel Costa, the other one saying, hey, come on, you have me on your back, please release me. And he just did, but unfortunately, that will be the cost to the cost of the race for Costa, who's back in the pit. Or is he still with us? So maybe confirmation in just 1 lap. No, he's back in the pits, and Mark Dubinski is dead last.
Yeah, obviously not very good for them, but quite amusing to watch, actually, a little bit. There we go, across the start-finish line they go. Tavanechko still leads the way. Eichmanns still there in 2nd place from Macedo. Macedo is starting to reel in now Eichmanns as they battle for 2nd place. McLaughlin still there in 4th as well. He's doing what he needs to do. Then you've got the trio just behind. David Walter, Dmitry Matviev, and Gabriel Gomez is right there in P7. Where is Gomez if he's anywhere within the top 10 in the intermediate classifications? He's not. He's not even within the top 10. This might be going the way of René Lammers here as they go into the final, but we'll wait for the final and we'll confirm that when they race, because Lammers is looking good here. But down the inside, change for 2nd place as Francisco Macedo dives to the inside of Eichmanns and gets that move done. That now allows McLaughlin, Volta, Matviev and Gomez to start to close in. You can just see there Atapulane just in the background trying to close in as well. This is going to make it a very close battle at the front.
Great battles are plenty into that last super heat of the morning. This will be decisive to give out the latest positions on the starting grid for the final this afternoon. Anatoly Kavalkin is putting up the fastest lap. Is currently in a P15. Kavalkin, as we're back with the leaders, Tavanechko, Macedo, Yannick Mans with the yellow crash helmet under the pressure from Phil McLaughlin, competing for the Belgian team of VDK. David Walter is back in the mix, climbing 4 places. We haven't seen much of the Koski Motorsport driver. As run inside goes McLaughlin, Yannick Mans open the door and losing not 1, not 2, but 3 positions as Dmitry Matviev just fought its way through as well inside of turn number 15. And Eichmann's going to have to do it all over again. Gomez was threatening as well to get the move as well done into turn number 1. Brazilian's going to have to wait. And certainly there's been a weekend that went up from and it keeps on going for David Walter. Watch out as well. This is the time of the Dmitry Matviev dropping positions. clipping the curb a little bit, and it allowed through Gabriel Gomez and Arthur Poulain as well.
Yeah, he gets kicked out of the pack there, and now he's going to have to go defensive. And here, down the inside of Ian Eichmann goes Gabriel Gomez and gains another position. Very nice run there. Arthur Poulain follows in pursuit as well. The two of them pushing each other forward, and this is exactly what Gomez needs. He needs to gain as many positions as he possibly can to try and help himself out as much as he can, but I just don't think it's going to be enough. Gomez, though, will fight to the very end of this superheat. Cross the line they go. Francisco Macedo is closing in on Tarvanitschkul. The gap is 0.2 of a second. The battle for the lead is far from over. Tarvanitschkul currently sitting second in the intermediate classifications, is 9 points behind René Lammers, so he's not going to be able to do enough to dethrone him from getting those 25 championship points, but he has certainly done enough to make sure he starts on the front row for the final later on today. Mark Dubnitsky with the fastest lap of the race, 48.450, as we continue now to watch this battle for the race lead. Tarvanitschkul, Macedo, absolutely line astern. The CRGs have been absolutely rapid here over the last 2 weekends, but they need to be careful. They need to save everything ready for the finals, as Emanuele Oliveri now is under investigation. This certainly isn't over, and well, Finn McLaughlin, he's just happy to be there. He's in third place, no one really battling, and he's just waiting to pick up the pieces from this, I can imagine.
Francesco Macedo confirming all the good of the past qualifying heats, where he took victory and 2 P5 and a P4 as the best result. He's in no contention whatsoever for the title this season. He's only been 29 in classification before Cremona, a season that didn't go certainly according to plan, as Matilda Paz is picking up a warning flag. She's currently in a P24. Matilda Paz climbing her way through the field, but Francesco Macedo sitting in P7 on the grid for the finals as it's May. But certainly he wouldn't say no to picking up a couple of more points by winning that superheat. Is your final intermediate classification. René Lammers is still very much in the lead by 9 points on your leader in this race. Tarvanitschkul, Kinder Camaretta putting himself as for now in P3, unless Phil McLaughlin can catch up with Matteo Macedo, and even despite that, I think it won't be enough for McLaughlin to get past, but let's wait for that if that ever happens in this race. Lap number 9 out of 17, still a long way to go, and Phil McLaughlin is just 0.4 of a second down on Macedo, so still anything's possible for the Irish driver from VDK, and he catches up as well. By the look of it, he lapped in 48.3, 48.5 for Francisco Macedo on the lap before, and the VDK driver is very much on the tail now of the CRG. That's going to be an interesting one, and if I were Enzo Tarvanitschkul, I will try to put qualifying lap after qualifying lap, because we could find ourselves with a three-way battle towards the end.
This was the moment. Gabriel Gomez went down the inside of Ian Oakland's down at turn 8. Arthur Poulain followed suit as well, pushing the Brazilian forward. The two of them working well together there to try and catch up to the back of David Walter. Now, Walter is having a good run in this one. He would like a 4th place finish in this one after his engine seized yesterday in one of the qualifying heats on the start-finish line. Engine rebuild or an engine replacement certainly means he's having a good run in this one. The Danishman sits in P4 at the moment. There he is on your screen, certainly having a good run, but Gomez certainly on the charge towards the back end of him here. No changes within the top 3. Tarvanitschkul still leading from Macedo, but Macedo, Tarvanitschkul and McLaughlin, the gap is still just closing in between all 3 of them. No one pulling away from each other. The gap still 0.4 of a second across the line. Very, very close with only about 6 or so laps to go.
Here we go into the second part of that superheat. Ian Hickmans with the yellow crash helmet back with the leader. Phil McLaughlin outside of the turn number 5, closing in on Francisco Macedo. Gonna have to go defensive anytime soon, as we have as well for the back Gabriel Gomez trying to make a connection with David Walter for P4. Then Ian Hickmans, as we said, with Louis Iglesias. We haven't seen much of the young Frenchman into that superheat, as he was starting from a little bit further back, one of the wild cards in this category. And if the name sounds familiar, well, is the son of Yannick Iglesias, former French champion, as well as the nephew of a recently crowned world champion of karting, Jeremy Iglesias himself, driver at CRG, alongside his nephew that is coaching along with Yannick Iglesias this weekend. And Louis Iglesias, certainly the revelation of this weekend. There you can see him into the hairpin, doing wonders in qualifying, taking pole position. Didn't go certainly according to plan in qualifying for Louis Iglesias, who took a P3 and 2 P4, missed on 2 great opportunities to take the wins. That means that he was having to start from further back. Around the inside goes Jan Eekmans in the meantime, and it opens the door. Unfortunately for the driver in front of him, Dimitri Matveev, was losing a couple of positions in the process, as Babikova as well as Anatoly Kavalkin just made their way through.
Yeah, Teresa Babikova on the charge through the field. Now I have to be careful. She gets slightly punted out wide there and loses 2 positions there as well from Kavalkin and Dmitry Matveev. And she goes down a couple of positions now as they go side by side across the start-finish line there. One of the energy courses looking to the inside there, very, very close. And that will not be what they want to see. And very, very close there across the start-finish line. But certainly this race is far from over in this mid-pack section as everyone just trying to find a piece of tarmac to themselves there. You can see Peter Agiv in the middle of this fray as well, trying to find his way through as the battles certainly are ensuing. Teresa Babikova going slightly defensive there in that mid-pack, though. Back up here with Eekmans and Kavalkin. Kavalkin latching onto the rear bumper now and suspect to move very, very soon if he can get the positioning, because it's looking very, very tight here. Out of the final corner they go onto the start-finish line. Is he going to pull out of the slipstream here and have a look in towards turn number 1? No, he's not. He's going to stay behind. Keep an eye on Kavalkin here. Right behind this is the battle for P8 on your screens. Eekmans doing what he needs to do here. Eekmans, who started this one third, and now he's going to lose another position. Is he going to lose 2 into one corner? No, he's not. Kavalkin goes through. Matveev not able to get through. Matveev started this one 4th as well, so both of them have been struggling and fallen down the order. As Tarvanechko, again, fastest lap of the race, is starting to run out of time for Macedo to try and close that gap.
There's going to be a tight one, isn't it? As Eekmans, on the curb for the 106 of Louis Iglesias. No, sorry, Anatoly Kavalkin. Nathan Ty. My apologies for the back in P11. Nathan Ty was trying to make his bid on Dimitri Matveev in turn number 5 on the inside of the last sector that was. Here we go in turn lap number 15 out of 17. That was a close course for Nathan Ty, the British driver, trying to make his bid. Didn't have the best of weekend. Nathan Ty from the back of the grid. But that didn't pay off as for now. Dimitri Matveev. Eekmans leading the way just in front of them 3. You can see them exiting the corner right now. We're here with Arthur Poulain and Louis Iglesias. The battle of the Frenchmen for P6. Louis Iglesias with the Car Republic factory. The IKM Motorsport team. Michael Heider picking up a warning flag in the meantime. But Louis Iglesias trying to make his bid into the race, recovering as high as he can. He was starting 8th on that grid, now sitting in P7, maybe P6. He's going to have to fight off his fellow countryman.
This is the replay then. Nathan Ty down the inside through turn 12 on Dmitry Matveev, using all the curb and a little bit more to help him round the corner. Bit of contact between the two of them as well, but both of them getting away unscathed and continuing on their fight in the superheat.
Yeah, well done to him as we're back with Arthur Poulain and Louis Iglesias, and you could see them gesturing to each other. Let's try to make this way through, but good exit from Louis Iglesias side by side, but he's on the wrong path on the way to the last sector. That won't do it this time around for Louis Iglesias. You can feel the great momentum by the young Frenchman. He tries again to line himself up, having a good exit onto the start-finish straight. I can feel the move coming up from Louis Iglesias on Arthur Poulain as we go to the last lap. This is now or never. This place is up for grab onto the starting grid, certainly for Louis Iglesias, who run out of luck a little bit in his qualifying heats. Could this actually go his way this time around? Arthur Poulain is not in the top 10 as well, but he is, of course, praying for this result, climbing 4 places up to the top 6. As we're here back with the leader in a couple of last corners, Enzo Tarvanechko, the fastest of all the Car Republic drivers from Prema Racing, certainly the biggest contender to the victory in the final this afternoon against René Lammers.
Yes, indeed. Tarvanechko done everything he could do then over the course of this weekend, but it wouldn't be enough. 9 points he's down by from René Lammers in the intermediate classification, but that does not take away his win then in the Superheat B. Checker flag goes out to Enzo Tarvanechko from Francisco Macedo, who does finish in P2 after gaining 3 positions. Finn McLaughlin finishes in P3 and rounds out the top 3 and getting away with a nice chunk of points. Then with those results in the intermediate classifications then, provisionally of course, René Lammers would be starting on pole position for the final later on today in his charge of becoming the FIA Karting European Champion in Okay, let's see what he can do, though, from that final. Enzo Tarvanichkul then finishes second in the intermediate classifications from Kia Nakamura Berta, who starts behind Rene Lammers. McLaughlin in fourth from Luigi Coluccio. Matteo Colnaghi sixth in the point standings from Francisco Macedo. Thomas Stochimanis from Alex Powell and Dmitry Matviev rounding out the top 10 in the intermediate classification, and of course the top 5 rows of the final later on today. There, though, Enzo Tarvanichkul, another race win over the course of this weekend as the cleanup job gets underway. There's a look then at the provisional classifications at the end of Superheat B. Tarvanichkul from Macedo, McLaughlin from Walter, Gomez, Pulain, Kavalkin, Iglesias from Matviev, Tai, Babichkova, Teresa Babichkova from Peter Egiv, Eichmanns from Adir, and Martin Molnar. Andrea Duke finishes in P16 from Marcus Sater, Alex Sawyer from Len Neisch, Emanuele Oliveri from Maximilian Popov, Mark Dubnitsky from Matilda Patz, Kasper Henriksen and Preston Lambert from Ximing Wang, and Leo Nilsson, Emilia Kovisto and Petra Babichkova from Zoe Florescu, rounding out the top 30 on track. 4 retirements from that race: Petra Babichkova, Zoe Florescu, Gazi Motlika and Miguel Costa from the race. There you can see the cleanup job getting underway. There is Zoe Florescu and the 145 getting put on Petra Babichkova. Both of them unfortunately retiring from this race. Let's have a look then at some of the highlights from the Superheat B. Great start from Tarvanichkul. Solid result for him, and he would just drive his way to the checker flag. No contest for him. Action further back as we saw bumpers flying off and drivers taking to the outside of the track. That was Leo Nilsson taken to the outside. This terrible moment here between Miguel Costa and Mark Dubnitsky. Both of them would get going again, but clearly a very bumpy ride for the both of them. They would get themselves separated and back in the race later on. David Walter diving down the inside and getting the move done as well, moving up and finishing in a good position of P4. 5 positions gained for him at the end of that race. And again, the just overtakes came in thick and fast. Francisco Macedo on his charge there to get second place, did so. And Eichmanns at this point now falling down the order as McLaughlin went through. He would finish in third by the time the checker flag came out. Walter would hold on to 4th place, but Ian Eichmanns, unfortunately, would drop down to P13 at the end of that one. Matviev getting squeezed onto the runoff area there as the 113 of Gabriel Gomez, one of the championship contenders, coming through as much as he possibly could, but he does not sit within the top 10 in the intermediate classifications. So that might be all she wrote for the championship, but we'll find out in the final later on today. But it's certainly looking like it is going to go into the way of Rene Lammers. Matviev would fight his way back, though, through the positions. He would get past Ian Eichmanns, he would get past Nathan Tai and Teresa Babichkova, and he would certainly make some good positions. Nathan Tai, though, with an absolutely astonishing race. 13 positions gained. He would make the moves later on. That was the moment that Teresa Babichkova would get squeezed out from the pack, and Nathan Tai would go through as well as Michael Adir as well. They would try to get that move done. That was the moment Nathan Tai tried to get down the inside of Dmitry Matviev, using that inside curve, it not going his way and having to concede the spot. But Enzo Tarvanichkul would take the race win by 0.3 of a second from Francisco Macedo from Portugal. And Finn McLaughlin would round out the top 3. They will be down in Parc Fermé getting themselves sorted. And we are ready to go down to Parc Fermé for the final time with Guillermo Alvarez.
Enzo Tarvanichkul, P1 on the grid, P1 at the finish, but only 0.3 of a second. So was it so much a walk in the park for you?
No, definitely not. We have many things to improve on still. And yeah, P1, but will be a very hard final in my opinion.
You have a couple of great contenders, of course, ready to give you a position. For the final this afternoon, the biggest race of them all, you will be starting on the front row. Outside, though, on coming to turn number 1, but we've seen you taking good advantage of that position earlier this weekend.
Yeah, I just don't want to think about it too much at the moment. Just focus on what I have to improve myself in the driving and see if there's anything to improve on the kart.
Fantastic words. Thank you very much for joining us, Enzo Tarvanichkul. We'll see you back this afternoon for the much-awaited OK final that will round things up 3 races to go, ladies and gents, for the Academy Trophy, the Junior and the OK class. Time to conclude the European Championship in style. Stay with us this afternoon from Cremona.
It all boils down to this. It is time for the finals for Academy, OKJ, and the OK categories. It all boils down to the last 3 races for Academy and for OK Junior, but in OK, it might already be done for the championship battle, but certainly stay tuned because the races you're about to see will be immense. Welcome to Cremona, the 1,210-meter circuit built in 2015, upgraded in 2019. It has played host to a mega few events over the past few years. And right now, today, it plays host to the 4th and final round of the FIA Karting European Championships for OKJ and OK, and of course, the Academy Trophy. Myself, Anthony Jordan, Guillaume Alvarez in the commentary box. Guillaume, we've had an action-packed first couple of days of racing, and it all boils down now to the finals. We are about to crown some European champions.
Buongiorno a tutti. Yes, indeed, Anthony. Good afternoon, everybody. Wherever you are tuning in Italy, we're live in Cremona, ready to get going for the first of 3 important finals. 2 of them deciding for this year's European title. One, as you said, might be already in the bag for one of the drivers. This will be for the end of the afternoon. First of all, the youngsters of the Academy Trophy making their way onto the track. And we're going to go through the grid in full, leaving the time for the competitors, 36 of them, to make their way onto the track now. These are the best youngsters at the end of what has been a very competitive weekend. 3 qualifying heats for each of them to make their way onto this final starting grid. The Cremona circuit is resplending with fantastic weather since the beginning of the week, and it should remain sunny, dry and hot until the end of the day to conclude the European season on another high. You can see the youngsters of the Academy Trophy getting themselves ready as well as the mechanics are now pushing the little machines onto their trolleys, placing them onto the starting grid. After the results of the qualifying heats, we had a total of 6 qualifying races spread between Saturday and this Sunday morning. And in the end, one of them has been able to take pole position and the points for the championship. Here's the theater for the action to come, the Cremona Karting nearby the kart and bike circuit that we have just beneath the main paddock. As you said, created back in 2015, an update in 2019. And this is the 2nd season for Cremona as part of the FIA Karting calendar. Last year, the gearbox classes were the first one to make the appearance. This time around, we had the direct drive, the OK, the OK Junior, and the Academy. And what a fantastic spectacle it has been so far. And let's finish it on a high.
We certainly will finish it on a high. And what a circuit they have got against them for these finals. 1,210 meters, 16 corners in total. It has been an absolute fierce contender for these drivers getting ready for the final. And this final for the Academy Trophy could not be any closer. Spain versus Australia. Hugo Marti versus Max Walton. 7 points separate the top 2 going into this final. One of them is going to be crowned the Academy Trophy champion in 2023. But who will it be in this grid? Max Walton starts well down the order. The 9th row, P17 is where Max Walton starts his championship fight from. Hugo Marti starts it on the front row, P2. He's not pole. That went to Wojciech Woda, who had a dominant performance over the course of the weekend. Certainly one to keep an eye out. He is going to make sure that he wins this final, but the championship can only be decided between those 2 drivers, Hugo Marti or Max Walton. I can't call who it's going to be, but they're certainly up against Max Walton here.
Talking about mission impossible for the young Max Walton, of course, from B17 on that grid. You can drive from Australia against Hugo Marti. The machines are lined up on the grid. X-Prix chassis, the same Vega tires and Vortex engine for everybody here, provided by the OTK Kart Group, the partnership of the Academy Trophy and the FIA Karting Federation. This is a school of karting, as often referred to in the world of kart racing. This is the first step to potentially, for as many as those youngsters, a brilliant career in the motorsport world. The Academy Trophy that was created back in 2010, won for the first time back then by Niklas Tihonen, and this field of young drivers has seen over the years so many young champions to become even for some of them F1 driver, the likes of Charles Leclerc that won that trophy in 2018. Let's go through the grids in full as the contenders are making their way onto the track. Watch what are your pole sitter and leader of the classification at this point. Hugo Marti by his side, the Spaniard, is the main favorite for the title.
Marco Schulkunis and Christian Tornellini then go from row number 2, both of them having a very close weekend. Santino Panetta and Rocco Coronel, they round out row number 3 and the top 6 drivers on the circuit. Lisa Billard from France with Romeo Haig alongside. She certainly had a good weekend. Both of them might have a chance of taking the win on this one. Arthur Braun and Carl Stroud, they round out the top 10 on row number 5. Braun having his first win earlier on. Simon Mayer and Lorenzo Campos, they go from row 6. Keep a very close eye on these two, have they been battling fiercely throughout the course of this weekend. Alexander Uznim and Harry Bartle from the United Kingdom not having a great run in this one. He starts a little further down with Vasilius Apostolidis and Alexander Deshkov going from row number 8. Keeping a close eye behind because Max Walton there, your man who is fighting for his championship, has Bennett Gasper alongside, but they've got to come all the way from row number 9 and P17 on the grid. Clark Kowalczyk and Kryces Yiriupa round out the top 20 on row number 10.
11 is Victor Alexander Rad and Zay El Momosani. Then we have on row number 12, Benjamin Jangar as Apo Timonen from Finland. Row number 13, we'll see Kimi Ray Fitriancia and Marius Barryberg having to work a lot into this final. Row number 14, we'll see Daniel Bonconseil and Kyle Mikalev from Malta. Row number 15, we do have Radek Vavra and Shane Bagesh Shandaria. At the back end of the grid, the row number 16 will be completed by Thomas Gomez and Tiziano Antola. Then we have at the back end Nitizio Mabunda, Juris Rollins Sprude. And on the row number 18, just behind Mabunda and Sprude, we do have Nikilesh Raju and Andre Edekin. 18 rows on this grid, 36 drivers onto this track. There were 40 of them coming from all 4 corners of the world. You've seen that, so many different flags, but same colors for the chassis, for the racing suits, same material, everybody on equal footing for the big final of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. We are gonna get ourselves ready now to listen for the national Italian anthem in a moment. But as you can see, everybody is lined up onto the grid. The presentation and the young actors of the first of 3 spectacle on track are lined up in front of you, as well as the officials of the FIA Karting Federation and the Cremona circuit. Ladies and gentlemen, let's listen now to the Italian anthem.
Absolutely beautiful. You've got to love it here in Italy. Karting at its finest, the home of karting, and the FIA Karting European Championships, the finals about to get underway. The Academy class lining up ready to receive their driver medals for making it into the finals themselves. And what an achievement that is on its own, because, of course, it is a challenge. They have much more than just 36 karts that join onto the grid and join onto the weekend. We have to whittle it down to the 36, so it always becomes a challenge. The medals being presented, as always, by Akbar Ibrahim, the CIK FIA President, and, of course, John Ryan, the CIK FIA Vice President, for all of the finals here today. And for the finalists here, it's a pleasure, I'm sure, to be greeted and to be given a medal by such prestigious people.
It is a pleasure and a privilege, certainly, to be part of that School of Karting field. As we've seen, the Academy Trophy has been running since 2010, and so many great drivers. For the past few years, we've had winners overall like Arthur Dorisson, Maciej Gladys, Conor Zelic, and the rest. Mauri Boya, Callum Bradshaw, as well as Charles Leclerc, the Ferrari Formula 1 driver back in 2011. So many names who didn't get the chance to win that trophy, but who have been competed at this level. This is the open door to international karting for those youngsters on their way to hopefully as many years as possible. The junior class, the OK category, maybe gearbox, on the way to car racing adventures like Kaius Siknelis, for instance, the young driver from Lithuania, winner back in 2019, doing a great job in car racing nowadays. Mr. Akbar Ibrahim, the CIK FIA president, on your picture, giving out the well-deserved medals to the competitors, the 36 best of them in the Academy Trophy, ready to give us one fantastic show. It has been very competitive on track all throughout the weekend, as it is always the case in the Academy Trophy. There's no pressure, but just for two young men. Ugo Marti is your leader in the championship. He's going to be starting from the front row of the grid, and Max Walton, the still leader of second of the competition. He was leader up to that point, but now he's missing just 7 little points on Ugo Marti. And to get them, he just need to do one thing and one thing only: finishing P2 at the minimum, or maybe get his hands on the trophy of this final. Always easier said than done. Lisa Biard, the young girl part of the field, one of the two lady drivers part of the Academy Trophy grid for this final. Lisa Biard doing a great job as well in France for what could be potentially a last race in this category before embarking on new adventures in the single-seater world. So watch out for what Lisa Biard can achieve, as she will be starting from P7th on the grid. Klara Kowalczyk being the other young lady into that field, and she has the coaching with a mechanic being Natalia Balbo, the gearbox driver that has been giving Klara Kowalczyk since the beginning of the season, or experienced advice on how to perform and how to get the maximum out of ourselves and out of a machine. And so far it's been paying off for Klara Kowalczyk, and she will be part of this final starting from P19 on the grid.
Yes, indeed. Drivers now start to make their way towards the karts, and the tension, you can imagine, is starting to build. Ugo Marti versus Max Walton, Spain versus Australia going into this weekend. I'm sure there's a large contingency of Australians watching from well across the other side of the planet. I'm not sure what time it is over there at the moment, but I'm sure they are wide awake and watching this one. Certainly, this is going to be a serious challenge for a lot of the drivers. And in between both of the two championship protagonists, there is a number of karts, 16 to be precise, between themselves and their championship advantage. It is going to be a challenge, but like you say, the pressure on Ugo Marti's head right now must be immense, because he has it all to lose, really.
Let's not forget that last year, for those who followed the World Championship event in Le Mans, we had the final round of the Academy Trophy, and the young Frenchman in front of his peers, Arthur Dorisson, won the final and the title from P12 on the grid. He had a fantastic recovery for that last race. P17 for Max Walton, so anything's possible. And I'm sure with the performance that Max Walton has already been showing us throughout the season, he has the potential, he has the pace to get it all together. Let's follow, of course, the recovery as high as possible from Max Walton, the 5:24. And another advantage for him is going to be on the inside on the way to turn number 1.
Yes, it is indeed. There we see Lisa Billard, who'll be starting this one on the 4th row of the grid. P7, certainly a good weekend she has had. Certainly is in a good spot here to potentially come away with a podium, maybe even the race win. She's in a good spot on that inside row as well, and we've seen throughout the entirety of this weekend that the inside row is definitely the most favourable to be on, as you are less likely to get spat out on the exit of turn 2, maybe even turn 3 or 4, and that's where it starts to get a little bit interesting for Hugo Marti, because he is on that outside row. He is in danger. Where is Max Walton? He's on the inside row, so he's got that benefit going towards him that he's protected with that inside line.
And they're going to take us through 21 laps to explain themselves. Here's on your picture, watches Woda, the leader of the field, the pole sitter at the end of the qualifying races. It was a pole sitter in yesterday practice session, so a fantastic weekend so far for the young Polish driver on the inside line from pole position. And of course, he has no part in the fight for the title, so the pressure is a little bit off, certainly, for Wojciech Woda, who has been doing some great things as well this season in the Academy Trophy. He's been the man to beat so far, and before this weekend, he was certainly one of the young drivers to follow, and so much more again. Hugo Marti, the young Spaniard, is getting his helmet on. The focus is starting to now improve. They are in their own bubble, really ready to let everything around them go, and to find themselves in a bit of a silence, possibly, to, you know, being lost in their thoughts, concentration at maximum. And Hugo Marti is certainly much aware of the task at hand. But when we talk to the drivers and say, yeah, do you feel any sort of pressure coming to that event, especially when you play for the title, they're like, no, try not to think too much about it and to relieve themselves a bit on that mission for them.
I think the hardest part for these drivers is the moment where they are walking around without their helmets on. You know, you can see everything and they're just wondering what is going to happen later on. But as soon as they're in this state right here, as you see Marcos Shilkunas, helmet on, focused, not worrying about anything. As soon as they're sat in the car, that's it. Tunnel vision kicks in. They focus on going forward and forward alone. And that is the talent that we see from these drivers. Certainly an exciting time for the entire grid. 36 Academy Trophy finalists make it into the final round of the championship this year. And like we've said over and over, it is a two-horse race to the flag in this one. Hugo Marti and Max Walton, 7 championship points splits the two of them, but both of them this year have not even won a final. Marius Barryberg won in the Czech Republic, and Vasilius Apostolidis won in Denmark, and both of those drivers start way further down the order in this one. Marius Barryberg, who's currently 3rd in the championship technically, and this is a wild card of a prediction. If both Hugo Marti and Max Walton do not score any points and Marius Barryberg wins, he could win this championship by a couple of points. It is still technically a 3-horse battle, but eyes are focused on Max Walton and Hugo Marti.
And certainly Marius Barryberg will have nothing to lose, as is climbing, or at least will be trying to climb from the back of the grid. We had seen Christian Tonalini, the young Italian, who's going to be starting from the outside of round number 2. And that's interesting, just beneath our position on the left side of the picture, you could see Hugo Marti, not quite yet close to his cart, is on his own. And you can see Simone Perego, the FIA Karting Championship manager, Gonzalo Planter by his side, Deputy Academy Race Director, the man in charge behind the scene. And for Gonzalo, is very much on track into the sun, and thank God he has that little cup of his, otherwise that would have been quite difficult conditions all throughout the races since Friday. But the job has been impeccable from everybody here as part of the Cremona Karting, the organization, and the RGMMC group. Let's finish on another high as Pasquale Lupoli, the FIA Karting Race Director, is getting ready to unleash the young beasts of the Academy Trophy. 1 minute left. You can see the board as now it's about time to focus ourselves on the start. In less than 1 minute, one warm-up lap for the youngsters of the Academy Trophy, and then a rolling start for everybody into the 21-lap final.
Yes, indeed. It is about to kick off here for the Academy Trophy as the grid starts to clear and drivers and mechanics get themselves ready to get going for this event. Like I said, 21 laps, 25 kilometers, the race distance to this one for the Academy finalists. It is going to be one roller coaster of a weekend. Hugo Marti still yet to actually take a seat in the car. Is standing ready with the mechanic. Further down the order, though, Max Walton in the 524 is already seated. He is primed, ready, focused on what he's about to do here.
Interesting, different dynamic between drivers. And now you can see Ugo Marti just before the whistle is being blown and the drivers making their way onto the track. The Academy final is on. And Marti was one of the last one, actually, the last one to get behind the wheel as everybody was waiting around for that green flag. Everybody get going safely. Here's the grid once again in full. Roches Woda, your pole sitter, Ugo Marti, the championship contender by his side. Marca Silcunas and Christian Tonalini on row number 2. Row number 3, Santino Panetta and Rocco Coronel. Row number 4, we do have Romeo Axe and Lisa Bia. Row number 5, Karel Stout and Arthur Bronen. Then we have Simon Mayer and Lorenzo Campos, row number 6. Row number 7, Alexander Ansneem and Hard Battle. Row number 8, Velizeov Apostolidis and Alexander Teshkov. Row number 9, Max Walton and Bennett Gaspar. Row number 10, Klara Kovalcic and Kicha Gira Yupa.
Row number 11, we'll see Victor Rad and Zain Al Homassani go from that row. Benjamin Jangard and Apo Timonen round out row number 12. Kimi Ray and Marius Barryberg, who has got a one-off chance of winning this championship from 26th on the grid, but he'll have to win, and the other two not score a single point. He starts on that 13th row. Marius Bonconsel and Karl Mikalev go from row 14, with Radek Vavra and Shane Chandira going from row 15, rounding out the top 30. Thomas Gomez and Tiziana Antola go from row 16, from Letiza Mabunda and Roland Sprud on row 17. Nicolas Raju and Andrea Adekin round out the 36-cart grid as we get going, the warm-up, and there, the championship standings. Hugo Marti, 97, Max Walton, 90, Marius Barryberg, 74. All three of those drivers have a chance of winning this, but eyes will be fixated on, of course, Hugo Marti and Max Walton going into this one. Like we said, 21 laps, 25 kilometers, and we will find out who will be your Academy Trophy champion in 2023. Here at Cremona, 1,210 meters, 16 corners, and 21 laps are between these drivers and certain victory and potential future careers in the world of motorsport. It is the Academy Trophy. It is the final corner, and it is time to start this race. The grid slowed right down, and they will come up towards our Deputy Race Director, Gonzalo Plata, will be in the middle of the track to slow them down and make sure they're nice and steady. Into the tram lines. Is it green flag? First time of asking. No, it's not. They go round again. The nerves kicking in.
The nerves are kicking in, and if you are with us, this is a moment well picked. Welcome everybody once again to a glorious afternoon of kart racing as we get ourselves ready one more time for the first of the 3 finals, starting with the Academy Trophy, as we're live as always on FIAKarting.com, Motorsport TV, all over the place on social media. Check out Facebook, YouTube, Instagram to get properly covered, and all the results available to you on FIAKarting.com.
Here's a look at the start of that one and how it was aborted. And while I'm looking at that one, have a look at Rocco Coronel, the orange helmet just going through your shot. That is a massive dent in his front bumper before we've even started this race. He is under pressure of potentially getting a nose cone penalty before the race has even started.
We're going to need to watch that back closely, certainly for Rocco Coronel, but well spotted there.
Indeed. Well, here we go then. Back into formation. Last drivers just getting into the back of the grid. Remember, when they get to the red line, which is the exit of turn 13, that is where there is no overtaking allowed. You have to be in single file in your rows, side by side, ready to enter into the tram lines. They're not allowed to accelerate until they get to the yellow line, which is about on row 6 of the start-finish line. It's very late, and it's very cautious for the drivers to see when they want to hit the loud pedal. Gonzalo Plata clears the grid as the drivers make their way back into the tram lines. This time around, second time's a charm. Lights are red. Lights go out and down and towards turn 1 they go. Brilliant start from Wojciech Woda. He holds on to the inside line. Hugo Marti gets swamped by the pack. He's gone down into 4th place now. He's going to have to try and fight a few places. Where's Max Walton? He's in the middle of the pack there somewhere as one of the carts going high, wide and handsome off the circuit. Marco Shilkunas, though, up into 2nd place. He's had a brilliant start.
Yeah, brilliant start and get away for pretty much everybody. Unlike one of those at the back end, the 531 was involved into that tussle, as we see it switch for 3rd place around the inside of turn number 8. Beautifully made by one of the protagonists. Let's have a look who that is. And this is Christian Tonalini, the Italian driver, making his way up to P3. Well done to him, as Hugo Marti is keeping it steady from P2 at the end of the opening lap. Everybody through the last sector. Watch out for any wheel banging over there. Around the inside, Tonalini keeps on going and takes second place.
I think it's Hugo Marti.
Hugo Marti this time around, who actually taking second place back to Silcunas up into P2. And the Italian driver, apologies, is all the way down to P9, Tonalini. So here's the classification in full after the opening lap as a 509. Panetta is battling against Silcunas for P3. Two wagons already split in the lead for this race with Woda and Marti. The order is the same, but goes on the inside in tandem 8 for the lead. Hugo Marti takes command, but crossing the line in switching position already is Woda. No, I'm in the lead and I intend to stay there.
Wojciech Woda is getting in the way of Hugo Marti's championship fight here. He's pushed him back down into second place, but in this position, Hugo Marti still would win the championship by 23 points from Max Walton. Max Walton, though, down in the field, where is he? I can't even see him within the top 25 on that timing screen. We'll have to turn. No, he's up to P7. Max Walton's in P7 here. He's had a massive start here as, again, they battle for the race lead. Hugo Marti retakes the lead through turns 1 and 2. But this race is far from over because Max Walton has now just dropped down into P12 on that last lap, so he's not had a good run. He has got to keep gaining those positions if he wants this championship final, because Hugo Marti right now leads the way and he goes defensive. Lisa Billard dives to the inside of Rocco Coronel, a change for 5th place as I'm seeing bodywork and sticker kits flying off left, right and centre here.
Yeah, there might be some sticker kits indeed from the nose cone of Lisa Billard flowing in the air as a result of some trouble into the opening laps. But it's only getting started into that final of the Academy Trophy. Hugo Marti in the lead. Wojciech Woda in second. Watch out, switching position, the 5:15 of Tonalini getting ahead of Rocco Coronel. And you can see the front fairing bumper of Rocco Coronel as he fights back on the way to turn number 1. He has the racing line and keeps it. Coronel at the opening lap, or maybe even the warm-up lap just before we got going, might have been certainly not going according to plan for Rocco Coronel. Hopefully his front fairing is still in the right positions. We'll see about that. Klara Kowalczyk, one of the two lady drivers in the field, putting the fastest lap into this race as he tries to climb back. Watch out as well. Lisa Billard, the other one from France, trying to climb as well, as we had Karl Stout getting ahead of Arthur Brohan for P8. Archie Brohan won one of the 2 super heats this morning, trying to climb the field as much as possible.
Yes, indeed. This is getting very exciting in that mid-pack, but keep an eye on it over the course of this entire race. There you can see Marti now started to control this race. He's opened up that gap now 0.3 of a second, nearly into the 0.4 now as they cross the timing beam. Wojciech Woda still there in second place from Santino Panetta. Panetta, who was making good moves earlier on in the superheat, certainly will be one to keep a very close eye on now as he dives down the inside. There goes Lisa Billard, I believe, getting the move done. Yeah, and what a drive she's having. Yeah, up into P3, that is, for Lisa Billard, who's been showing some great flashes of performance. Run the inside, goes the 5:16 of Silcunas on Panetta, and the Argentinian driver losing what is, for now, P4. Oh, the 530 is in trouble. The 530 is in trouble. Let's see if he's going to be able to get back on his own. But who is the driver that we about to lose? Hopefully not for him. He's trying to get going again. And this Marius
is
Barryberg.
Marius Barryberg. Believe it or not, but Barryberg coming to Cremona was the 3rd man of that championship. He could have played a part into this final. But unfortunately, let's see where he is. And someone else, 2 drivers actually coming together on the outside. Just before turn number 13, there you can see them. Warning flag for Barryberg is out of this race. Let's have confirmation about that. But the 5:26 and someone else came together.
Yeah, that is Roland Sprood and Benjamin Jamgaard at the back of the field. The representatives for Austria and for Sweden out of this race as Arthur Braun from New Zealand now sets the fastest lap of the race. Actually, it was the Latvian driver there, Roland Sprood, going off the circuit. But certainly very interesting here because Lisa Billard has closed in on these 2 now and could play a critical part in this final. At this point in time, Hugo Marti has 127 championship points. Max Walton has 93. Max Walton currently is still there in P12. He has not managed to gain any positions. He is struggling in that mid-pack. He needs to start making moves now. There's a look at the championship standings confirmation with that spin from Marius Barryberg. Unfortunately for him, he drops out of the top 3, and that promotes Santino Panetta up into 3rd in the championship standings. So he'll be absolutely delighted with that one, Will Panetta, as Wojciech Roda looks to the inside here. This is for the race lead, and it is complete. Wojciech Roda dives to the inside, and now instantly Hugo Marti fights back. The two go wheel to wheel in through. This is close. Oh, there's nearly contact between the two of them, and Billard comes down the inside. Lisa Billard into 2nd place, and it's now put the championship into contention here as Hugo Marti dives it back down the inside. Billard's now fallen down the order. This is getting too close for comfort. Hugo Marti is under some serious pressure here now.
Yeah, Marty has to really pay attention to what he's doing. He has to be careful because you don't want to retire or having trouble losing positions in the process, because now he's still the champion of 2023 in the Academy Trophy when it comes to the points. He has more than 30 points, 34 points now advantage on Walton. Max Walton has been unable to catch up, really stuck in P12 as we said. At this point, Marty in 2nd is in control of the championship as we still see stickers flowing in the air of Lisa Bier nose cone, but apparently there's no pieces flying around, nothing defixed or in the wrong position by the look of it. It's just a bit of stickers of decorative stickers on the nose cone, so nothing to worry about. Hopefully for Lisa Bier, this piece of sticker won't be flying to someone else's cart, because that could prove to be quite dangerous.
Well, the biggest thing that she's got is that must be a huge distraction for her. I mean, if I was her, I would grab that, rip it off, and try and clear it out the way of the track. But, you know, because you don't want that flailing around right in front of your face. It's a huge distraction. If I was her, I'd certainly give that a go. But at the moment, she is focusing on what she needs to do. A technical flag has gone out. That unfortunately has gone to Victor Rad, who has got a mechanical failure on his kart. Will have to bring it back into the pit lane. His final hopes are over as down the inside. There goes Marcos Shilkunas on Hugo Marti. That is the change for 2nd place. And again, this fight is still not over. Hugo Marti around the outside again. He is playing with fire here with going for moves like that. We saw that happen 2 weeks ago to Timo Ramikas in one of the races where he got spat out off the circuit and into the barrier. This time around, it's still going well for him as Lisa Billard now dives down the inside and gets up into 3rd place. Hugo Marti right now is holding on to his championship hopes.
Yeah, 34 points advantage on Max Walton. So he still has a long way to go. As long as he keeps it steady on track and sees the checkered flag in one of the positions, hopefully for and praying for Max Walton to start recovering. This should be good to go, good in the bag for Hugo Marti in 2nd place at the pursuit of Wojciech Roda. Lisa Bier back into the P3, Silkunas in P4, Rocco Coronel, the young Dutchman, in P5. Then you have Arthur Brohon. Let's have a look at the move from Lisa Bier. You could see the stickers flying around actually just before she went on making his move, or her move on Saka Silkunas.
The biggest thing she's got to be careful as well with that one is if it does come off and it gets caught up in the radiator, the engine will overheat and she'll be out of the race. She's got to be careful of that, because looking behind you to see if the radiator's clear is actually a very difficult thing to do, especially when you're so focused on going forward. This is closed in once again. Here comes Hugo Marti on Wojciech Roda. We're half race distance now, and there down the inside goes Lisa Billard, and crucially I think she's got rid of that flailing sticker. No, it hasn't. It's still on the cart, so she's still having to deal with that one, but it's not affecting her whatsoever because she's diving to the inside. And here comes Shilkunas again. Look at the lunge down the inside in towards turn number 8. Now Rocco Coronel's caught up. Coronel is side by side. Here comes Arthur Braun down the inside as well. Braun goes to the inside of Coronel. He takes that position. Hugo Marti now dives to the inside. Oh, Marti's got to be so careful here, because one false move and it could be the end of his championship. Keep an eye on him now as they've come concertinaed up here into the braking zone. The world is against Hugo Marti here as they cross the line. Look at the gap that they've got. Hugo Marti is down into P4. The championship still very close, but it's still going the way, and off the track goes the 515. That's Christian Tonalini. The Italian driver is out at turn number 8.
Yeah, quite unfortunate for Tonalini as he was fighting his way through. He was a good P4 on this grid after strong results in the Superheat, and his race is already over, unfortunately, on lap number 12. We're halfway through, more than that now, of this 21 lap final. As Wojciech Roda still very much in the lead, but for just 2 tiny tenths of a second from Lisa Bier. What a run for the French driver, who's been really fighting at the forefront, clipping some good results in P4 and P5 throughout the qualifying heats. But now this is really the cherry on the cake for Lisa Bier, as we keep focusing as well on the battle behind, as Arthur Brohon gets ahead of Hugo Marti. This is really going left and right for Ugo Marti at the moment. All he needs to do is to stay on the track and making sure to see the checkered flag. Let's not try not to be too aggressive on that one. He knows that all the others have nothing to lose when it comes to the championship. They're here to race, they're here to make the results, to finish the season on a high. For him, that's a totally different story. Of course, he needs those points, even though the gap is still significant on Max Walton, struggling in the middle of the pack down in P13. But if he doesn't make it to the end, he would still be crowned, of course, winner this season. But depending where Max Walton could finish, even though he would need to climb a lot of positions up to P1 to have a slight chance to switch the position for the lead. But still, Ugo Marti wants to finish on a comfortable note. He wants to see that checkered flag. Whatever positions will do. Oh, and one of the drivers being kicked on the outside of turn number 15. That might have been the 509. Santino Panetta, and it was in a bit of a trouble there.
Yes, indeed, getting spat out at the exit of turn 14 and 15 there, luckily bringing it back onto the circuit. Now, this is where we need to see a mature drive here out of Ugo Marti, who now sends it back down the inside of Arthur Braun, moves it back up. Braun immediately fights it back. Ugo Marti's got to be smart here. He can still win the championship if he just stays in that position. He's got to be careful, because if he starts dueling like this, his chances of getting into a collision, it goes much, much higher. And again, he goes wheel to wheel with Rocco Coronel, but nothing happens between the two of them. He holds on to the position. The battle for the lead still kicking off, though. Volta and Lisa Billard, who are having an absolutely fantastic run. But right now, it is all eyes on what is going to happen for the championship fighters. Again, Coronel down the inside of Ugo Marti through turn 15. Marti is under some serious pressure here, because now here comes through Clarel Stroughton as well. Romeo Hagu's getting involved in this battle, and Rocco Coronel just edging everyone on now as they go through the field. Carol Strout now gaining positions and contact. Oh, and that was so lucky that Ugo Marti did not get involved in that when it was right in front of the two of them. And that was Carol Strout and Rocco Coronel who made a contact there through the... Look at the bumpers that have been pushed
Those
in.
two, yeah.
Those two could be in questionable condition at the end of this race. And there's some communication going on here. What's going on?
Yeah, what's going on at the moment? All over the place. Battles are plenty into this Academy final. As Maciej Woda in the meantime, 2/10 of a second advantage on Lisa Bier. Silkunas down in P3. Then Artie Brohan still holding on to that P4. 518 on your picture. Ugo Marti as ever. Bennett Jaspar, warning flag for the driver in the 12th place at the moment. We haven't seen anything. We haven't seen anything yet into this Academy final. Maciej Woda will be finishing on a high as a 513 on the inside. And this is further back in the classification. This is Harry Bartel on Sebastian Meyer for P9. Well executed by Harry Bartel over there, the British driver, who's currently sitting a little bit further back into the classification. Harry Bartel is P19 after a difficult season so far, but that's his chance to shine and to collect the points that he would deserve. But look at how crammed that field of driver still is. Very further back, those two on your screen. Rocco Coronel is the contact with the 514 of Karel Stout. And what do you think? Racing incident?
Well, I mean, Carol Stout turned in just as Coronel was there. He made, obviously, the front wheel making contact with the rear wheel there of Coronel. So not quite sure what communication happened between the two of those, but certainly it didn't go well. Romeo Hague now with the fastest lap of the race as we turn our attention back with the top two runners, Wojciech Roda and Lisa Billard. Now, update on the championship points right now. 111 for Ugo Marti. Max Walton, 93. That gap still edging down. Walton still there in 13th place. Max Walton's really not helping himself here. He's got to gain positions now to really help out his fight. If he starts gaining, it will make this go a lot faster, I guarantee it. But right now, he's just under that pressure content. Well, let's hope, because Wojciech Woda and Lisa Billard here, who are just absolutely line astern. Just look at this. I mean, what a drive as well from Lisa Billard. This weekend has been one of pure commitment from her. She currently second place in this one. Started it on the 4th row of the grid as well, P7. And I mean, what a weekend she's had, and certainly proving, despite the fact she's got that difficulty of the sticker that's come off on her kart, she's dealing with that, plus battling away with Wojciech Woda here in a final in the Trophy Academy. Certainly, this is a champion's drive.
That will be, if she stays where she is, that will be her first podium. Either victorious or in second place, but first podium of the season for Lisa Bier in the first attempt to the Academy Trophy. And we saw, of course, flashes of brilliance all the way back to Czech Republic as she made it to P4 in the final. Lisa Bier collecting 9 points in what had been a more difficult weekend in Denmark. But she's back at full force, and just 2/10 of a second between herself and Wojciech Woda. As for the back, Rocco Coronel is about to lose 1 or maybe 2 places, 1 for now, as Santino Panetta, the Argentinian driver, is making his way up to P7. Coronel down in P8 from Ari Battle, and Lorenzo Campos running up the top 10. Sebastian Mayer just outside of it in P11 from Gaspar. Walton still stuck in P13. He's trying to get close, but he's still missing 0.3 of a second on the Gaspar in 12. This final has been really going from bad to worst for Max Walton, who has been completely unable, stuck into that midfield to really recover through the ranks and really give that championship battle a proper go. But as for now, this is a penultimate lap of the race for Wojciech Woda. And can Lisa Bier try to make the connection with the leader? That's going to be a heated couple of laps left before the checkered flag. Woda, Bier, Silkunas down in P3. Could be securing the last step of the podium, but Arthur Brohan might have other ideas in mind.
Yes, indeed. Keep a close eye on this one because the battle is far from over. There, though, on your screen, Hugo Marti still there in P6 and is still leading the championship standings. 111 points from Max Walton's 93. Walton still there as he's gone up now into P11, so he has started gaining positions. So now it's starting to look a little bit more interesting between themselves and the championship standings, because now he's got the 95 championship points. But we go on to the final lap now, and the battle is between these two, Wojciech Woda and Lisa Billard. First and second, Lisa having a brilliant weekend and could come away with a potential final win here if she can find a way past Wojciech Woda, but he's not going to make that easy at all. It is Poland versus France here as they go down in towards turn number 8. Big look over the shoulder there from Wojciech Woda as he does not need to defend going into turn number 8. Again, big check over the shoulder just to make sure it's all clear as he sides his way into the final section for the final time. Only a couple more corners to negotiate, but keep an eye on Lisa Billard. She's closed in, but I don't think she's close enough for a full attack here into the final corner. It's going to be a run to the line, and it's going to be a win for Poland and a win for Wojciech Woda. Across the line, he wins the third and final round of the Trophy Academy here in Italy at the Cremona circuit, and what a win it will be for him. Lisa Billard takes second place, her first podium of the year as well in the class. She'll be absolutely delighted for that for France. And Markus Šilkūnas coming in third place to round out the podium. The representative for Lithuania, a brilliant, brilliant run for him. But crucially, you can't take it away because the championship standings, 111 points for Spain. Hugo Marti is your 2023 Academy Trophy champion.
Well done to Hugo Marti. Bravo to the young Spaniard who gets it home and finally for 16 points get the job done. 17 points to be precise, as Max Walton was gaining another position and lost another one actually. He was 11 at some point and made it down to 12 on the checkered flag. 17 points clear from Hugo Marti. Crown winner of the Academy Trophy for this season. It comes 1 year after Arthur Dorisson at the World Championship in Le Mans. Hugo Marti is our new winner in the School of Karting for a new season of fantastic racing. And what a final this has been, unpredictable until the last few meters before the checkered flag. And in the end, the classification in full with Wojciech Woda, winner for Poland from Lisa Bier, second place for Markus Šilkūnas. Then comes Arthur Brohan, Romeo Hart in P5, Hugo Marti in P6 from Rocco Coronel, P7, Ari Battle climbing 6 places up to P8 from Santino Panetta, Lorenzo Campos running up the top 10, Simon Mayer is 11 from Max Walton, who did everything he could certainly in that very, very competitive field. He climbed still 5 places up to P12 as we're going to see some inside footage of the drivers as they make their way to the scale, waiting for the podium ceremony that will be taking place in just a few moments before we get our attention to the junior and the OK finals. Let's have a look at the replays as well, as we had a cracking start from the 503. Wojciech Woda, who would turn up to be your final winner of this last 21 lap race. A good getaway for pretty much everybody into the field except for one of those at the back end. I think we had Antole as well as some of those involved. It might have been Zain Momosani as well, who would finish in P20. But there have been battles aplenty into that field of the Academy Trophy, led in the first place by Wojciech Woda before Ugo Martin would made his move to take that back. But the switch was quickly to be made by the Polish leader. Here he comes, taking the lead back into turn number 1 with the other protagonists behind, trying to get themselves involved in that early tussle. On the inside of turn number 8, that was the move for P3 in the early stages of the race. Rocco Coronel battling his way through to what would be a P7 finish with that front fairing and the bump in the middle. So to be confirmed if the Dutchman will be able to keep that result. Stickers flying in the air for Lisa Billard, but it didn't prevent her to make a brilliant recovery. The 530, unfortunately, didn't see the checkered flag. Marius Barryberg, one of the contenders in this championship, unfortunately finishing his season certainly not as he would have expected. Lisa Billard, in the meantime, fighting her way through for what has been his best race of the season up into P2. The 516, though, Marcus Silkunas would be one of the protagonists, not backing off at all in the later stages, but still he could do nothing against Lisa Billard on the inside of turn number 5. She would go for P2, battling along for the last step of the podium with Arthur Brohon and Romeo Hogt as well as the rest. You could see some frustration by one of the drivers who had to retire. We lost a couple of them, 4 in total through this Academy final. And there was a bit of trouble as well for the 509 further back, Santino Panetta, who would go on to finish further back in P9 after going cross-country just a tiny bit. Karl Stott and Rocco Coronel gesturing together, talking to each other through the helmets and trying to work their way through. But Karl Stott was taking advantage before that contact, unfortunately, as Karl Stott lost a couple of positions in the process. So did Rocco Coronel, finishing in P7. But the race was far from over, as you could see battles as well happening through the field. Rocco Coronel was trying to gain positions again, as Lisa Billard was keeping close watch on Wojciech Woda, trying to find a bit of spot that could allow her in the lead. She might have needed maybe one extra lap, as Rocco Coronel was there as well, ready to go for any positions up for grab. He would have to make do with a P7. In the rest of the classification, as we wait for the podium ceremony to take place, we had Klara Kowalczyk climbing 6 places to a great P13 from Bennett Gaspar, Alexander Hans-Sneem, from Vasilov Apostolidis, Apo Timonen. Then we have Kimire Fricianza, Daniel Bonconseil, and P20 Zain Elmomosani. P21 was Kwitak Gira Yupa from Bagesh Shandaria, Andrei Andekin, Nitsio Mabunda, Radek Vavra, Alexander Deshov, Kyle Mikalev, Nikilesh Raju, Karel Stout, Thomas Gomez, Tijan Antola, and the last one to cross the line, Victor Alexander Rad. 4 drivers that we lost in the process of this final, as Juris Sprude, Benjamin Jalmar, Marius Barryberg, and Christian Tonalini unfortunately had to step out of their carts. And this, ladies and gentlemen, conclude the first of the 3 finals that we are having on schedule this afternoon. A beautiful Sunday of racing under beautiful conditions, 30 degrees Celsius in the air in Cremona. A little cloudy above our heads, but still blue skies all over. The perfect conditions for a perfect conclusion to the European Championship season, as we're waiting for the top 2 drivers of the Academy Trophy to be celebrated on the podium in just a few moments. Stay with us, because after that, the junior category will come into play. And oh boy, that category welcoming the drivers between 12 and 14 years of age will be one not to miss, with the battle for the title undecided at this point. Thibaut Ramakers will be your pole sitter after winning one of the 2 super heats. He's going to have Alexander Bondarev just behind him on the outside of turn of the second front row of the grid. Alexander Bondarev is still the current leader of the championship, for just 20 points on Thibaut Ramakers. Anything is still up for grab, even though Alexander Bondarev comes into that final with a pretty comfortable cushion of points. Still, nothing is decided in the junior category, and nothing pretty much is decided to complete the top 3 of the OK class. When it comes to the title, you will see about that as conclusion of the afternoon. Well, one driver has been doing an immense job, René Lammers, against the likes of Gabriel Gomez, Alex Powell, and the rest of the senior field. That will be for later. Keep in mind that the next final is due to start in a couple of moments. The presentation at 2:30 once we're done with the podium ceremony. And then after that, from 3:40 local time, we'll get going for the presentation of the contenders, the 36 best OK drivers for the last final of the day. That will be each concluded with a podium ceremony. So stay with us for plenty of action here in Cremona. This will be the conclusion point of the European season that has seen 176 drivers competing in all through classes, but we could only keep the best 36 in the end. And for the Academy final, well, Wojciech Włoda has been the one dominating that race for just 0.2 of a second. That was a close call, and one of the revelations of the season, Lisa Billard taking second place, a first podium of the season for Lisa Billard, who will finish the overall classification in 7th place. When it comes to the championship, Ugo Marti is taking the win in front of Max Walton. Then Marca Silcunas running up the top 3 as on the race. So 3rd in the race, 3rd in the championship for Marca Silcunas. Job well done for the young driver. Then we have Santino Panetta in P4, Marius Barryberg having to make do with P5. Still a strong result at the end of the season despite having to DNF in the final. And then Wojciech Włoda, the winner of the day, finishing the championship in P6 from Lisa Billard, Sakai Apostolidis, and Arthur Brohan. Those classifications available to you as always on FIAKarting.com, where all the classifications, of course, will be made official once the all drivers go through the scrutineering area. I think the podium ceremony is about to get going. Over to you, Anthony, to celebrate the top 3 of the Academy Trophy.
Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the podium presentations for the Trophy Academy. What a brilliant final it has been for all of the drivers, but it boils down to the final 3 drivers in the podium. Please welcome then onto the podium, finishing in 3rd position on track, and his first podium of the weekend, representing Lithuania, Marcus Silcunas. And of course, again, for the first time on the podium here in the Academy Trophy, please welcome, representing France, Lisa Billard. And finally, gaining maximum points over the weekend and finishing on the top spot in the final, please welcome, representing Poland, Wojciech Włoda. We now listen to the national anthem of Poland. Well, what a result then for our drivers, and a brilliant result for Wojciech Włoda from Poland. We now begin with the trophy presentations, and we will start with the 3rd place podium. Please welcome onto the podium Alessandro Cannavaro to present the 3rd place podium trophy to Marcus Silcunas, who wins from Lithuania, and again a fabulous result for Lithuania. And I'm sure Marcus will enjoy this podium and a beautiful 3rd place trophy for the Academy Trophy. To present the trophy for 2nd place, please welcome onto the podium the CIK FIA Vice President John Ryan to present the 2nd place trophy to France's Lisa Billard. And finally, please welcome onto the podium now the CIK FIA President Akbar Ibrahim to provide the trophy for Poland's Wojciech Woda. We now present the flowers to the top 3 drivers as well as the last of the congratulations gets underway. A beautiful array of both trophies and flowers, and we ask now the press to get ready for the photos. This is your opportunity now for those photos to come in, and again, a brilliant result for our top 3. And we'll ask all of the 3 drivers to jump up onto the top podium as well, if you can, please. Thank you very much. Trophies and flowers high up in the air. Everyone on the top 3, everyone on the top podium, squeeze on. There we go. An absolutely brilliant result for our top 3 drivers as we will start to get ready with probably the most fun part of the weekend, which results with that champagne as the last few photos get taken. And again, a fabulous result for Wojciech Woda. Maximum points over this weekend, his best result of the year, and he will bask in the glory and the sunshine here in northern Italy. We'll ask now everyone to clear the podium, because now becomes the interesting bit as the champagne gets given. Get ready, because it's time now to spray that champagne. Give it all you've got, guys. A brilliant result, and I can imagine now in this heat that might get a little bit sticky there, but a brilliant result then for Wojciech Woda, Lisa Billard and Marcus Schilkunas, your top 3 for the Academy Trophy in 2023.
The force has definitely been strong with young Master Woda, winner of the final of the Academy Trophy here from Lisa Bia and Marcus Schilkunas. Well done to you all 3. Well done to everybody in the Academy Trophy. This has been a great spectacle on track to get us going for the next 2 final, the junior and the OK class. Fantastic piece of driving, as always, in the School of Karting. And we have a new winner, Hugo Marti for Spain, finishing P6, but that was enough for him after what had been a more troublesome sort of race compared to his qualifying races and superheat to this point. But it was enough for Hugo Marti to seal the deal in the Academy Trophy, and in front of Max Walton, who, unlike his fellow opponent from Spain, didn't have the best of the race. Now, let's get ourselves ready, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks again for tuning in on FIAKarting.com from all 4 corners of the world. As always, we get ourselves ready for the next step of the afternoon, the OK Junior final. As you can see, same distance as for the Academy, 21 laps, 25 kilometers of that 1.2 circuit of Cremona. 16 turns that the junior drivers will have to master in the next few moments. We're gonna, of course, go through the presentation as always in a few moments. The drivers first, the machine and the mechanic, and then the competitors will make their way onto the track. 36 of them will line up on the grid in just a few moments, and at the front of that grid, a couple of the contenders, of course, will give it everything to try to get their hands on the European title of this junior category. Last season, of course, saw a lot of battles as well in that same class at European level, of course. And in 2022, the junior European title went to Anatoly Kavalkin, making the step to OK this season from Jan Berezovsky and Nathan Tai back in 2022. And the World Championship, of course, we do all remember the performance by young Enzo Tanvanescu, the Thai driver doing wonders in the OK class this season. It will be one to watch for the final, that they will be starting from the front row of the grid. That will be for after the junior. But who will walk into the path of Anatoly Kavalkin at the end of this European junior season? Can it be Alexander Bondarev? Can it be Thibaut Ramakers? The game is on, and 20 points split them two at the moment.
I love it when it gets to moments like this. A championship to be decided between 2 drivers in the final race of the year. I love it so much. And I'm sure the drivers don't like it. I'm sure they wanted it to be done at the end of the first round. But no, they've had to wait an agonizingly long time all the way through the 4 championship rounds they've had over the course of the year. We started in Spain, we went to the Czech Republic, we then went to Denmark, we end the championship here in Italy at the Cremona Karting in northern Italy. And, well, it all boils down to, yeah, like you said there, Alexander Bondarev and Thibaut Ramekers, and it's been a story, a telltale story for Thibaut Ramekers here, because maximum points in the qualifying heats, maximum points in the super heats. If he gets maximum points in the finals, it's looking good his way. But Bondarev could still beat him if he's second, maybe even third on the grid as well.
I remember that the winner gets 30 points at the end of this final, 25 for the driver in second, and 22 for the one in third, all the way down to P12. So only the 12 places actually in the final reward points at this stage. So still mathematically possible for Thibaut Ramekers and the VDK Racing team, one of the strong team, of course, on the international scene, using Car Republic machine as one of the satellites formation in the junior class. So the gap is there. It's still very much possible for Thibaut Ramekers. All he needs to do, like he's been doing since the start of the weekend, is to put himself in the front. Of course, he was the fastest in qualifying, pole position, the first one for this season for Thibaut Ramekers. He was in the lead after the qualifying heats, in the lead after the super heat, and now there's just one step left to achieve. In which order? That's a big question, as the mechanics are now making themselves onto the grid, pushing the machines that will allow the youngsters of the junior class to shine onto the Cremona Karting. Talking about shining, still very hot and dry here for the last two finals of the day and of the championship in this beautiful part of northern Italy. Second year of appearance for Cremona. Last season for the big finale of the Gearbox European Championship. The Academy Trophy making its way already last season. Second appearance just before. And now it's about to get going between the 36 best contenders of the junior class.
This couldn't be any better for Jacopo Martinez. Yes, okay, he's not battling for the championship, but he is an Italian on an Italian manufactured kart going into the race here on the front row. I mean, what a feeling that must be for him at such this young age that they are, as the drivers now start to make their way onto the track. The presentation taking place very, very soon, of course, providing the medals for the drivers. But between now and then, you can imagine the tension builds between the drivers. I'm sure Alexander Bondarev is chatting away nicely with his fellow competitors. The same as Thibaut Ramekers, I'm sure as well. He is also enjoying a nice, friendly chat with everyone. Maybe not with themselves, you know, because I can imagine it's quite tense between those two going into this one. But certainly, this is, you know, this is what young drivers dream of, isn't it? You know, when they're coming up the karting ranks, they want to be fighting for a European title. You know, it's the start of their careers. They've got such a long way to go in their racing careers. And, you know, this is just part of the process for all of these drivers, isn't it?
And such in the Academy Trophy, of course, this is one of the first steps, as you said, to potentially a brilliant career in motorsport. And like for the Academy, getting your hands on the European crown could be the guarantee of making your way up. And we've had a lot of great names winning the European Championship for the past few seasons, as names like Johnny Hedger, Paul Harron, Marcus Amann, Igor Guchuku, Freddie Slater, and last season Anatoly Kavalkin. All those young names, of course, if you're part of the world of motorsport, these young guys are now making themselves up into the ranking, competing in single-seater categories, doing wonders as well. And that's the least that we wish to those former junior European champion. But if we go back in time a little bit more, we can find previous winners like Alex Albon, George Russell, Nick De Vries, and many, many more in the history of karting, going back to the 50s and 60s. But what a fantastic run of winners it has been all through the years. And here they come, the 36 best drivers of the junior category, waiting to get a line onto the track. The European Championship crown is there for the winner of the final. They're gonna have to go through 21 laps to get their hands on that trophy. Who would it be at the end of this much awaited race? Could it be Thibaut Ramekers from pole? Could it be Jacopo Martinez, the Italian competing on soil for Czech Republic. Could it be as well Dries van Langendonk, the second driver from Belgium, within the top 4 of the starting grid, doing wonders this weekend as well with a couple of wins in the qualifying heats. But watch out for Alexander Bondarev. The young driver from Ukraine has been absolutely dominant all throughout the season, taking win in Czech Republic, taking win in Denmark, a podium in Spain, and is currently 4th in the classification on the outside of row number 2 for that race. So anything's possible. Alexander Bondarev sits on top of the ranking. But watch out as well for the Monday protagonists that we're going to have behind. In just a moment, we're going to go through that grid in full. But there's more than one contender who can make a difference.
Yes, they can indeed. Well, as the drivers now start to make their way on to the start-finish line, the the medal presentation will get underway. Now the walk, and you can just see there in the background, a big smile there on Alexander Bondarev's face. He's just focusing on what's going on. But yeah, you can imagine now the tension really starting to build. The heat is so hot here right now. It's up plus 30 degrees. You know, they're all wearing their suits up completely full. You can imagine how much tension is being built under those race suits. As soon as they've got the helmets on, it'll be even worse. And of course, the sun is blaring down on these karts. It's superheating those bucket racing seats that they've got. And certainly the whole thing's just going to be an absolute temperature magnet for everyone. There, though, on your screen, in the blue racing suit, Timo Ramikers, who starts this one on a pole position. He's second in the championship by 20 points. Alexander Bondarev starts just alongside him, 4th on the grid. Crucially, he's got the outside line. Ramikers has the inside line. He's got the potential to get away with a lightning start here.
And we just saw a little move from Dries van Langendonk, saying to everybody that this could be my day, this could be my race. Van Langendonk sitting in 6th in the championship. That is one of his best weekend so far this season. He had his best so far in Italy, of course, this time around, but he missed the podium on 2 occasions, Dries van Langendonk this season. That could be his time to play for the top 3, but there's more than one young driver into that class who can have a go for the final podium.
Let's find out as the drivers finalise their positions onto the start-finish line. We prepare ourselves now to listen to the national anthem of Italy. Absolutely amazing. The Italian national anthem, and of course the drone show from Davide FPV provided there. Absolutely brilliant to see the smoke coming out the back of those drones whizzing through the air over top of the drivers. The medal presentation now begins, and once again the two people presenting the medals, the FIA Karting President Akbar Ibrahim providing the medals, and of course the Vice President of the FIA Karting Federation, also John Ryan, providing the medals as well to the other side of the grid. Again, tense moment for the drivers. Lot of entries for the OK Junior category, whittled down to the 36. Crucially, our two championship protagonists are both in the final and are both on the front two rows of the grid. Certainly, this is going to be a title fight for the ages.
81 drivers to start with, only 36 in the end. Mr. Ibrahim giving out the medals, and as you said, a battle for the ages, for the conquest of the European crown at the highest level of direct drive kart racing competition. The eyes of the world are now on those 36 young drivers between 12 and 14 years of age, ready to go for battle, and 20 to 1 laps they will need to try to make a difference under the sun of Cremona. For the past few seasons, so many great drivers have been able to get their hands on that title. John Ryan, the Vice President of the CIK FIA, here with us this weekend, along with Mr. President, Mr. Ibrahim, and they will be with us again for the World Championship events. Don't forget that the FIA karting season after this event won't be finished just yet, as we'll get our attention towards September and October. September, we'll see the FIA Karting World Championship in Germany, Wackersdorf, and for the OK in the OK Junior classes, we'll be once again in Italy in Franciacorta in October. So be there as well to crown the world titles for 2023. But before that, we need European champions as well for the junior and the OK class. Tibor Ramakers in blue with the Cetila racing colors. By his side, you could see Jacopo Martinese as well, wearing the same colors as part of the same program, using the same chassis. Different teams though. One, Martinez is from Car Republic, the other one from VDK Racing. One is competing for Italy, the other one from Belgium. But they will be alongside each other on the front row of the grid. The KR chassis has been absolutely one of the dominant forces at this level of racing. And let's see what's going to happen. But there's more than one material, of course, being able to shine at this stage. The Expert chassis van Dries van Langendonk from third on the grid. We could have as well Sebastian Lettimaki and Christian Costoia with the Parolin ensemble. As now the drivers have been allowed to join the machines. They're going to get themselves into the focus bubble. And it's about time to get going for the junior final.
Yes, indeed. Let's take you through then the starting lineup for what is set to be an absolutely mesmerising final here for the OK Juniors. Tibor Ramakers and Jacopo Martinese started on the front row. Dries van Langendonk and championship contender Alexander Bondarev right there on row number 2. Christian Costoya and Sebastian Lettimaki, they're going to start from row 3. Both of them having an absolutely fabulous weekend, coming away with some good results. Lewis Francis and Stepan Antonov go from row number 4. Again, keep a very close eye on them. They have made moves all the way throughout these weekends. Alfie Slater and Andy Consani, they round out the top 10 on row number 5. Again, both of them having brilliant races throughout this weekend. Arjun Kraling and Salim Hana start this one on row number 6, rounding out the top 12. Just behind them on row 7, you have the American Vivek Canthan and the Italian Filippo Sala going from row 7. They round out the top 14. Lewis Werrell and Noah Montero go from row 8. Werrell, with a breakdown in his Super Heat earlier on, starts this race well down the order in P15. Zach Drummond and Tame Soleil, they round out the top 9 rows in 17th and 18th, with Mateus Orjuela and Jensen Burnett for Canada rounding out the top 20 on row 10.
Row 11, we'll see Scott Lindblom and Noah Wolf from Great Britain, one from Sweden. On row number 12, we see Niklas Schauffler and Oliver Kinmark from Austria and Sweden as well. We have Davide Bottaro and Chiara Batting on row number 13. Davide Bottaro from Italy and Chiara Batting from Switzerland. Row number 14, we see Jack Haley from the United States of America and Alexander Chartier from Italy. On row number 15, watch out as well for the recovery from Gianmarco Maria Neto from Portugal. Travis Theo, another driver to keep watching on the grid from P30. 16 row on the grid, David Cosma Christopher and Joel Pohola. And then we have row number 17, Roman Kamiab and Elliot Kaczynski. Another back end of the grid, Kian Foden, as well as Tiziano Monza. 36 competitors onto this grid. 81 that we had on Friday to get into this event, but only 36 left for the most important of all finals. All eyes on Thibaut Ramakers, one of the young revelations of this season. He won the opening round of this championship in Valencia, kept on collecting results in Rugby and Czech Republic in Trinec. Now this is his second best weekend so far, certainly for Thibaut Ramakers. Can he finish on a high, conclude what he had been crawling for the entirety of the weekend, to win and maybe, just maybe, the European crown? He has 20 points to try to decrease and get in front of Alexander Bondarev. Jacopo Martinez will be by his side. Strong results as well all throughout the weekend for the young Italian, and this is his best weekend for Martinez. It was very, very strong as well in Denmark in the qualifying heat, and super heat victories over there as well, and a second position. That's his best result up to this stage in Rugby, Denmark. Can he at least emulate that second place? Certainly dreaming of a win on Umsol in front of his Italian peers.
Yes, indeed. Well, it's certainly going to be a title fight for the ages in this one, as the drivers now get themselves seated and ready to go in the cuts. There, Dries van Langendonk, who'll be starting this one third on the grid. He's in the inside row, right behind championship contender Thibaut Ramakers, who starts just in front of him. And again, the tension building there. He will have the other championship contender, Alexander Bondarev, alongside. So you can imagine there's a bit of weight on Dries van Langendonk's shoulders there. He is surrounded by people fighting for the championship.
And it will be one fighting, certainly for the win. It's been absolutely impressive all throughout the weekend. Dries van Langendonk piling up the results as he was able to get a few wins, 2 wins and 3 second places in his qualifying heats on the way to that day of competition. A little correction to myself, as Jacopo Martinez took a 3rd place back in Rugby. 2nd place going to Stepan Antonov, and Antonov will try to emulate himself, or at least do better than that. He will be climbing from 8th on the grid. A full Cetera Racing Car Republic front row for this junior final in Cremona, and the Italian colors flying into the air of the Italian circuit. Still a little bit of wind picking up all throughout the track, but no sign whatsoever of weather getting worse through the next few hours. It's going to be hot, dry, and very heated onto the track as we're getting near the lights out for the junior final here in Cremona.
Humid, I think, is another word I'd throw in there for the weather.
Well.
Certainly, it is lovely conditions out there for racing, but the temperature will be rising. And you can imagine now the temperature that's coming off the tarmac, that's going to be very hot. The helmets are on, you know, the breathing in the helmet, the engine's now firing up, everything's against them. The only thing that they'll have for a bit of creature comfort is that nice cool air blowing in their face when they get moving out on circuit. And we do get moving. Let's once again just take you very quickly through the starting lineup then for this race. Thibaut Ramakers and Jacopo Martinez go from row 1. Dries van Langendonk and Alexander Bondarev on row 2. Christian Costoy and Sebastian Letamaki go from row 3. From Lewis Francis and Stepan Antonov, Alfie Slater and Andy Consani from Arjun Kraling and Salim Hanar, Vivek Canthan and Filippo Sala from Lewis Well, from Noah Montero, Zach Drummond and Tame Soleil, Mateus Orjuela and Denson Burnett go from row 10.
Row 11 will see Scott Lindblom and Noah Wolf, Niklas Schaufler and Oliver Kinmark, followed by Davide Botaro, Chiara Bating, Jack Alif, Alexander Chartier, Germano Neto, as well as Travis Leo, David Cosma Christopher, Joel Pohala, followed by Roman Kamiab, Elliot Kaczynski, Kian Farin, and Tiziano Monza. The grid is full, 36 of them making their way onto the track. 2 laps to get the tires up to temperature. First lap down, the second one also to get the grid information, and it's down to the pole sitter to do partially that job, because Thibaut Ramakers, as the leading man, has the mission, once they come across the red line into the 3rd sector between the cones on their way to the start-finish straight, is the one, Thibaut Ramakers, who has to pace everybody down, and there's always a temptation in that sort of procedure to get going just a little bit too soon. Gonzalo Planter, the Deputy Academy Race Director, will be the one on track to make them pace themselves down as well, is the one watching if the starting procedure is well formatted, deemed good enough to the officials. If not, well, we could go for one extra warm-up lap. We've had that in the final just before. But let's see if we're going to be good to go on the first attempt.
Let's find out. Everywhere you could possibly view the track from is filled with spectators ready to witness an epic final. OK Junior, Thibaut Ramikas versus Alexander Bondarev for the championship. 20 points separate them, but Bondarev leads it in the point standings. 234 from 214 as we get ourselves lined up. The grid very spread out. It might be a false start, but let's find out. They could get it organized very quickly. Into the tram lines we go, and it is going to be a false start. They send them round again. The back of the grid not formed up quick enough.
And you could feel that the front rows were eager to get going, but they accelerated just a little bit too soon, and not giving enough time for the other drivers at the back end to get together close enough, and the formation of the grid must be well executed. For Pasquale Lupali, our race director, Nigel Edwards and Gonzalo Planter as well on track, making sure that this time around we're going to be good to go. Thibaut Ramikas is going to have to really reduce his speed and allow everybody to make the connection just before they comes across not only the red line but also the yellow line in the middle of the track. This is the signal that we are unleashing the young beast and the overtakings are now allowed, but not before that. And remember that any wheels outside of the corridors could be worth a penalty. 3 seconds for 2 wheels and 5 seconds for 4 wheels outside of those corridors. Fresher tires, of course, for those junior competitors. 1 set between the qualifying and the superheat, 1 full set fresh for the last most important race of them all. Same for the OK category. Let's see if the performance will be extracted from those MG compounds.
Here we go again then, attempt number 2. This looks a little bit better. The front form quickly, the back catches up into the tram lines. Championship at stake, lights go out, and away they go, down and towards turn number 1. Great start from Ramikas, instantly holding on to that lead. No worries there whatsoever. Where is Bondarev? He's there in 5th place now. He's lost 1 position there to Christian Costoya, who managed to get it down the inside. Several cuts off at turn number 3. Couple of them are the Ward Racings. There's a Falcon there as well, and looks like one of the Kart Republics also off the track. We'll try and update you who that is, and that is Travis Teo. It is David Cosma, Joel Pokela, and I think Roman Kamia was one of them. And off the track there is David Cosma off the circuit. His race is over.
This race is over before it could actually get going. In the meantime, in the lead, Thibaut Ramikas was able to hold on to first position. Watch out for Jacopo Martinez, is still in P2. Dries van Langenhoek had a cracking start and kept it down in P3. As we have, I think, Sebastian Lettimaki just behind. This is Christian Costoya, one of his teammates, up into P4. And one of the drivers getting back into the pit lane. That might be one of those that we saw retiring or in trouble, at least into the opening lap. Oh, watch out, 1 or 2 power lanes, actually the 211, if I've seen correctly, being pushed a little bit out of the way. We're going to need to watch that back. But in the lead, Ramikas is very much firmly holding that first position. Tiziano Monza picking up a warning flag. The 277 is Travis Teo from LA Motorsport, one of the Falcon machines, having to retire, unfortunately, after that opening lap incident.
Well, let's just collect our thoughts now as the opening laps are now completed, as they're still chopping and changing. Another cut off in the background there that looked like one of the parallel cuts, possibly Sebastian Lettimaki, who had gone off the circuit, but I'm not too sure. No, Sebastian Lettimaki's still there. The championship standings, Bondarev right now, who is currently sitting in P5, would win the championship. 250 points. Thibaut Ramikas, who is leading the way, he cannot do any more than what he's currently doing, has 244. 6 points difference would be the mark across the line if they stayed like this. Ramikas just needs to stay focused and stay in the lead. And Bondarev, if he wants to get any better, he needs to just keep gaining those positions. But he's got to be careful. If he keeps losing them, he will be in danger.
And he's under the pressure of Lewis Francis. His team in the Kart Republic. Watch out, making his way through on Costoya. That was a close call, but he made that stick beautifully. Christian Costoya couldn't do anything on that one. He's going to have to keep on going to make the switch back. But Alexander Bondarev is up into P4, starting to unleash his power and energy to try to make the connection with the leading trio. You can see the Kart Republic machine of Ramikas and Martinez, as unfortunately for the Falcon driver, Travis Teo, this is prematurely ended final for him. Denzel Burnett from Canada putting up the fastest lap in the meantime. But now the connection could be made if they keep on going at that same rhythm. But for Alexander Bondarev, he finds himself now a little bit in his zone, because he was able to get a gap going in front of Christian Costoya. And he still needs to work to try to make the contact with Dries van Langenhoek up into P3. But with the space that he has, not only behind but in front of him as well, he's going to be able to get those qualifying laps in and decrease the gap as much as possible. So the fight for the European Championship, the World Championship, we're going to have to wait a little bit. But for the European crown, the fight is on. Ramakers, as you said, doing the job that he needs under the, we would say, protection of Jacopo Martinez, because those two are using the same material, same interest for the Car Republic factory, that's for sure. Martinez is not playing for the championship, would very much like to win in Thailand, Seoul. But at this point, very early into the final, and there's a switch as I'm saying that. Jacopo Martinez is taking the lead.
That does not help Timo Ramakers at all. He needs points, not lose points here. And, well, he could only get the maximum 31 points in this race if he can get the fastest lap of the race. And, of course, the 30 points, that's what he needs to try his level best to win this championship. Bondarev just needs to sit there in P4. He does not need to attack Dries van Langenhoek. He can just stay there. The only time he'd need to be worried is if he was starting to get caught up by Costoya, Kraling, Antonov and Slater. Remember that Bondarev has scored 30 points in both the last two rounds of the championship, both at Czech Republic and in Denmark. Timo Ramakers only got the 30 points at the first round in Spain, has not had a final win since then. And right now, it's looking like it might not go his way this weekend either. There's a look at the championship standings. 253 for Alexander Bondarev, 240 for Timo Ramakers in the current positions they're in.
And it's going to be a close call, a hard fight. And there's a switch. The 214 of Dries van Langenhoek has just lost it to Bondarev. Another places gain and more points into the pocket for Alexander Bondarev. Here's the update on the classification, as we now have 256 for Bondarev, extending his lead to 16 points now on Timo Ramakers. The two title contenders pretty much glued to each other. Bondarev's going to need to make the, of course, he's going to need to force himself a little bit more to make the connection. But as for now, he can allow himself to stay where he is into P3. Certainly not what he's considering under the helmet, as he was telling us earlier. Yes, I might be in a pretty comfortable chair coming to this final. I still want to win it and finish the championship on a high with possibly a third win out of 4 rounds. We're not there yet, and now it comes down to the duel between Martinez and Ramakers. Bondarev in P3, Van Langenhoek glued to him as well. Then we have Christian Costoya, Stepan Antonov, the two Parolin machines. Stepan Antonov from Car Republic, just behind the Parolin machine of Costoya. Alfie Slater down in P7. Oh, trouble for Alfie Slater, actually. It was P7 and dropped 3 places on the last lap, being overtaken by a good recovering Zach Drummond, climbing 10 places up to P7. Aren Kralig is down in P8 from Andy Gonzalez, Slater down in P10 from Lewis Francis. We lost all sight of young Lewis Francis, unfortunately. Did such a great job in the qualifying races. He was starting up on this grid. He was P7 and is outside the top 10.
Let's have a look at the start of that race. And again, lightning start from Timo Ramakers and Dries van Langenhoek. They switched to the inside. The kart's getting pulled off the circuit at the back of the grid there. That was not a good start for the drivers back there. Jori Pokala, one of them, and also Elliot Kaczynski, I think. David Cosmo and Travis Taylor also retiring from after that incident as well. So clearly didn't go all their way. There was Stepan Antonov right behind Christian Costoya, just looking out of the slipstream there, going down in towards turn 1, not getting anything to work this time around. Could it potentially go into turn number 4 with something? No, but Costoya does go defensive into it, holds a much tighter line into the entrance of the corner. If anything, that's just dropping them away from the battle up ahead here. Bondarev's dropped Van Langenhoek now, as Van Langenhoek's just holding on to 4th place while the battle behind ensues. As we keep a close eye on that one, Stepan Antonov all over the rear bumper here of Christian Costoya as they go in towards turn number 12 now. Watch for the switch back here into 13. Again, not going for the attempt, but further back just behind. That looked like Andy Consani getting the move done on Arjen Kraling and moving up now into 8th position.
Yeah, good job out there from the Parolin driver as we enter lap number 10 out of 21, halfway through this 21-lap final. And I was looking away to see the front fairing of Scott Lindblom actually in the B11. as he was climbing the field. 10 places gain. Oh, and 2 drivers coming together at the marshal post number 6.
That's Jensen Burnett and I think Mateus Orjuela.
Quite unfortunate there in the last sector of the track. That means early retirement for those 2 drivers. Confirmation in a moment, as we do have indeed Lewis Werrell and Jensen Burnett. Oh, what a shame for Lewis Werrell, indeed, tumbling down the order. And the weekend has been going from bad to worse for Lewis Werrell, I'm afraid, as he came to this part of the world as the 3rd man in the championship behind Ramakers and Bondarev, with still strong chances in his hand to try to make the maximum out of this weekend. Didn't go according to plan, and he sees his final coming to an early end.
I think it's getting a little bit close at the front here, because Timo Ramakers is right on the rear bumper of Jacopo Martinez. That battle far from over, and we could see a move coming any moment now as they go round turn number 8 in towards turn 9 and 10. Very, very close here between the 2 drivers, both in the same machinery but in 2 different teams. Jacopo Martinez representing the Kart Republic team and Timo Ramakers representing the VDK team in 2nd place as they make their way out of the final corner. No changes whatsoever. This is crucial now because Ramakers just essentially he needs to work with Jacopo Martinez to try and push himself away from Alexander Bondarev as much as he possibly can. I mean, or does he drop back a little bit, battle with Bondarev and maybe push him back into the back? I mean, it's not very sportsmanlike to do such a thing. I don't think Timo Ramakers would do that. But again, when he's battling for a championship, you know, things start to come into your ideas, like these ideas come into your head.
Let's see how it's going to play out. But if I were actually Alexander Bondarev, you know, I wouldn't worry myself too much about the outcome just in front, because he's sitting in P3. He is still 1.6 seconds down, and was looking down at the lap times of the protagonist in the front, as Jacopo Martinez was lapping in the 50.0, 49.9 for Ramakers, 49.8 for Alexander Bondarev. Not so much faster is the Kart Republic driver down in P3. Let's have a look now. And still slightly faster, but not sufficiently for Alexander Bondarev if he wants to make the connection with the leading duet. Question is, he doesn't need to. Does he want to? Of course, he's a driver. He wants to go for the win. He wants to try to decrease that gap, but still 1.5 seconds. Those 2 Italy working together. You could feel that Timo Ramakers, he knows he has the pace, but it's no time, of course, to get ahead of ourselves. The pressure is on, and the race is still long. He might actually need to wait until the later stages to make the move and hopefully go for the win. But Jacopo Martinez knows that too well. Of course, he needs to protect himself. But that's going to certainly go down to the wire between those 2. If Ramakers can stay within the shadow of his sort of teammate, same chassis, different teams, as Lewis Werrell not only the DNF, but is being put under investigation for the incident that we saw earlier.
Yeah, not ideal. Lewis Werrell's weekend going from bad to worse with that investigation flag now coming out for him, so he'll have to keep an eye on that one. The battle for 5th certainly is looking very interesting. That's Christian Costoya from Zach Drummond, Stepan Antonov from Andy Consani, Alfie Slater and Scott Lindblom in that one with the top 10. Looking further down the grid, I want to give a shout out to some of the big movers in this final, of course. Certainly a tricky order to do. Kian Farden, who's up 15 positions, is currently now in P20 out on circuit. Tiziano Monza with 13 positions gained for the Shamak Europe team. He's sitting there in 23rd place. He's gained a fair chunk of positions as well as Maria Neto, who was also under investigation in this race, but she has gained 11 positions in this race. She is in the top 18, the same as Scott Lindblom and the same as Zach Drummond, both of them having an absolutely fabulous race, the same as Nicholas Schaufler. Lots of big movers throughout this field that have been siding their way through the field, but right now still focusing on this championship. Timo Ramakers from Alexander Bondarev. They currently sit 2nd and 3rd on track, but Bondarev leads the point standings by 16 points, 256 from Timo Ramakers, 240, as Maria Neto sets the fastest lap of the race now, 49.459. There is only a handful of laps left to go.
And I do someone, oh, and watch out for the move around the inside by Alfie Slater on the Zach Drummond. Oh, and a bit of a contact on the back end of Slater by the look of it. He was being rushed a little bit. Scott Lindblom and Kraling as well as Salim Hanna in the mix as well. 2 of the RFM, Alfie Slater in P7 now. As we have Salim Hanna making his way up to P9. We're going to keep focusing on the battle as well in the middle of the field. As up in the lead, it's quite steady. Run inside, goes a 2:19, beautifully made by Kralling on Scott Lindblom, the Tony Kart driver, having some trouble as well with his front pairing. Look at it, actually, the front pairing of Lindblom, the Tony Kart driver. Might be a visual illusion, but I have the feeling that it might not be in the right position. Something I spotted in the early stages of this race. We're back in the lead, still Martinez in front of Ramaker, split by 0.3 of a second. Martinez trying to give that bit of extra push to decrease as further back, Alfred Slater. That was his teammate, sorry, Salim Hanak getting ahead of Zach Drummond just after Slater did on the lap before. So we have two RFM teammates currently in 7 and 9, 7 and 8 now. Confirmation of the move. As in the championship, it's still steady. 1.6 seconds, Bondarev and the Ramakers. And the Ukrainian driver, as we said, enable all run inside. One of the DPK drivers, the 209, Niklas Schauffler, trying to make his way through Scott Lindblom. Didn't go through this time around. He's going to have to try that again. And this is a battle potentially for a top 10 finish. Niklas Schauffler, who had a DNF in one of the super hits this morning. Warning flag for Mario Germano Neto. And quickly, I was going to say that I know one man in the paddock who certainly is shaking his hand, certainly in the feeling of happiness for now. Mr. Dino Chiesa, the head of Car Republic, because he has 3 chassis in the top 3 positions of the Gino final. And if it stays like this will be the first time since 2020, actually, that the Car Republic gets his hands on the European Junior title. The last time was back in 2020 with Igor Ruchuku, the young American driver. In 2021, we had Fred Slater with Ricky Flynn. In 2022, Anatoly Kavalkin with Parolin.
Well, certainly, it would be nice for the Kart Republic team to come away with a championship at the end of this one. And right now, it's looking like it's going to go their way because Bondarev just sits there in 3rd place. He has got no drama whatsoever around him. Here, there is a little bit of drama as Stefan Antonov still tries to put an attack here on Christian Costoya, and they do actually go side by side into the final corner. And I think in the background there was actually a bit of a coming together, and off the track went Christian Costoya. Just in the corner of your screen, you saw it there, the dust kick up. And now he's dropped down a bit of a change, and now a change for the race lead. Now Timo Ramakers retakes the lead of this race. Now Bondarev doesn't need to retaliate here. He's still good there in P3. But again, he's got to be careful now because Van Langendonk's starting to close back in again. And again, that shouldn't make an issue at all for him, but he's just got to be careful. And a little bit wide there, just, well, Bondarev sending it down the inside there through turn at number 5 and just saying thank you very much for that one.
I would not be surprised if that's part of the strategy of the Car Republic factory. Working together towards the top end of that final, staying together, building on that gap, and you could see that the move on the inside by Romakers was quite easy, no resistance whatsoever from Jacopo Martinez, who was dropping a little bit of momentum, making sure that Alexander Bondarev from P3 won't be able to catch up. It's still 1.5 seconds, but he has Dries Van Langendonk with the fastest lap in the bag on his tail. Might not be over between those two. Bondarev on his way to seal the deal at the end of the European season, and he would not be able to take his 3rd win out of 4 in Cremona, but it has been certainly a fantastic demonstration of performance for Alexander Bondarev. Remember that he had a nasty incident last season, spent a couple of months, of course, recovering, but it paid off because this 2023 season for Bondarev has been absolutely exceptional at the top level of junior karting, and is about in less than 1 lap to be crowned European champion. And Timo Ramakers in the meantime on his way to victory number 2 this season.
Yes, indeed. Only a handful of corners then remain for Timo Ramakers as he makes his way down in towards turn number 8. It was an absolute perfect weekend for the young Belgian driver. He did absolutely everything he could possibly do, scoring maximum points in both the qualifying heats and the super heats. And here in the final, he will get the 30 points and plus the fastest lap point as he crosses the line. He will win the final here in Cremona, but he will not be the European champion. That will go to the man who finishes in 3rd place, Alexander Bondarev. But Jacopo Martinez with a fabulous result as well, finishing in P2. Ramakers, Martinez and Alexander Bondarev Bondarev is your 2023 FIA Karting European Champion in OKJ.
Well done to Alexander Bondarev, well done to Jacopo Martinez, and well done to Thibaut Romakers. The Belgian national anthem will rise into the air for Cremona in just a few moments, and you could see that's what we like to see, gestures of fair play, and the drivers of the junior class starting to congratulate the new champion Alexander Bondarev to 2,156 points to 245 for Romakers, 11 points at the end of this 4-round season. We went to Valencia, we went to Trinec, we went to Rugby, and now in Italy, the 4th country in this 2023 season. The deal is sealed. Thibaut Romakers win his 2nd race of the season, but Alexander Bondarev, with 2 wins as well, was able to get the deal done. And the celebrations can get going here into the field of the junior category. And this is nice to see with Thibaut Romakers and Tim Sally falling into the arms of each other. Celebrations can get underway to the scrutineering area at the scale. This is where the drivers lined up, of course, going through the proceedings. We're gonna need the top 3 in just a moment to celebrate the podium of this junior final. Alexander Bondarev taking off his helmet. Well done to you, young man. Congratulations to Alexander Bondarev, and Car Republic crowned European champion of 2023 in the junior category. The first time since 3 years now that Car Republic takes the title, following in the path of Paulin and Rikifin Motorsport. First time since Ugo Iguchuku back in 2020. A formidable achievement by the entire team, sealing the deal, top 3 performance. But VDK Racing from Belgium can celebrate the win, the 2nd of the season, with Thibaut Romakers. What a beautiful performance that has been all throughout the 21 laps of a furious race throughout the field. The battle for the title certainly has been from a distance, but Alexander Bondarev did the job perfectly. Here's a replay of what happened on track. Thibaut Romakers having the perfect start from pole position, taking Dries van Langendonk with him on the inside line. Jacopo Martinez a tiny bit on the outside. A couple of problems as well for 3 drivers into the turn number 3 and 4. Some of them will retire, quite a good number of them, actually 7 that we lost through the course of that final. It was hectic, it was unexpected as well through the field as well, with a couple of strong battles run inside, clipping the curb, the 205, making his way through. Alexander Bondarev starting his fight towards the final podium, the 3rd place for the Ukrainian on the line. It was very, very exciting as in the lead, that was the first move for what I thought could be the final win. Jacopo Martinez in turn number 8, taking advantage on the Thibaut Romakers. Those 2 stayed glued together for the totality of the race. Further back, the 253 was fighting his way through as well. Andy Cansani climbing 2 places up to a final P8. Driver coming together, and Lewis Werrell, unfortunately, so his weekend coming to a premature end. Further back, it was relentless between some of them. Alfie Slater doing a great job as well, climbing the field. 3 places gained up to P6. His best results in the European Championship for the younger brother of Freddie, as the Car Republic machines were battling along with the 274 as well, being overtaken. Lewis Francis, who dropped 8 spots into that race. Not certainly the conclusion he had been expecting. Lewis Francis after some strong performances. Niklas Schaffler from DPK Racing, the 209, making his way up to P9, having climbed 14 places. Fantastic work on the Vega tires for Niklas Schaffler in this race. One of the best recovers of the competition. But then it was the switchback for the win, and Thibaut Romakers could celebrate victory number 2 this season. He misses out on the European crown for 11 little points on Alexander Bondarev. Nothing he could have done more. Thibaut Romakers, pole position, leader of the qualifying heats, leader after the super heat, and leader after the final. The maximum points in the bag for Thibaut Romakers, who finishes his European season on a fantastic high. And for VDK Racing, another great achievement for the multiple European and World Championship team from Belgium. Congratulations to them. Congratulations to Car Republic. And what a beautiful race that has been. Well done as well to Belgium, with a 2nd driver within the top 4, Dries van Langendonk from Forza Racing in P4 from Stepan Antadov. And the rest of the classification with Halfi Slater in P6, Salim Hanna P7, climbing 5 places from Andy Cansani, Niklas Schaffler, Scott Lindblom running up the top 10. Then we have Noah Montero from Zach Drummond, Oliver Kinmarker. 14th place for Arjen Krelling from Lewis Francis, Filippo Sala, Germano Maria Netto. 12 places up to P17. 18 places recovered by Tiziano Monza is the best recoverer of the final after a weekend that certainly had been not up to his expectations. Time Saleh running up the top 19th. P20 was Karabating from Noah Wolf, Kian Fadin, well done to him. 13 places gain as well. Good pace out there, up to 22 from Davide Botaro, Joel Bohola. Then we have in 24th position, 25th position for Elliot Kaczynski, followed by Jake Halif, Matthias Oruela, the former junior from the Academy Trophy, followed by Roman Kamiab and Christian Kostoya. That lost 24 positions. Really a disastrous finish to his weekend for the unfortunate Spaniard Christian Kostoya, who was starting from P5 on the grid. Quite unfortunate what happened to Christian Kostoya at the end of this final, but he will get back certainly stronger for the years to come. The drivers that we lost in this race with Vivek Kahan, Sebastian Letimaki, Alexander Chartier, Jenson Burnett, Lewis Orwell, Travis Theo and David Kosma. Christopher, unfortunately, didn't make it through to the checkered flag. Now we're gonna have the podium celebration for the junior category in just a few moments, and stay with us, of course, because we have one more race to go in the schedule here in Cremona, and it's still very hot, 33 degrees Celsius into the air in this northern part of Italy. Second appearance of the Cremona circuit in the FIA Karting calendar, and what a beautiful spectacle that has been so far. But we have one more race to go. Here are the winners: Tibor Rakers, Jacopo Martinez and Alexander Bondarev, and they're being taken to the podium in that nice little golf car. This is some sort of celebration, half of a lap for the top three drivers of the category as they make their way onto the podium, and will be good to go in just a few moments. But well done once again to Tibor Ramakers, has been absolutely the dominant force, the one to beat this weekend in Cremona. Jacopo Martinez finishing a strong second on home soil in front of Alexander Bondarev in P3. Bondarev with the white cap on the right side of your picture, the winner of the European Championship. Fantastic performance from him, as we're gonna wait in just a few moments for them to appear onto the podium. Anthony Jordan is already ready to celebrate the top three drivers of the junior category. But just after that, the presentation will get underway onto the Cremona circuit for the OK class, because we have one more title to award, and the second and the third step of the overall classification to decide as well. It has been a strong end of the season for René Lammers, the young Dutchman, who will get started from pole position into the final race. It is going to have Enzo Talvanishkul by his side. That will be just after the podium ceremony for the junior category. Alexander Bondarev taking the overall title for Ukraine, and what a beautiful achievement that is for Car Republic. Maybe certainly a good appetizer for the World Championship event that will be taking place on the Cartodromo Franciacorta, not far from here actually, in beautiful Italy. For the World Championship, this will be in October, and the world title, let's see if Car Republic, let's see if Alexander Bondarev and some others like Tibor Ramakers or Jacopo Martinez will be among the protagonists on the Franciacorta karting track. For the past few seasons, the junior world title has gone to Tony Kart last season with Enzo Talvanishkul. The year before, it was Kid Nakamura for Forza Racing. 2020, it was Freddie Slater for Rukafin Motorsport. And the year before, you might remember Thomas Den Bricke winning in Alhama in beautiful Finland, the world title as well for RFM. These are some of the past results those last few years. It's been a while since Car Republic didn't get his hands on the world title in the junior class. They've done so in the European Championship. Could this title call for another one? The answer will be given in October. You can see the drivers making their way up to the podium just beneath the speaker room I find myself in. And once Anthony Jordan is done with the proceedings, then we'll be good to go for the presentation and the last race of 45 in total this weekend in Cremona. but the most important, the OK class, and the last European title to be decided at the end of this 25-lap long race in just a few moments, once the podium ceremony is done in just a minute. As you can see, activity is buzzing into the paddock as people keep gathering around the main building we find ourselves in. And once everybody is ready, we'll be good to go for the podium ceremony, celebrating the top 3 drivers of the junior category. Here we go.
See how our drivers are going to do then on the podium. Please, ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for our top 3 drivers. And starting with in 3rd place, and your new 2023 FIA Karting European Champion. Please welcome onto the podium, representing Ukraine, Alexander Bondarev. Finishing 2nd place and representing Italy at his home circuit. Please welcome onto the podium, Jacopo Martinese. And finally, your final winner at the last round of the FIA Karting European Championships for the OKJ category. Welcome onto the podium, representing Belgium, it's Tibor Ramakas. And his team manager, please welcome onto the podium, Eric van der Donk onto the podium. We now listen to the national anthem of Belgium. Congratulations to the top 3 drivers at the end of round 4 of the FIA Karting European Championships here at Cremona. Please welcome onto the podium then to present the 3rd place trophy representing the Cremona circuit, Ennio Gandolfi, to present the 3rd place trophy to our 3rd place protagonist, Alexander Bondarev, after, again, a fabulous race. And, of course, our 2023 FIA Karting European Champion in OKJ. Welcome now onto the podium, presenting the 2nd place trophy, John Ryan, the CIK FIA Vice President, to Jacopo Martinese, receiving his 2nd place trophy. A beautiful day of racing for the Italian and a fabulous result for him as well. Now please welcome the CIK FIA President, Akbar Ibrahim, to provide the 1st place trophy to our race winner for Belgium, Tibor Ramakas. And now to present the team manager trophy, please welcome back onto the podium the CIO of the Cremona circuit, Alessandro Cannavaro, to present the team trophy to Eric van der Kerkhoff there at the top of the podium there. A brilliant result then for the VDK team and for Kart Republic, with all 3 of our winners being of the Kart Republic chassis. A fantastic result. We now present the flowers to the top 3 drivers, and we will ask the world's media to get ready for the photos of our drivers. And a brilliant race result for all of our winners, and of course, a European champion in the form of Alexander Bondarev, who stands on that 3rd place spot of the podium. We get ready for the photos, so if the world's media would now start to get their photos, and we'll ask the drivers to all jump up onto the top spot of the podium as well. Trophies and flowers high in the air, as much as you can go. Those trophies are very heavy, I am aware, as we stand in the baking heat here. Not since 2020 have we had a driver from the Czech Republic become the European champion. And certainly for our top 3 drivers, an absolutely fantastic result, all for Thibaut Ramekers, Jacopo Martinez and Alexander Bondarev. We now get ready then for probably the driver's favorite part of the podium ceremony, the champagne that now makes its way on to the podium. And I'm sure in this heat, the drivers will enjoy a little bit of a light cooling down as we crown then our champion and race winner here at Cremona. As the champagne gets given, be gentle, here we go, it's time for champagne! Well, absolutely fantastic from our 3 drivers. Please give a huge round of applause to Thibaut Ramekers, Jacopo Martinez, and your 2023 European Karting Championship, Alexander Bondarev.
Fantastic celebration to really reward the top 3 of the junior final here in Cremona. Thank you, Anthony Jordan, and well done once again to Belgium, Thibaut Ramekers, Jacopo Martinez and Alexander Bondarev, your top 3 drivers of the junior class after what had been a fantastic final. 1, 2, 3 for Czech Republic, taking back the European junior title for the first time since 2020. Well done to everybody here as we get ourselves ready for the next and final on the schedule. This will concern the senior category from drivers from 14 years of age, the OK class. Get yourselves ready, ladies and gentlemen. Stay with us for the pinnacle of kart racing this week in the OK category through 25 laps. Beautiful weather once again, as always, until the end. The wind has been slightly picking up, but nothing to worry about. And you might actually feel more like the wind of the really ventilators that we've seen spread around the paddock of the Cremona Karting. As you can see, the machines of the senior drivers are already lining themselves up onto the pre-grid, the other way around, as we were supposed to have them for the qualifying races and superhit before, because the drivers are making their way on the other side of the main building. Here on your picture, you can see part of the car and motorbike track of Cremona on the other side of the paddock of the circuit, and this is the main building when we have actually had the media room as some of the facilities as part of the event. But a very nice little track of Cremona, not far away from the beautiful cities of Parma as well, located not far as well from Milan and Cremona, near the beautiful village of San Martino del Lago, just an hour on the road from the epicenter of the karting world, the Sofgara karting track, and all the factory and big teams of Italy surrounding that Silicon Valley of karting, as we may call that. And the track of Cremona is not far. The track from Forciacota is not far either. And if you go a little bit more to the south, you will find other great tracks that we see in this country. The country of karting, Italy, that is for sure. We have, of course, Sarno. We used to have Adriano. We have Cremona. So many great tracks as part of the karting Italian scene. And for the second year running, the Cartodromo Cremona as part of the FIA Karting calendar. And fair to say, my dear Anthony, this has been a cracking event for the second year in a row. First time for the OK Junior, the Academy, the second occasion here for them. But now the music is raging into the air. We get ourselves ready for the presentation of the OK category. As for the juniors and the academy, only the 36 best of them will make their way onto the track. We had a good number of them to get the weekend going. 65 drivers entered in the OK class, close to 180 drivers in total, but only 36 get to make their way onto the final grid of the senior category. And what a grid this is going to be. René Lammers has been the man on the charge, the man of the hour. He will be starting from pole position, and many of the protagonists for the back can have a shot at the victory. When it comes to the title, well, the young man, here is his machine from Parolin Racing Kart. The young man from the Netherlands has been absolutely uncatchable all throughout the weekend. And despite all the tension that has been building up when it comes to the title fight coming to this event, Gabriel Gomez from CRG has been giving his best, but qualifying very difficult on the Friday, put a halt to his weekend. It has been about really saving what could be done, what could be saved into the qualifying races, but he's going to be starting from third back 12 on the grid. He was one of the title contenders. His difficult weekend didn't go his way, so that means that René Lammers is sitting in a pretty comfortable chair.
Yeah, certainly so. It's going to be a very exciting final, this one. Not because of a championship. That is already signed, sealed and done towards René Lammers. He managed to do that in the pre-final. But nevertheless, he is still going to enjoy a nice final here. He wants to come away finishing on the top spot. Plus, that championship, I can certainly tell you that is no better feeling than that. And certainly René Lammers, when he needed to deliver in this weekend, he certainly did deliver, really pushing that Paralink kart right to its limits. Maximum points in both the qualifying heats and the super heats, as there you can see the 102 of Alex Powell's kart getting pushed onto his starting spot. All the way down in P9, quite far down in the order for this one, but still, he has been a contender throughout this year. He sits third in the championship, very close in the point still for that, because he's battling with Thomas Stodchamanis in terms of championship points, and that is still could be beaten as well as he could actually go for Gabriel Gomez's points, because again, very close there, I think. Actually, no, I don't think he can. I think it is very close between them, but he is under pressure from Thomas Stodchamanis, so definitely. So the battle for third is still on in the championship, but I think Lammers and Gomez have got it signed, sealed and done for first and second. But for this final, it is going to be an interesting one as the mechanics very elegantly remove the trolleys off the circuit.
You know what? That could be an interesting concept for a sort of pre-final, just minutes before the final. Let's see,
let's
who can
see.
be the fastest of the mechanics on the little trolleys.
That might be quite interesting to watch. I'd certainly commentate on it. The mechanics do clear the grid. The drivers will be making their way out onto the circuit in just a moment's time. There you go. There's more of them getting it back. But certainly a very tense time, though, for these drivers because, yes, OK, the championship may be done, but the final round of the European Championship, you want to be on top. Lammers wants to be on top because he wants that perfect weekend. I suspect Enzo Tavanicci wants to be on top because, you know, a podium, a win, it's what he wants throughout this year. Same with Nakamura Roberta, same with McLaughlin. This would certainly mean a lot to Finn McLaughlin. He has had a tough year. He's been doing absolutely everything over this year. He jumped into the world of the IAME X30 series, he jumped into the world of the Championship of the Future, and now into the FIA Karting Championship as well, doing all three over the course of the year. And right now, looking very, very strong this weekend. He starts this one on the second row of the grid. Absolutely fantastic to see that one sorting out. Temperature-wise, we're still pushing over 30 degrees at the moment. It's very hot, it's very muggy as the drivers now start to walk out onto the circuit. What do you think is going through these drivers' mind then? They know the championship's dealt with. It's just a race, it's just a final. Do you reckon they're going to go full send?
Hopefully, yes, for everybody watching and for us as neutral viewers, we always do expect great racing, and God knows how much we have had that all throughout the season in those categories, always heavily thought through, and it all comes down to the final as the cherry on the cake. But when we get to talk to the drivers, especially those in contention for the titles, they always reply, yeah, you know, not thinking too much about the points, not thinking too much about the titles or the outcome. You know, for me, a race is another race, and when we hear the managers talking about that, the European Championship is always, of course, a big preparation for the big one, the World Championship. But when you talk to them as well, they're like, you know, we try to get one race after the other. Of course, there's always a bit more pressure because of the nature of the event itself. This is the top of kart racing internationally, but we try not to put extra pressure on our shoulders. So I would think that would be certainly the common sense applied to those competitors. That would be certainly the what's up in their mind. This is a race. I'm here to do my very best, and let's see what just happened afterwards. But of course, that being said, I'm sure that you know, in the tents, in the ownings of all those factory and teams, there's a lot of discussion, there's a lot of briefing happening, of course, before and after the racing, and all those discussions lead to strategies as well, especially when there's team results at stake. Let's not forget that for the first time this season, one of the many novelties of the FIA Karting calendar, there's a classification for the teams as well. So that's important for the brands to be able to secure good results in the end. The driver is one thing, but the teams are another as well. So they will tell you that let's not think too much about the outcome. Let's do our races. But behind the scenes, there might be certainly some thinking being done. I would not be surprised though. Not too much though. Once we're onto the track, let's really do what we do best. Unleash the young beasts inside themselves to give us the show that we need.
Certainly so. Drivers get themselves lined up then, ready for the medal ceremony. And again, we whittled it down from several drivers all the way down to 36 for this race. And it's certainly going to be a challenge for these 36 protagonists who are about to undertake 25 laps of pure adrenaline racing. The drivers line themselves up, ready to go, as we prime ourselves ready to go for the Italian national anthem.
Fantastic national anthem of Italy, and round of applause please for the Cartodromo Cremona that has been doing a fantastic job at hosting the second FIA karting event in 2 years after the gearbox, the direct drive classes. And let's finish this beautiful weekend of racing on a high with the OK Senior Final. 36 of them ready to get going, but before that they need the little medals offered to them by the representatives of the FIA Karting Federation, Mr. Akbar Ibrahim, the president, and Mr. John Ryan, the vice president. Mr. Akbar Ibrahim on your picture. The two of them present this weekend. Once again, thank you very much, gentlemen, supporting as ever before the evolution of the karting world. As we said many, many times, this season in 2023 has seen a lot of new changes and a lot of novelties brought to the landscape of international karting. We're talking about, of course, the return of the superheat format. We're talking about the new scoring system. The fastest lap has 1 point awarded in this race for the one who gets it. New tracks, new destinations, new categories as well, with the OKN and OKN Junior coming into play towards 2024. The medals are one of those new things we've seen flourishing for the past few seasons, giving, of course, even more prestige to the FIA karting competitions. Mr. John Ryan, the vice president, giving away to Nicola Kuman and some of the other protagonists of this fantastic grid of 36 young competitors. But only one of them will get to be crowned European champion. That is pretty much done in terms of points. Only one will get to step on the higher step of the podium, and only three get to leave Cremona with a trophy in the hand. That's not a lot of awards for many, many protagonists who can have a shot at it.
Yeah, exactly that. And bang on with the changes that have been brought in for this year as well. You can't forget, of course, being introduced into this one, the 100% sustainability fuel as well. These karts running on completely biodegradable fuel. So, again, absolutely fantastic to see. One of the biggest changes, P1 Fuel's providing the fuel for this weekend and for the FIA Karting Championship. So certainly big shout out to them providing the sustainable fuel that is used in these karts. The probably biggest and most eco-friendly change being brought to the championship. Certainly a fantastic investment from the FIA to introduce that into this season. The last of the medals just being presented then to our drivers, and there on the grid, René Lammers, who, well, as far as he's concerned, is a nice Sunday drive in the Italian sun. He's got ahead of him here as he leads the championship with 258 from Gabriel Gomez, 210. The maximum points you can receive for a final is 31 championship points. That is not enough to close the gap. So René Lammers is your 2023 champion, but we shall fully crown him at the end of this race. And certainly a fabulous way to end the season, just enjoying yourself at a fantastic circuit with a bunch of your mates.
Absolutely right about this. The scenery here, and you can see the silos actually on the background of your picture, and those three silos, silent giants, as I'd like to call them, in the middle of the track. Signs, of course, a symbol of a lot of agriculture activity. This is a farming land we find ourselves in, with a lot of beautiful corn fields around this. This is the Italian countryside at its most beautiful, as well as for the weather. The start of the OK final is getting near now, as the wind is slightly picking up here, as we're waiting for everybody to get the medals done and received. Thank you, Mr. Akbar Ibrahim and Mr. John Ryan. Now the signal has been given to clear the track, at least when it comes to the officials. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's about time to get going for the racing.
Here we go then with your starting lineup for the final race of the weekend. René Lammers and Enzo Tarvanich start from row number 1. Kian Roberta and Finn McLaughlin go from row 2. What can they do? It's certainly going to be an interesting fight at the front of this grid. Luigi Coluccio and Matteo Colnaghi, they round out the top 6 positions on row number 3. Francesco Macedo and Thomas Stolchimanis, who still has a chance here of getting third in the championship. He starts on that 4th row of the grid. Alex Powell and Ian Ekmans go from row number 5, rounding out the top 10. Cheeky smiles on both of their faces. Dmitry Matviev and Gabriel Gomez, who just missed out on taking the championship title this weekend. He starts on the 6th row of the grid. David Walter and Luis Iglesias, the wild card going into this weekend, certainly has shown these drivers how it's done with putting it on pole in qualifying. Magic Gladys and Atapul Lane then go from row number 8 of the grid. And then Teresa Babic-Kova and Javier Ramirez. This is probably the best weekend Teresa's had in the championship so far this year, starting on the 9th row of the grid. The 10th row and rounding out the top 20, Anatoly Kavalkin and Nicolo Kuman then round out that top 20 positions.
And then we have Lucas Amalisto and Martin Molnar on row number 11, followed by Roland Cochlain and Sebastian Pavan. Didn't have the best of weekend so far on row number 12. Row number 13, we'll see Simone Bianco and Alexander Bogunovic. Simone Bianco, one of the many Italians competing on home soil this weekend. Row number 13, Louis de Lamdula and Peter Hagiv sharing the 14th row, 27, 28 on the grid. Row number 15, Michael Herder and Emanuele Olivieri representing the IPK Car Group and Formula K. Then we have on row number 16, Jan Perezowski and Nathan Tai, followed on row number 17 by Mark Dubdinsky and Joel Bergström, representative of Sweden in the recent FIA Motorsport Games last season. And at the end, we do have Simon Reckenmacher and Kirill Kutskov running up the top 36 drivers. The scene is complete, the actors are on the stage, the conditions are perfect, and this young man, René Lammers, has been the man of the hour, absolutely uncatchable from the rest of the field, despite all the efforts from the many protagonists. And we're talking about the likes, of course, of Enzo Tarvanich, last year's junior world champion. We're talking about the 2-time European champion, Kin Nakamura, Phil McLaughlin, who's had a fantastic weekend so far. Luigi Coluccio, the Italian reference from Tony Kart, former podium finisher in the World Championship. So a lot of people have been unable to catch up with René Lammers. Could this change? The young Thai driver Enzo Tarvanich, backed up by the Red Bull Junior program, is one of them. He will be starting from the front row of the grid on the outside, leading the Car Republic Prema Racing squad.
Certainly so. This is going to be a challenging fight all the way to the flag, because the gloves will be off on this one. This is every driver for themselves as they make their themselves ready and prepared. There, Kiya Roberto starting this one on the second row of the grid. He's got the inside line starting on P3. He has got a challenge ahead of him here because he has been quick. He has won heat races over the course of this weekend, the same as Tarvin, the same as Lammers, and the same as your man who starts on the fourth spot of the grid as well. This man, though, here, Gabriel Gomez, he has certainly had a challenging weekend. He wanted to go for that title fight. The qualifying heats just did not go his way. Neither did qualifying. He went down the order fairly largely. He had an issue, mechanical issue in one of his qualifying heats as well. He didn't even start the race. A problem with the reeds of the kart, and it wouldn't even fire up, so he wasn't even able to start the race. So a DNF as well. It certainly meant that his weekend was over really before it really kicked off today, even in the superheats. 1 minute board then goes up at the start of the grid as we get ready for the final race of the championship and the final race of the year for the European Championship for the FIA Karting Series. We are back with the FIA Series later on in the year, of course, with the World Championships at both Wackersdorf and at Franciacorta in Italy. There you see Gomez psyching himself, getting ready to get going for this race. A tense moment as he could come away again with a race victory in this. You know, if he can come away with a final win, that would be amazing for him. Certainly a good way to end the season. Not the way fully he'd want to end it, but certainly he would be delighted with that because he has won finals before.
He certainly has, as the drivers now left onto the track with the mechanic and some different dynamics as well. You can see on the left, Kiya Roberto, the British-Japanese driver with Japanese colors on his helmet. Kiya Roberto came to the fore back in 2021 in Campillos with that World Junior title. Won last year's European OK title, 2 titles for Kiya Roberto. Let's see what he can do this time around to bring it home after what had been a very competitive weekend for Kiya Roberto. Didn't manage to get it ahead of the pack. Here's a classification in full for the grid as we have on the front row Ronnie Lammers and Enzo Tarvanishko, Kiya Roberto and Phil McLaughlin on row number 2, followed by Luigi Coluccio and Mattia Connaghi. Row number 4, Francisco Macedo and Tomas Troscimanis. Row number 5, Alex Forward and Ian Aikmans, followed by Dimitri Madviv, Gabriel Gomez, David Walter and Louis Gliras on row number 7. Row number 8, Mathieu Gladys and Arthur Poulin. Row number 9, Teresa Borchkova and Xavier Avramides. Anatoly Kavalkin and Nicolo Kuman on row number 10.
Lucas Amalista and Martin Molnar go from row 11 from Roland Cooklane, and Sebastiana Pavan on row 12. Simone Bianco and Alexander Bogunovic go from row 13 from Liverway Sam Budler and Peter Agiv. Michael Adair and Emanuele Oliveri go from row 15 and round out the top 30 drivers on track. Jan Proschowski and Nathan Tai go from row 16 from Mark Dubnitsky and Joel Bergstrom on row 17. The final row of the grid rounding out the 36 drivers, Simon Reckenmacher from Germany and Kirill Kutzkov on that final row of the grid. Final warm-up lap gets underway as temperatures start to rise once more. Remember, brand new boots on for these drivers. So effectively, what have we got here? We've got 36 drivers, all on brand new sets of tyres, wanting to all win a final here. This is going to be absolutely electric. There's no championship politics to go through on this one. That's signed, sealed and done for the top 2. There's a little bit for third. You can put that one into play. Stolchemanis and Alex Powell, only a handful of points between those two. There is still a danger zone on that one, especially as Alex Powell starts 9th. Thomas Stolchemanis starts 8th. So they're right next to each other as well on track and for the championship. There's a look at your championship standings on your screen for the top 6. Joe Turney not here. He's racing away in America this weekend. He didn't feel like he had the chance of doing it, so he stays there 6th. He's demoted down to from Kiya Roberto in 5th and Thomas Stolchemanis in 4th. The top 3 we've spoken about already. But certainly now it's all going to be down to what can be done in this race.
Interestingly, we've had 3 rounds and 3 different winners in Joe Turney, Gabriel Gomez and Ronnie Lammers. Can the Dutchman make it 2 in a row? Will we have a 4th different winner out of 4 rounds? Let's find out in a couple of laps.
Let's find out indeed. And as another false start is declared, drivers not in formation, they do not get going. So again, another lap where they get to warm the tyres up, get everything ready, take a breath and get ready for 25 laps of pure action.
And this is the 3rd extra formation lap, but we have in a row 3 finals, 3 extra formation lap then. So the pressure is once again building up here. That could be certainly maybe a trick in the book from the competitors up front to get the pressure growing on the shoulders of the rivals up straight. Let's try that again, shall we? Into turn number 8. Keep that part of the track under close watch because you might see a lot of moves in that particular spot. Here's what happened there, but you could see that the grid, at least from this angle, seemed pretty much in the corridors, but it's something to do maybe with the gaps at the back end of the grid, or maybe René Lammers, as well as the others up front, decided to get on the throttle a little bit too early before the yellow line. Yellow flag still waving as we get going with procedure for the start. Number 2, Gonzalo Planter onto the track. You're going to see him in a second. We'll tell them once again to pace yourself down. And this time around, this should be good to go.
It should be indeed. Into the tram lines, lights go out and down in towards turn 1 they go. Great start then from both the front rows, but down the inside there, Kian Nakamura Roberto will get into second place. A little bit of jostling in the background there as everyone signs their way through. Luigi Coluccio now up to third, and it's huge coming together. And one kart over. It's one of the Tony karts that's flipped and several karts involved. And hopefully they are all okay, but that was a big coming together. Who was involved in that? Sebastiano Pavan, Alexander Bogunovic, Loveaway Sam Budler was there, Michael Adair, Emanuele Oliveri was there as well, and I think Simon Reckenmacher also involved in that one. Yellow flags have come out, and we are under a full course yellow conditions. Hopefully, the driver of that Tony kart that fully flipped over is okay. I didn't quite see the kart number of the one that went over, but I think he's being seen to by the track staff at the moment, but a very scary moment there out of turn number 3. And again, we see this in these racing, lots of, you know, close-knit battling and the concertina effect that kicks up through that tight section of circuit. We do hope those drivers are okay. Under full course yellow conditions now, drivers can take a breath. Now, reconcile themselves, find out what position they are in, really try to think of what would happen now in this race. But right now, the situation just in flux, as we are under full course yellow conditions. And
Mr. Nigel Edwards was the first one to rush to the scene. The incident is with the Tony kart driver, who is sitting on the fence, is conscious, which is good to see. We're waiting for the following procedure to be followed. If the medicals will make their way onto the track or not, decisions need to be made, as we're still under the yellow flag procedure as for now. Big crash, that's for sure. And as we've lost Emanuele Olivieri, Michael Eger, Lewis Amdula, Alexander Bogunovic, and Sebastiano Pavan. And we still need to know if it was either Pavan or Bogunovic who got launched into that impressive role and is walking. So that's you cannot see him yet, but he's walking on his 2 feet, which is good news. That's what we like to see. So we're going to be able to get going with the racing, as long as the drivers are being taken care of on the sideline behind the fences.
Well, marshalling team very quick to react here at Cremona. Again, they've done a fabulous job over the course of the entire weekend, making sure the track is clear and safe to go racing. The same, of course, for all the stewarding team with the FIA race directors out there as well, making sure everything is above board. And, of course, to the medical teams as well, who have all done a brilliant job over the course of this weekend in the searing heat here in northern Italy. But right now, everything looks good, the track is clear, and the final checks are being made. We could be good to go next time around. I don't think we're going this time around, and we are going to have one more lap under the full course yellow conditions. And I think green flag will be coming out the next time these drivers make their way to the start-finish line.
Well, everybody needs to get back to concentration mode. René Lammers was able to hold on to first position. Rudy Coluccio had a cracking start just in the turn, the double right-hander when the incident occurred, but we saw him actually diving around the inside, forcing his way through for P2 now. You can see him now, the Tony kart driver, up into P2 from Nikin Roberta. Phil McLaughlin. Enzo Tavanishkol didn't have the best of opening lap as he tumbled down the order into P5. Nothing to worry about though, as the gaps will be reduced to nothing due to that full course or yellow mode. Francesco Macedo up into P6 from Alex Powell, Mattia Colnaghi. That best of start, 2 places down into P8 from Dimitri Madrive and Massis Gladys, who just made his way up to P10, having climbed 5 places. And Ian Hickmans dropped 5 places in P15. Green flag is waving. We're back to racing once again. Here we go. Green, green, green. good getaway already by René Lammers, being chased by Luigi Coluccio on the way to the first braking point of the track. Watch out for any move coming our way already, but Luigi Coluccio being chased as well by Kim Nakamura down in P3, Pierre McCauley down in P4, Dan van Ischel, Macedo Powell, that very tight field on the way around the inside goes Coluccio, and Kim Nakamura is going to take advantage. That was a bit close, too short for Kim Nakamura. Is going to have to try that again. But in the lead, there's a switch for the position of power. Luigi Coluccio takes Tony Kart ahead of René Lammers.
Yes, he did. Nice, clean restart then for the rest of the field as they now make their way back onto the start-finish straight under full green flag racing conditions. They cross the line. Coluccio leads the way from Lammers, Nakamura, Roberta, Tarvanitschel from McLaughlin, Macedo, Powell, Kolnagi, Matviev, Gladish, the top 10. Is down the inside, there goes Nakamura, Roberta into second place, and Tarvanitschel follows as well. Now on the outside line goes Finn McLaughlin trying to get past Lammers as well, but he can't quite do it. He has to stay behind in P5, but Lammers now being pushed down the order here. He will not like this, and it's all kicking off here behind Powell. Powell might have an issue here because he's got a huge train of karts behind him as they all concertina up into the braking zone. A little bit sideways and out of the corner there. It looked like that was Matej Kolnagi there going slightly sideways as he tries to battle his way up into a position. Matviev still there in 8th place, but David Walter now pushing himself up into the top 10 is right in this battle now.
And the battle is only getting underway. Lap number 7 that is, as Michael Hieger is picking up a warning flag. His wire drivers who had to retire. Certainly something to do with that big incident that we saw in the opening lap. As Luigi Coluccio is extending his lead, 7/10 of a second. Nakamura Beta, Dan van Ischel now up into P3. These are the two teammates from Prema Racing. A little bit of dust kicked out onto the track into the first sector. René Lammers down in P4. McLaughlin, Powell seems to be finding a bit of pace back. Alex Powell has been missing that speed that he's got us to see so many times before, but it didn't go his way, the Jamaican driver. But maybe he has a lot of laps left, 25 in total, to make things up. And he's just right in the back of Phil McLaughlin, battling for P5. Watch out on the way to turn number 1. We've seen some moves into taking the trail just before making that right-hander. Nothing moves as for now. Almost up of a second between Luigi Coluccio and Kim Nakamura Beta. Dan van Ischel, as we have Gomez in the picture, the 113. Is currently sitting all the way down to P16. Gabriel Gomez, not a good start or opening lap for the former title contender, as Alex Powell was trying to go around the inside. He's pushing Phil McLaughlin just a tiny bit. That could open the door to Matteo Kolnagi as well. Matteo Kolnagi was having to stay behind, and so does Alex Powell because the door was short, and it's not anymore. Alex Powell is making his way through. And yes, it is done, not quite yet actually. Kolnagi is still on his tail. Phil McLaughlin protecting his position, and I think we've seen a change in P2. No, Kim Nakamura still ahead of Dan van Ischel, but there was a close corner in the last sector.
Yes, it certainly was. There is the battle there in your screens, and it's very close between Nakamura, Roberta, Tarvanitschel and René Lammers. Lammers still latching onto the back of this one. This is a little further back. This is Eichmann and Louis Iglesias who are battling away. That is down in P13 and 14. They are starting to defend in that background as well, as we keep an eye on 2nd, 3rd and 4th on your screens. McLaughlin's now been released from Powell. He's now starting to close in on this battle, and remember, we have still got a title fight for 3rd in the championship at the moment. Alex Powell still has that by quite some way. Thomas Stolchemanis, fortunately, has dropped down to P10 now in this race. He needs to gain a few more positions if he wants to see if he can try and take that 3rd place spot. But right now, Luigi Coluccio is looking very strong here. An Italian in a Tony kart racing in Italy in the sunshine. He must have a huge smile on his face.
Certainly, we don't get to see it. We can feel it quite clearly. Coluccio, 2 weeks ago for the prep race, was the man on the charge. He was the fastest in qualifying, and he was starting this race on pole. Couldn't make it to the finish on the podium at least. He took a P4 2 weeks ago, so certainly eager to take revenge on home soil. Luigi Coluccio to finish his European Championship on a high. He's currently sitting in P11 in the classification. This is his best weekend. The second best, we have to go back all the way down to Valencia for the opening round in between. The two new tracks in Denmark and the Czech Republic. He didn't smile upon the Italian driver, former standard bearer of the Cosmic Racing team. And before that, Berlacht some years ago. It was Birrell actually that he stepped on his first World Championship podium back in 2018. Coluccio, a force to be reckoned with in the ranks of international karting for many years now. And one of the most promising karters for the years to come. And look at that, the switch of position in turn number 8. You could see the gesture of Kinder Cremona to Tan van Eerschot. Tan van Eerschot has been certainly the fastest of all the Prema racing drivers all throughout the weekend. And you could feel maybe that Kinder Cremona didn't have that speed, at least not in comparison to the tie.
Yeah, exactly that. Just letting his teammate through, just saying, right, I'm not catching him. You have a go now. Let's see if you can catch him, because look at that gap now that's opened up. 1.6 seconds now across the start-finish line. Let's see if that gap will start to come down now at the halfway point of this race. René Lammers still there in 4th place, not able to get a position change on either of these ones, as Nathan Tye now becomes under investigation in this race. The battle just behind starting to heat up as well, though. Finn McLaughlin has now been caught back up by Alex Powell. Look how close that's getting now as they go through turn number 8. They are not fighting at the moment. They are trying their best to close up the gap to René Lammers, and they might just do that. There is plenty of time left in this race, as long as they don't start scrapping for position too early. Dmitry Matviev is still there. Magic Gladish, David Walter, Thomas Stochamanis, and they are going to start battling for it as Alex Powell sends it down the inside through the final corner. Now Dmitry Matviev is going to have a go as well, and he goes through on the start-finish line and moves up another position as well. McLaughlin down into P number 6 now. Here's a look at the start of the race, and well, it was an interesting one. It was a good start from the middle of the field, but watch out in the middle of the pack, because it all kicked off here in a huge moment there for one of the Tony karts. It looks like it was the 147, I believe, maybe, that had gone over, or just the 140, which would have been Alexander Bogunovic, I think, was the driver who actually rolled the kart. And there you can just see the drivers just spread all over turn 2 and 3, and they all retire from this race. Certainly a very dramatic start to the race, but the race continued after a full course yellow conditions. We're back to green flag racing, and we're watching David Walter here, who's currently in P7. He's battling away with Magic Gladys just behind. McLaughlin, who's gone down now into P9, is under pressure now of trying to stay within the top 10. He might be in danger now of falling without of the top 10. Remember, it was the top 12 that gained points in this one. So again, championship points are still nice to receive, even in the final round, even if it doesn't mean that you'll be champion at the end of that one, because that is already signed, sealed and done, but it is still nice. 13 laps completed then of this race. We're currently on lap 14. There's a look at the championship standards. Lammers with his 277. He is fine from Gomez's 210 because he is not within the top 12. He is there in 17th. He will not be gaining any championship points for this one.
Like I did say back in Rugby, Denmark, Formula 1 might have Max Verstappen. Karting has René Lammers, and when we see the gap that the Dutchman is being able to build on Gabriel Gomez, Alex Powell and the rest of the field in the upper class, well, you can only but bow to the superiority of the Bahrain driver that has been absolutely impeccable all throughout the season, and once again this weekend has been up to the expectations from René Lammers, who's been taking the Bahrain Racing Car Factory up to potentially up to another title. Last year they took the title in the junior class with Anatoly Kavalkin, who was with us this weekend. He was starting for the back on the grid and is climbing to P12. And this time around, they could make it 2 in a row in the senior category, as Lammers is comfortably installed in P4 as for now. But he had built enough of a gap towards the qualifying races of the superheat on Gabriel Gomez to take the start of that final as the new European champion of 2023 in the Orca class. Gabriel Gomez staying in P2, whatever happens in this race. Alex Powell now sits in P3. And that's an interesting one for Alex Powell, even though he didn't have certainly as much pace as he would have liked this weekend. Powell has been one of the forces in the junior and the OK class for the past few years, but he has yet to have won the European or world title so far. Alex Powell, who last year in the European Championship finished second to Kinder Cremona in this very class. It was in Franciacorta that we had the final. The World Championship didn't go according to plan for Alex Powell in Sarno last year. The 2021 European Championship as well in the junior category this time around for Alex Powell, who finished as well for the back in the classification. So a couple of strong seasons for Powell, but certainly the FIA Karting title awaits on the corner for the young driver from Jamaica, who discovered this season as well the gearbox class in the KZ2 category, won one of the rounds in Zuara in brilliant fashion. The title going to another ancient champion of the Direct Life classes, Freddie Slater. He had his brother Alfie this weekend around, doing some wonders in the junior class as well. This is lap number 18 out of 25, ladies and gentlemen. 1.5 seconds now between Luigi Burgio and Enzo Tavaneshko. Gabriele Gomez, the 113 on your picture, is still driving in the P16, trying to get close to Teresa Babičková. We've seen a lot of good things from Teresa Babičková, as we were saying earlier. The driver competing with Teps Racing from Czech Republic, one of our first couple of races with Forza Racing towards the end of that season. And this is a change for the FIA Karting classes that proved to be very, very much fruitful, with some strong P4 and P5 results all throughout the qualifying races. So well done to Teresa Babičková. We've had Petra as well competing in the field this weekend. But it's fair to say that Gabriel Gomez will be certainly very, very disappointed about the way the weekend unfolded for him.
Certainly will, and yeah, certainly not the race results he will have wanted over the course of this weekend, but nonetheless he is racing in this one and he has kept his head high throughout all of it, as now Luigi Coluccio setting a new fastest lap of the race. 48.143, the Italian is now leading by 1.5 seconds. Enzo Tavaneshko has managed to pull away from Kia Nakaraberta, which has allowed him to close that gap up just that little bit more, but it's not been enough with only a handful of laps to go in this race. So it's still Coluccio from Tavaneshko, Nakaraberta from René Lammers that you can see on your screens there in P4, your current championship leader in the FIA Karting European Championships for the OK category. He still is doing exactly what he needs to do, enjoying a race and not having too much trouble out there. Alex Powell's still there in P5 and he is still third in the championship. He has not got to worry about Thomas Stokchmanis in this one, who's currently down in P10 and not receiving a large chunk of championship points. He is not able to close that gap up, but certainly still, it has been a very exceptional race and performance from these drivers, as now Tavaneshko sets the fastest lap of the race. Again, just chopping those fastest lap times between each other, just ping-ponging the gap between the two of them, but certainly looking very, very skilled, calm and collected, all of our top drivers. So Luigi Coluccio there crossing the line. He has still no dramas. Looking a little further back in the order, let's have a look at some of the biggest movers out there. Jan Prostrowski for the Tony Kart Racing team. He has had a good run. He's up 18 positions now into P13. He's just managed to get past Mattia Kulnagi for that position. As well as a little further down, Kirill Kutskov is up 15 positions, as Joel Bergström for the Birol Art Racing team. He's up 11 positions now into P23. Big movers out there, still only the same amount of retirements that we've had from the start of this race. Sebastiano Pavan, Alexander Bogunovic, Loveaway Sam Budler, Michael Adair and Emanuele Oliveri. The retirements so far in this race. There on your screen, René Lammers for the Parallel Motorsport team. And again, what can you say about him? What a weekend and a season he has had. It's been consistency all the way throughout. In Spain, he scored 22 points in absolutely everything. In the Czech Republic, he scored 22 points in his qualifying heats and his super heats, 26 in the final. At Denmark, he would win the final after scoring 22 points in his super heats, 19 in his qualifying heats. And then this weekend so far, it's been absolute perfection, 25 points in both the qualifying heats and the super heats, but unfortunately for him in the final it was not meant to be, as he's there in P4. He is not closing in on the two in front of him. He will have to concede a podium finish in this one, but he will certainly happily take a championship at the end of this race. We are on lap 22 at the moment. Another replay of the start here, and again, good start from Lammers' initial getaway. It was all fine. Keep an eye though in the background, the 140 of Alexander Bogunovic there, just now going through the screen. So lucky the kart didn't land on him. He was made clear from the kart, and that brings up the argument again about you know, in motorsport, every driver has a seatbelt in their car to keep them secure. But in karting, you don't want to be secured to the car. You want to be ejected. It's probably the safest thing for you. And that they're just showing that is the case. The car going one direction, the driver going the other, making sure that he doesn't get taken with it. But certainly a very scary moment, and thankfully all drivers seem to be okay after the end of that race then. Lap 23 is what we are on. Just a couple more to go in this race, and still very, very close within the top sections there as everyone making their way throughout. Fastest lap actually going to Enzo Tarvaniciel at the moment, so he is working with that extra championship point to his name as into the pit lane. There comes the 1, 2, 4, and that is a disaster, I think, for that driver. It's one of the CRGs. I'm trying to think who that is. It might have been the 174 that came in. That might have been Mike Knitsky. No, it isn't. No, it is Louis Iglesias. It was the 4-2-4, sorry. Louis Iglesias has come into the pit lane now. The Frenchman who put it on pole position in qualifying. Looked so strong here 2 weeks ago, and this weekend has struggled with the pace and has just fallen down the order, and his final is now over.
And you know what? If I'm not mistaken, I think that could be the first ever victory in the FIA Karting Championship for Luigi Coluccio. I just had a rundown on my archives all the way down to his first ever podium at the World Championship of Kristianstad back in 2018. He did a fantastic P3. He's had amazing success all throughout the years in the direct drive class, collecting some strong results. But in that category, I think, if I'm not mistaken, that could be victory number 1 for that man, Luigi Coluccio with the Tony Kart Factory.
Absolutely fantastic statistic, that one, Guillaume. I like your book there. It's got lots of information in it. But Luigi Coluccio there, only a few more corners to go. The Italian at his Italian circuit with an Italian team, the Tony Kart team, looking very strong here. Luigi Coluccio will round the final corner, and he will take the checkered flag here at Cremona in the FIA European Karting Championships here at Cremona. He wins. Luigi Coluccio from Enzo Tarvaniciel and Kian Nakamura-Berta. But once again, it's overshadowed by the man who finishes in P4. There on your screen, the 117, René Lammers for Parallel Motorsport is your 2023 FIA Karting European Champion in 2023. What a result that is for René Lammers. He joins a lot of very experienced drivers in the record books as being a champion in this category, and certainly that's a way to end the European season in style.
Fantastic end of the season indeed. Beautiful performance by Luigi Coluccio, beating the Prema machines of Enzo Tarvaniciel and Kian Nakamura-Berta at the end of what has been a dominant performance. He couldn't make it until the end before 2 weeks ago on that track for the prep race. This time around, for the most important of race in the season, the finale of the FIA Karting European Championship, Coluccio got it together, dominated his topic, and in the end it was a fantastic reward. He climbed 4 places up to the victory on home soil in front of his peers in Italy. Luigi Coluccio and Tony Kart winning the final of the European Championship. Enzo Tarvaniciel and Kian Nakamura-Berta running up the podium in front of the new champion of 2023, René Lammers. Another title for Parolin and the victory for Luigi Coluccio on home soil. He must be over the moon. The very friendly Luigi Coluccio. It's been a few years now that he's been fighting at the forefront of the OK class. His last season in the juniors back in 2018, making his way up to the senior category. And ever since, he's been wearing the colors of a Cosmic, then now Tony Kart, still for the OTK Kart group. And what a beautiful performance and achievement it is for Luigi Coluccio. In the rest of the ranking, René Lammers, our new champion, as we said, from Alex Powell in P5, securing the top 3 overall in the championship, won this season in 2023 by Mr. René Lammers. Last year in the juniors, he was Anatoly Kavalkin. This time in the senior category, René Lammers offering a new title to the Parolin Racing Kart Factory. But the man of the hour is Luigi Coluccio, and look at how tired he must be. Look at how hard it has been down in the car to put that performance out, maximize everything that he had in his chassis. But in the end, 1.5 seconds. We're not talking just about a victory, we're talking about a domination, a proper demonstration of pure driving skills from Luigi Coluccio, whose talent has been really demonstrated over the years in all over Europe. Coluccio wins, Tanvanishkul in second. Kinda Roberta running up the podium here in Cremona. Well done to the Japanese-British driver. Well done to Enzo Tanvanishkul. Strong results once again for the Car Republic factory here on Omsol in Cremona. Lammers fourth, your winner of this year's European season. From Alex Powell, Timothy Matveev, David Walter climbing 6 places up to P7. From Masters Gladys, Björn McCaughlin, Tomas Dorsemanitz running up the top 10. He would hand his European Championship in 4th place, and what a season this has been as well for Tomas Dorsemanitz from Energy Corse, who finished 3rd best in the European Championship of the KZ2 category that he was discovering, and this is a top 4 finish in the direct drive class. And Tanvanishkul going through the proceedings of the scale into the Parc Fermé as always for the drivers. The last few debriefs, of course, with the mechanic. Last check and congratulations from everybody here from the track and the competitors as well. And even though we're talking about high, intense competition on track, off of it, once the pressure cools down a little bit, then it's time to congratulate oneself. And that's what we like to see, those demonstration of fair play between the competitors. And everybody knows each other here in this big karting family, competing all throughout the season from sometimes January all the way to October. Here's a replay of that final. Good start from the left side from Paul, from René Lammers. The pressure was on still from Kinda Roberta, and that big incident, but fortunately no one was hurt in that one. A couple of drivers that we lost in the opening stages of this race. Emmanuel Olivieri, Michael Heider, Luis Abdullah, Alexander Bokunovic, who was sent rolling, and Sebastiano Pavana. We lost retirement as well for Luis Iglesias. That's such a shame, like 2 weeks ago. But in the meantime, the battle was raging as René Lammers was opening the door just a tiny bit, allowing Kinda Roberta and Tanvanishkul to make their way through. At this point, there was no more pressure on the shoulders of René Lammers, who knew that the title was already in his pocket. Alex Powell trying to make his bit on Björn McCaughlin, with Mattia Colnaghi as well trying to recover through that field. A little bit of pressure, and McCaughlin would lose the position to Powell. He would finish down in P9, the VDK driver, as Powell would cross the line in P5. A good job as well for David Walter from Koski Motorsport, climbing to P7. But in the end, it was Luigi Coluccio punching the air in joy, taking the win for the final round of this season for the Tony Kart Factory. They must be all over the moon. And Tanvanishkul taking P2 from Kinda Roberta. Good teammate race as well. You could see at some point that Kinda Roberta on the left side of your picture didn't have maybe the pace he would have needed to go for the chase on Luigi Coluccio, so he decided to let Enzo Tanvanishkul through. Tanvanishkul has been certainly the standard bearer of the Prema Racing team this weekend in terms of proper pace. Those two bringing good results to the Prema Racing formation. But Luigi Coluccio was uncatchable into that final on fresher tires. Those MG compounds functioning greatly in the heat of Cremona. Luigi Coluccio, the man of the hour, winner of round 4 of the European Championship. Another winner out of 4 rounds this season. That concludes what had been a great season of racing here in the OK competition, in the OK class. We had George Tony, winner of the opening run in Valencia, Spain. Gabriele Gomez took round 2 win in Trinec for the first visit of the FIA Karting Championship in Czech Republic. Rugby, Denmark, when we got back with the championship for the first time since 1966, saw the victory of René Lammers. And then in Cremona, we have 4 different winners in Luigi Coluccio. So talking about diversity, Lammers bringing home the title with just 1 win out of 4 rounds, but consistency has been the key. And believe it or not, this 4th place is René Lammers' worst result in this year's European Championship. Other race where he's been crowned champion, René Lammers, who took 3rd place results back in Spain. It was 2nd to Gabriele Gomez in Czech Republic, took the win in Denmark, and 4th just at the step of the podium that he missed for just 7/10 on Kinda Roberta. So irony of that weekend, worst result of the season for Lammers, but the title for the Parolin driver, the son of Mr. Jan Lammers, of course, one of the men behind the return of the Dutch Formula 1 Grand Prix in Zandvoort. Drivers making their way onto the track, closing in to the main building where we had the pleasure, Anthony Jordan and myself, Guillaume Alvarez, to cover for you the finale of the European Championship of the OKG and Academy Trophy as well. What a fantastic afternoon of racing it has been, concluding on a high weekend of racing under the sun of that beautiful region of Cremona. Before we get going with the podium, quickly for the rest of the classification, Dimitri Matveev took a P6 from David Walter, Marcel Gladys from McCaughlin, Tomas Trossemanis. P11 was Anatoly Kavalkin from Jan Perzolski, climbing 19 positions up to P12 from Ian Ekmans, Matej Kolnagi, that disappeared after fighting his way through into the top 5. We have also P15, Xavier Avramidis from Gabriel Gomez, Francesco Macedo, Nicola Comanter, Zara Butchkova. P20 for Lucas Amalisto. Kirill Kutzkov made his way through, fighting and climbing 15 spots up to P21 from Arthur Poulain, Joel Bergström, Nathan Tai, Mark Dubdinsky, Roland Coquelin, Simone Bianco, Simon Reckenmaker, Peter Hagiv, Martin Molnar, and a couple of drivers that we've lost in the first lap. Louis Iglesias, one of the wild cards in this category, the pole sitter at the beginning of the weekend. A couple of strong results, but no win in the qualifying races. He came close on twice to get the deal done. After a contact and an incident, he couldn't make it to the top spot position, but still, well done to young Frenchman Louis Iglesias. Unfortunately, the final didn't reward his efforts, but this is certainly for his third race at this level, his first appearance in the European Championship, certainly one big entry in the scene of the senior drivers. Young Louis Iglesias, the son of former French champion Yannick Iglesias, nephew of the 2020 world champion in KZ, Jeremy Iglesias, is coach for this his first season in the OK class with the CRG racing team. As we're waiting for the drivers to make their way to the podium, everybody getting ready as well, the officials, the grid goals that were with us on the presentation for each of the finals and on the podium as well. And once we do have everybody lined up and the top 3 drivers, then we'll be good to go. It's time to celebrate the top 3 of the OK class and finish in Champagne this year's European Championship. Over to you, Anthony.
Well, here we are as we start our presentation for the OK final podium at round 4 of the FIA Karting European Championships at Cremona in Italy. Please welcome then onto the podium in 3rd place, representing Great Britain, Kian Nakamura-Bata. Finishing in 2nd place, representing Thailand, please welcome onto the podium, Enzo Tarvanishkal. And finally, please welcome onto the podium, representing Italy and for the Tony Kart team, Luigi Coluccio. And team manager representing Tony Kart, please welcome onto the podium, Giacomo Alaplandi. We now listen to the national anthem of Italy. Bravo to our top three in the OK category here at Cremona for the final round of the FIA Karting European Championships. We now present the trophies to our top three. Please welcome onto the podium presenting the third place trophy, Ennio Gandolfi from the Karting Centre Cremona. To present the third place trophy then to our driver, Roberta, a brilliant result, a fantastic race and well controlled. Please welcome onto the podium now to present the second place trophy, John Ryan from the CIK FIA Vice President, as he presents the second place trophy to Enzo Tarvanitschkel, who again himself having an absolutely fantastic race and weekend. And finally, please welcome onto the podium the FIA or CIK FIA President, Akbar Ebrahim, to present the winning trophy to Italy's Luigi Coluccio. And finally, to present the team's manager trophy, please welcome onto the podium Alessandro Cannavaro to present the trophy to our man standing on the podium there, Giacomo Alaplandi, who again have done a fabulous job with the Tony Kart team. A brilliant result for Tony Kart at the final round here in Italy. The flowers now will be presented to our drivers as we get ready for the photos from the media. And again, a beautiful way to end a fantastic weekend for our top three drivers. Sadly, a championship not on the podium. That would go to René Lammers from Paralin, who finished in P4 just off the podium. But certainly a fabulous job for our top three as we get our photos. So if we could get the world's media to get ready, please, for the photos of our top three drivers. If you'd all like to stand on that top spot when you are ready. Trophies and flowers high up in the air. And bunch up. There is plenty of space up there as we get ourselves ready for the photos. And again, a perfect opportunity now for everyone to get your mobile phones out and get a beautiful shot of the podium here for the OK category. 30 degrees is the heat here in Cremona. It has been absolutely wild racing all the way throughout. But your top three on the podium. Big congratulations to Roberta, Enzo Tarvanitschkel, and Luigi Coluccio on the top spot as we get ready for the champagne now to be presented. Thank you so much to our delegates there after handing over the trophies. You now probably want to take a big step back as the champagne now gets delivered as we get ready to end a weekend and a championship in style. Here are the bottles. Take care. Enjoy. It's time for champagne. A brilliant result and excellent there. The Premature is giving Luigi Coluccio a perfect champagne shower there. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge round of applause for your podium finalists, Roberta, Enzo Tarvanitschkel, and Luigi Coluccio.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Congratulations once again to our top three driver of the OK class. What a beautiful celebration in Champagne, a well-deserved shower for the contenders, the artists of the senior category. Well done to Luigi Coluccio, 2021 Vice World Champion in the OK class back in Campillo, Spain. And this is his first victory in the category after so many years spending this talent and skills fighting at the forefront. Well done to Luigi Coluccio, on home soul in beautiful Cremona. Tarvanitschkel and Roberta running up the final podium of the season in the European Championship. Thank you very much indeed once again to everybody for tuning in on FIAKarting.com, Motorsport TV, and all over the world on social media. This has been the 2023 finale of the FIA Karting European Championship for the OK, the OKJ, and the Academy Trophy. It's time to say goodbye, but we'll find you very, very soon on the second weekend of October for the World Championship of the same categories. And before that, we are back in September for the World event for the gearbox classes, KZ, KZ2 in Wackersdorf. But from then on, arrivederci!